4 o'clock. So lunch 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock.
Well, very good morning and welcome to Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol. It's day 2 of Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in the County Championship. Kind of an appetiser yesterday, despite the fact that we did, in between breaks, get through 67 overs worth of cricket. But it was exciting to watch, although possibly from a Gloucestershire point of view, and Marchand de Lange admitted this at the end of play yesterday, there was possibly a bit too much happening at various points. He was free to admit that Gloucestershire weren't at their best with the ball yesterday, but the team talk was kind of, well, okay, we know that, but this is the first day back of 4-day cricket. You can't expect everything to be perfect straight away. So hopefully from their point of view, they will be looking to mop up the final 3 Leicestershire wickets of their first innings quickly and then get batting. Leicestershire 291 for 7 overnight. Ian Holland having made 104 yesterday, and Rehan Ahmed 60 from 75 deliveries. That partnership between Holland and Rehan Ahmed really threatened to take the day away from Gloucestershire, but a second ball change saw them grab a couple of late wickets, which has meant that they have still hopes of keeping Leicestershire down well below 350 even, but they're going to have to bowl well because there's still plenty of batting to come. As Richard Ray is alongside myself, Ed Seaborn. Good morning to you.
Good morning. That storm wasn't much of a storm last night, was it? Beautiful day here.
It's even less
Bristol.
windy than it was yesterday now.
It was a very polite storm. It breezed through Bristol, and we are set gloriously fair for a full day, and it is going to be a long day.
Yes.
Extra 8 overs hopefully will be bowled.
So 1:10 lunch and 4 o'clock tea. Dom Goodman to bowl the first ball of the morning from the Ashley Down Road end into Ben Green, who's 1 not out, and the tall Somerset man plays it back to the bowler. Non-strikers end Liam Travaskis, who is 16 not out from 16 deliveries. Everybody who came in towards the middle of Leicestershire's order scored at a good lick yesterday. Gloucestershire were a little inaccurate at times, and at the pace that they bowl, they're going to go for runs, as the first run of the morning is scored by Ben Green, turning it backward of square on the onside, and Singdale up quickly from fine leg to stop them from coming back for a second. So Green on to 292 for 7, and a really pretty nice day for cricket watching today. If you fancy coming down, there's still the free after tea initiative, which is in place for every home game, so fancy coming along a bit later, start your bank holiday weekend with a bit of cricket, then free after tea is there. Left-handed Travaskis facing up to Goodman, who's bowling right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and Travaskis forward defending his first ball of the morning out into the onside, and there is no run. Having said that, it's probably a bit less breezy than yesterday, a little bit of a gust there, but it's nothing like what was forecast yesterday at this point. Still some strong gusts forecast, but down certainly on what it looked like it was going to be yesterday, as Goodman bowls and Travaskis works this one rather like Green, at least in terms of area. Slightly fuller delivery behind square, just turning it away, and more work for Singdale to do from long leg on the other side of the ground this time, as Travaskis adds another run. 293 for 7. Singdale may well get the ball from the pavilion end. He's certainly getting warmed up well, going fine leg to fine leg in the early going here. There are 2 slips in place, a short extra cover as Goodman bowls to Green, who's forward and playing a solid defence out into the covers, and it's fielded by Chris Dent at extra cover. It was his usual sharp self in the field yesterday. The card, interestingly, does have Chris Dent coming in down at number 7, but we'll still see, hopefully from Gloucestershire's point of view this morning even, whether he does come out to open or not. Goodman to Green, drives through the covers, excellent hand there at cover point to stop that from going to the boundary, and that was Ben Charlesworth with his left hand who saved 3 runs there as Green comes through for a single, but certainly the shot off the bat looked as if it was heading for 4, but 3 runs from the first over. Leicestershire 294 for 7, so hunting further runs, hunting further bonus points. Only in the 68th over, so there's still quite a bit of time before a second new ball is available for Gloucestershire this morning. They would very much like not to need that second new ball, and it will be Marchant de Lange to bowl from the pavilion end.
In he comes past umpire Shanmugam and bowls to Green, who turns the delivery off the straight out towards mid-wicket. De Lange's hands started to go into the air. You had a chat to him last night. Presumably he was his usual optimistic and cheerful self.
Yes, well, I mentioned just while you were doing the update that he did admit that he didn't feel that the bowling attack had been at its best, and the results suggested that.
In he goes and bowls. Nice delivery, nice shape to it. Thick inside edge from Green. A big groan of frustration led by de Lange as it runs out towards long leg, and Green picks up 1. He moves on to 4.
Just a bit too much loose stuff, and when somebody like de Lange says that that's very much the case, as you say, because he is such a positive individual. But the positivity came that was the first day, and we've got that out the way, and it's onwards and upwards from there, and that we feel we could have done better, but we're still very much in the game.
De Lange suddenly sort of seemed to realise it was Travaskis now down at the striker's end, and he's decided to go round the wicket. Travaskis just checks his guard with the umpire, prepares to face. 2 slips behind him as de Lange is in and bowls foolish. Travaskis is forward, playing firmly but not aggressively, not really trying to pierce the field, pushes it out to mid-off, and there is no run. We had a chat to the Centurion, Ian Holland. Interesting to talk to him from both a personal point of view, his own sort of comfort. He said sometimes when you're promoted in the order, as de Lange is in and bowls, a little bit of extra bounce from outside off stump, and might just have straightened a touch on Travaskis as well. He looks rather affronted at what happened there. Travaskis, who was getting ready to launch a drive, he sort of dropped his hands, I think, in the end, but he looked a little bit startled at the action that de Lange got on the ball. It is the changed ball, remember, which did rather more than the first and second balls. In he goes, bowls again to Travaskis. That doesn't do too much of any note. It zeroes in towards middle, and Travaskis just turns his wrists on it. Yes, Ian Holland said sometimes when you're promoted to the top of the order, he said you bat like it sort of boosts your confidence a little bit, and you bat accordingly. Sometimes when you're going in at 7 or 8, he said you bat like a 7 or 8.
Yeah, well, you see it with Night Watchman, don't you? I mean, the start of the season, it felt like we saw an awful lot of huge innings from Night Watchman, and Matty Potts in particular.
De Lange is in, foolish, getting forward, pushing it out towards mid-off. Singhdale picks up, but although he picks up cleanly, the throw isn't a good one. It's wide of the stumps, and Travaskis has made his ground anyway. But with someone like Holland, you've kind of got the shots to go on as well, as he unveiled a few, certainly after going past 50, didn't he, as well? Sometimes with genuine Night Watchmen, the problem comes when they do start trying to play shots. They do think they're an opening batsman, and they get out. Some don't. Some do have the shots, but Holland certainly showed he did yesterday. But we're also talking to him about the pitch, and he said he thinks there might be a little bit more in it than sort of was obvious yesterday. He said, but you never know until we've bowled on it. So, but they were tolerably pleased, having been put in, to be close on 300 for 7.
Here's Goodman starting a new over, bowling. Travaskis drives on the bounce and into the right mitt of Goodman, who moves across to his right in his follow through. Yeah, I also wonder, because there was a lot of grass left on this pitch, and they did take a little bit off it before the start of play. When the pitch was first unveiled, it looked pretty much the same colour as the pitches around it, but maybe, as Goodman is in over the wicket to the left-hander, Travaskis rolls the wrists and turns it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Maybe today, as just a bit more live grass comes off it with the sunshine for a brief period, it might even be at its quickest for the match. I mean, it's going to get slower, you know that it will, and the heavy roller will get put on it a couple of times as well. Goodman bowls. Travaskis is forward down the pitch to defend that into the covers.
If there was a rule, I'd change it to that
Yes.
one. I mean, going back to 2 heavy rollers each is ludicrous, really. Absolute pitch killers. I can't understand that at all.
Yeah, I know we're certainly in agreement on that. But yeah, it will be possibly a determining factor how this pitch does play over the next couple of days as to where this game goes. Travaskis turning it firmly up towards mid-on. I mean, so often the surface is the determining factor, but especially here, so often we've seen games that, sometimes you do see games that you turn up to Bristol, you think you know where it's going, and all of a sudden you get a game where all 4 sides make 250, 300. Goodman bowls. Travaskis caught in the crease, trying to turn the ball into the onside. Strangle appeal for LBW, but I don't think that even struck him on the... Well, I mean, it struck him on a pad, but it was looking like it was more the thigh pad than the pad.
Yeah, we've explained the camera situation, haven't we?
No.
Okay.
So if you are watching on the stream, sadly due to the wind, one of the cameras is not operational. Goodman to Travaskis, who's forward running the ball out into the covers, and there's no run, so a maiden over from Goodman. Score remains 296 for 7.
It's like watching the John Player League in the 70s, isn't it, when there was just one fixed camera. So
well, I've seen some people saying they actually quite like seeing it from the other end as well. I know it splits opinion.
Occasionally, because you get a better sort of sense of direction, I suppose, then, but you do need to see, ideally, replays, don't you, from behind the bowler's arm in all cases, if possible. But sadly, yes, one of the cameras is hors de combat. I think David was saying that they've gone off to get another, so they're hoping to replace it. It's doing duty. It was doing duty at the second team game, apparently. DeLange is in to Green, fullish again. Green, tall man, just leans forward, blocks it out towards mid-on, intercepted en route by Charlesworth running across from mid-wicket. And there's no run. Again, DeLange has settled into a decent line and length. 2 for 60 for the big South African. 1 for 66 for Goodman. DeLange in, bowls a little bit short, but straight-ish and off-stump-ish. And Green works it on the back foot out into the offside. Can't pierce the field. Didn't try too hard, so to do. Wanders down, just peers at the pitch and gives it the gentlest of taps with the cue end of his bat. Sleeveless sweater for Ben Green. Just shirt sleeves for Liam Travaskis. This is a lovely day if you're in the vicinity. DeLange is in outside off stump. It's slingy. Little bit of shape to the delivery. but started wide, went a touch wider. Taken by Bracey running in front of first slip.
We said yesterday it was a simple game, Marchand de Lange. 4-day cricket, sometimes you've just got to hit the top of off. And I was sort of standing there thinking, yeah, well actually he has done that a lot more this year than, you know, you think of de Lange and you think, well, he's just going to be banging it in short half the time.
In he goes and bowls on off stump, probably just short of a good length because Green, tall man, stayed on the back foot and blocked it out into the offside.
But it was still quite amusing to have that come from
from
Marchand de Lange.
You looked him sideways.
Well, I
slightly,
sort of thought, you know, you've got the tools to have the ball whistling around people's noses, and you know, you're going to use it, aren't you?
In he goes and bowls. Again, it's straight. Again, it's just short of a good length. Again, Green can stay on the back foot. This time he turns his wrists on the ball and defends it out towards mid-wicket.
But I think the feeling was that they had gone searching maybe a bit too much at times yesterday, and I think that was fairly evident from the way that Holland and Rehan Ahmed partnership developed, because that was really what turned things from 147 for 4, having got Rahane and Hanscom out.
de Lange is in.
Wow.
That's a better length. How did that squeeze through?
Toe end of the
Green
bat,
length
I think.
forward. I think it hit the bottom of the bat, as you say, and sort of bounced a couple of times and was stopped by Bracey behind the stumps. But our operator is elsewhere at the moment, so we're not going to see an immediate replay on that one, but sort of squeezed via the under part of the bat through to the keeper. So little moral victory for de Lange, and that was a decent over from him. In fact, I think it was a maiden, wasn't it? 2 for 60, 5 maidens in his 18 for de Lange as Leicestershire's head coach Alfonso Thomas and captain Lewis Hill wander around the boundary below us.
And you can see the plan this morning has very much been to go back to that line and length, because this changed ball has done something. Well, that was the plan, it wasn't the execution that time. Travaskis cut it in the air and it bounces just short of backward point and Miles Hammond, who's taken one catch there at backward point. So Goodman might feel that he should have gone to the boundary there, but equally Travaskis will feel that he wasn't actually that far off being caught at that position.
Yeah, you kind of feel he missed out and almost gave it away, sort of Hill style, didn't he?
Yeah. Goodman is in and bowls, and Travaskis tries to turn that onside but doesn't get as much bat on it as he would have liked. It was Akhtar who got that wicket of Hill with a short wide delivery similar to that one yesterday. I mean, now of the regular bowlers, the 4 main seamers, de Lange's economy rate is actually the best at 2 for 60 from 18 overs. Yeah, that's kind of led the way this year by example, has de Lange, still Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker, as Travaskis defends off the back foot up the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. Gloucestershire's over rate's still at -2, and can't imagine that is getting any better particularly soon. They've just bowled 3 overs of spin with Ollie Price, although they wanted to bowl more, but yesterday evening we're told that the light was so bad that they couldn't even bowl spin. As Goodman bowls, Travaskis again down the pitch outside his crease to meet that one in defence.
I'm pretty sure Leicestershire will bowl a lot more. 3 spinners in the side. Travaskis, Ahmed, of course, front line spinners, but in Kimber, an occasional off spinner as well, tall. Just get a little bit of turn, so they think they've got every option covered in the spinning department anyway. Goodman
Runs in, past umpire Chantry, bowls. Travaskis tries a forcing drive, but only picks out mid-off, where de Lange fields, and there's no run there either. So ball just on top of bat for a period here, with now 17 consecutive deliveries without a run. Green just having a bit of a word with Travaskis there. Can Goodman make it 3 consecutive maidens? In now and bowls, and will do so as Travaskis works out to Charlesworth at mid-wicket. So end of the over, score is still 296 for 7, as we've had 17 minutes worth of action. We will, I believe, unless something extraordinary happens, be joined by David Payne in about a quarter of an hour or so's time, so it'd be good to catch up with him. Plenty to talk about, so hopefully David will be able to stay for a decent period of time and you will enjoy his contributions.
De Lange continues from the pavilion end, bowls to Green, line and length, and Green is forward, back down the pitch, bounces the ball. Yeah, it's been a good start, good attritional cricket in a way, but fascinating stuff. Game goes through sort of little periods. Sometimes the batsmen get away, sometimes the bowlers get on top. Bouncer, good one as well, and Green sort of got in position to hook. I think he did actually sort of go through with the shot, try to pull, and De Lange is no doubt telling him with a smile on his face, that may not also be in his eyes, that he was a bit too quick for him.
It's that right hand that comes out from De Lange. Actually, it did it that time as he was staring at Green rather than when he released the ball, but he knows when it's come out right, because that right hand then comes up after it.
In he goes, and bowls. Green drives, but only as far as Dent at cover. Didn't quite middle it. Ben Green still playing himself in. 4 not out of 20 balls now.
Yeah, very different pace to most of yesterday this morning. And you know, Leicestershire will look at this and go, well, look what we can achieve if we just settle in on a line and length.
De Lange bowls on off stump. Green is studiously forward. It's not a big stride for a big man, just dropping it out into the covers. And again, Chris Dent is the fielder. Game not exactly in stasis, but just waiting for a direction this morning. In a way, it's sort of found one. If the Gloucestershire attack can maintain this, they've got control of the scoreboard at the moment. In goes De Lange, bowls short. Green got in position to pull again, but this time he dropped his hand, so it went over his right shoulder. Taken by Bracey. A good sharp bouncers first thing in the morning from Marchant De Lange. Travaskis wanders down from the non-striker's end, and like Green, just pushes at the pitch rather than taps it. A real attempt to flatten it. In goes De Lange and bowls. Green is forward. Right, head right over the ball as he defends that out into the offside, and it is another maiden. So is that 4 in a row now?
I think so.
De Lange 6 overs in his 19 maidens, 2 for 60 obviously therefore remain his figures. And Leicestershire have added just 5 runs to their overnight score. They're 296 for 7, but as far as they're concerned, it's the 7 that's the key figure at the moment. No further wickets lost this morning. And if they'll be patient, they'll be telling themselves the bad balls will come.
Yep, that is the Leicestershire angle for sure. Getting through this first half hour, Goodman bowls down the leg side. Travaskis ends up shouldering arms. Had a look at it and then just allowed it to pass through. Swung away from Bracey, or maybe moved through on the breeze, but Bracey was able to take it. Gloucestershire, though, will say, well, OK, we're not taking wickets, but a few overs are being whittled down before they can take a second new ball, which they would hope might provide the finishing touch. Goodman in, and Travaskis leaves outside the off stump, this time through to Bracey behind the stumps. And that sort of control that was missing yesterday has certainly been provided this morning. 21 extras Gloucestershire conceded as well, which I think sort of tells a bit of a story, as well as some of the economy rates. Goodman bowls and Travaskis knocks that one away up to mid-on, and still cannot break the run of dot deliveries.
A couple of decent scores in his last few list day games. He played them all. Liam Travaskis for the Foxes in their run to the semi-finals. 60 not out against Hampshire in the quarter-final. 47 not out against Glamorgan in one of the later group games, his best scores.
Goodman to Travaskis, and thinking about a leg by here, but won't get one as the ball's just gone a bit too far into the onside towards Charlesworth at mid-wicket. In play everywhere around the country as well, which is nice, even underway at Southampton, where the entire first day was washed out between Hampshire and Essex. But looking at the other fixtures in Division 2, there is a bit of pressure on these two sides to get the game moving one way or another. Goodman bowls, bit of width there. Travaskis drives but can't beat Actor sliding across from cover. And tell they're still calm enough, the two batters out there, despite this run of scoreless overs, that they didn't just think, well, we can pinch a quick single there. Would have been tight. They're staying patient. Travaskis still on 18 now from 39 deliveries, having started the day 16 from 16. He drives here, beats Dent at short extra cover, and that's running out towards the wide long off boundary. It won't get there as DeLange stoops down and cuts it off. Won't bother with a throw in as everybody is content with two. So Travaskis on to 20, 298 for 7, and I think 29 deliveries. That run of dots is at an end with that 2 to end the overs. 74 overs bowled in this innings, and still 97 overs remaining in the day.
DeLange divests himself of sweater, cap and sunglasses. Turns to see Green ready, third man, swinging his arm, so might be a change shortly. In goes DeLange and bowls down the leg side. That's a poor bouncer by his standards. Green tried to hook it down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. That's the first slightly awry short ball from Marchand DeLange this morning. Got away with it. And he goes, bowls again to Green. Back to his usual, not immaculate length, but just slightly short of a good length. Green leans forward and defends out into the offside. He too prepared to be patient. A lot of speculation about Green and his future. Could it be at Leicestershire, having not played any red ball cricket for Somerset, white ball only, but he'd been a key member of their white ball side. Oh, and that's a super delivery from DeLange. Wasn't sure quite whether to go forward or back. Perfect length in that respect. Just gathered a little bit of nip off the pitch as well. Fraction of movement and beat Green on the inside.
Completely turned around by it, and as you say, real life both in terms of sideways and vertical movement off the pitch.
Langer is in, bowls, and Green this time connects with the shot he was trying to play to the previous delivery. Didn't have quite the nip. He turns it past mid-wicket, who turns in pursuit. Singdale picks up around about 5 yards inside the ropes at mid-wicket. Green picks up 2, and the slightly desultory round of applause greets the Leicestershire 300 of 74.4 overs, but a second batting bonus point for the Foxes. They'll have ambitions to certainly get one more, possibly 2. Who knows? Maybe even 3. In goes De Lange, bowls, short pulled by Green, out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, was sharpish delivery, but Green was kind of ready for it. He's been banging him in short with increasing frequency, De Lange, in his last couple of overs. And Green picked that one up early, swivelled, pulled it away, picks up 4. So the runs are now beginning not to flow, but to be picked up more regularly. Green into double figures now, 10 off 28, 304 for 7. De Lange is in, looks for the Yorker, jammed back out by Green, past the wicket on the offside. Momentarily thinks about the possibility of a quick single, but sees that there's no real chance. End of De Lange's 20th over, 2 for 66 his figures now, so 6 from it, the 2 and the 4. Leicestershire 304 for 7 after 75, so I think we can probably assume that De Lange won't be getting the new ball.
Yeah, Leicestershire in these last couple of overs starting to win the game of patience between these two sides, and Ollie Price doing a bit of loosening at first slip. Maybe just have a couple of overs before the second new ball is available. Try and hurry those along a bit maybe, and yeah, I think he's definitely coming on, because he's asking for a helmet for Bancroft by the looks of things. Bancroft, Gloucestershire's usual short leg fielder. Zaman Akhtar though from the Ashley Down road end for the first time today. This is turned aerially by Travaskis out to deep backward square off the front foot, and a single is added. 305 for 7. Couple of wickets yesterday for Akhtar. Got Lewis Hill on that cut shot, caught at backward point, and Rehan Ahmed with a pitched up delivery edging to Bancroft. It took a fairly sharp catch down low to his right at second slip. As Akhtar is in, bowls, there's movement there, but starts too wide, and Green doesn't offer a shot. And I'm sure Akhtar would be the first to admit that, particularly in that one spell when Rehan Ahmed first came to the crease, and it was almost more Holland that set upon him, there was just a bit too much there that was easy pickings for the Leicestershire batters as Akhtar bowls, again wide outside the off stump, and Green with no stroke. And that was kind of the thing really. It was, there was a lot of width on offer, whether it was full and wide or short and wide, and then he kind of struggled with his line early on to Travaskis as well, which allowed Kimber to get off to a quick start as well. Akhtar bowls, and that lifts, but Green with again no attempt to try and have a crack at it. Allowed to go through to James Bracey. One thing I should mention, and hopefully he is still watching on the live stream, I'm told that a gentleman called David John is watching the cricket on the live stream today. I'll come back to that because Zaman Akhtar's broken through. He's got rid of Ben Green with a delivery that Green barely even seemed to play much of a shot to at all, as though he left pretty much every delivery in that over and was almost surprised that he had to play a shot to it, and it's got the inside edge of the bat on a tentative defensive shot onto his pad, and then it trickles onto off stump and removes the off bail, and Actor has his third wicket, 3 for 87, and I think that was the first ball that David Payne walked in to the box, so he's got the magic touch. And the first wicket of the morning for Gloucestershire, the 8th wicket in total. Green departs for 10 from 33 deliveries. It is 305 for 8 as Tom Scriven comes out to the middle, and I will get back to that shout out. David John, who's had a double kidney transplant this morning at 4:30 in the morning, I'm told, and is currently recovering in Southmead Hospital, is watching the stream. So you brought a wicket as well, it seems, in me trying to squeeze that in between deliveries. And all the best to you for your recovery from that operation, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the day's cricket. Richard Ray has left for the time being, and David Payne's with me.
Hello,
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Nice
Been
to
a
see
while.
you. Yeah, it has been a while. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, it's nice to have the championship back, and today it feels more like county championship weather. Yesterday it felt all too much that the season's end was approaching, with the cloud cover and the bad light stopping play towards the end of the day. That's really where it starts to feel like the end of season, isn't it, when you've got bad light stopping play a lot at the end of the day. Here's Actor bowling to Scriven. First delivery, tries to whip it through the leg side, but doesn't get a run. Ed Middleton on the field at forward square leg, and no run, so they ended the over 305 for 8.
Yeah, it felt very September weather yesterday, didn't it? Which is, I know we're nearly there, but we're not there yet, aren't we? So this is much more like it today.
Yep, and the strong winds don't seem to have been quite as much of a factor this morning as, I mean, obviously we're not out there, but it doesn't look as I thought it might, in terms of bowlers really struggling with maybe cross breeze to control the ball. Looked as though it was going to be quite a strong wind today, but it's not quite as strong as I think it was forecast, so I'm sure everybody's quite relieved about that.
Certainly not as bad as overnight. Was your garden as rearranged as mine when I came?
You think I've got a garden?
You might have a small garden, I don't know.
God, what an assumption to make.
Okay. Sorry for that assumption.
No, that's fine. Would you like the pavilion end?
Sure. Ajit Singh Dale has come on to bowl at the pavilion end, and he is into Travaskis, just down the leg side, and Bracey takes a good stop down the leg side on the half volley. A little bit of a loosener for Ajit.
Did you, well, I suppose you were here yesterday morning, were you here for the full day yesterday?
I wasn't. I'm kind of, so I'm allowed to come in and train in the mornings at the moment with the family. Obviously I've been away for a few weeks from the family with the 100, so now I'm making up for that and putting in my hours with the girls at the moment, but obviously needing to also do my training and get ready for that quarter final in a few weeks or a couple of weeks. So yeah, I've been predominantly training till about lunchtime and then heading back and having the afternoons with the family at the moment. As Ajit is into Travaskis again, they've put a wicket in place and it is worked into square leg, and they will come through for a single. Ollie Price, the man who's moved into mid-wicket from slip to Travaskis, but he will go back in for Scriven. The scoreboard's not working.
No, it's kaput. It
Is it really?
Ex-scoreboard.
Wow.
It's not even pining for the fjords. It's completely dead.
So what? Funeral done?
Yeah, I think so. We're in mourning.
Right.
Up here,
well, the bottom,
we've got to lean over to our left. And yes, well, it was very informative yesterday. It told us Leicestershire were battered.
It's a big scoreboard, just to let you know the toss, isn't it?
Well, we're all about simplification of communication to the public.
Singdale in to Scriven, who works it just in front of point. Middleton comes around from point to collect the ball, but they will come through for the single.
You know, I think it's the next stage, really, from just runs and balls, and just need to tell people who's batting.
Well, now it's like a football school, I guess, isn't it? It's just
Yes.
2-2, the points are there. That's all you need, how many points you're on.
Well, I mean, this could be an exciting morning. It could be 3-3. It could be 3-2 either way at 307 for 8.
On the edge of your seats, it's Ajit Singh Dale into Javaskis. Good length and just worked into mid-wicket to Wally Price, who collects the ball and straight onto Shine. It looks a bit of a dull ball, that, from here. I don't know whether that's just my eyes, but it sounds quite soft off the bat as well.
What's interesting is yesterday, so this is the third ball that was used in this innings. So Marchand de Lange actually mentioned, and I wondered on air, having seen this ball when it first came out, was the new ball that they got yesterday maybe not actually the best one?
Okay. Ajit Singh Dale into Travaskis again. Good length, forward defence into mid-wicket to Wally Price again. Right, okay.
Who's picking the balls at the moment, by the way?
Well, out of the group, it would normally be myself or Josh Shaw are the main two, but considering neither of us are out there, I would predict out of the bowlers out there, it would probably be de Lange. Would be my guess. I don't know if Ajit has got into picking the balls yet. Yeah, my assumption would be Marchand de Lange would be picking the balls.
Very exact science, I'm sure.
Ajit into Javaskis down the leg side. Good pace through to the keeper. Just a little bit too straight, and that finishes the over. 307 for 8, Leicestershire.
Anyway.
There is a science to it as well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounded very defensive. But
Yeah, well, I do think there's a science. I think. Well, it depends if you've ever seen a box of balls. Would your assumption be they're all very similar? You're expecting to see almost a...
My expectation would be that they would be similar enough that I wouldn't know which to choose, but tell me that.
I'll have to try and bring you a box and do a test on you and see.
Yeah, that's good, because I don't know whether you're... I guess you're looking at the seam.
Yeah.
You're looking at the colour.
A little bit, yeah.
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 What's more desirable, darker?
I think so.
Lighter?
I think there's analysis as such that it doesn't necessarily make a difference, but in my eyes, the darker means it's just slightly harder for the batter to see. If you've got a nice bright red thing.
Actor runs in, bowls very wide, and it's been signalled a wide by Jack Chantry, and James Bracey has to go lunging away in front of the slip cordon and brings it down, but that is the second wide in the innings. 308 for 8.
One of the things you'll probably be amazed to know is the size of the ball. You put it in your hand, and some of them feel like big, massive balloons in your hand. And
that is exactly what Marchand said in the interview yesterday. Actor bowls jabbing and missing as Scriven, outside the off stump. Looks keen to feel bat on ball in his early innings. Does Scriven had a bit of a go at that and missed it. And that is exactly what de Lange said. He said he felt that the ball just seemed really big in his hand, and that's something I've heard other people say, and you know, like you say, you don't imagine that that's going to be an issue, but it can be. Actor in, and Scriven this time playing almost an exaggerated forward defence.
So which ball is he saying? The new ball that he picked felt big?
Well, I don't know whether
the wrong ball.
That's why I wanted to ask you who was responsible for picking.
Maybe he wasn't then. If he's saying it felt big,
you know, yeah, it didn't sound as if, unless he was trying to just get away with the fact that he was the one that chose the ball, thinking that I wouldn't then have an opportunity to follow up that it was him that chose it. Actor in, bowls, and squeezed away by Scriven through the gully. They'll take a single, Hammond into the slide, and keeps it to that single. 309 for 8, Leicestershire.
I wouldn't have thought he would have picked it if he's then saying it felt big, I imagine. But that, my concern is now possibly did anyone pick it, and they've been handed, you know, if you don't pick one, then the umpire just picks the first one they see in the box, really, and so you could get anything, because there could be a nice small dark with a big seam in that box somewhere. Yeah. That we've left for Leicester at this, but or they're all big, bright and round, and it was the best of a bad bunch. You just a bit of licorice all sorts sometimes.
Actor right arm over to Travaskis, the left-hander, who turns this one to leg, and Hammond fields at mid-wicket. Anyway, so there was that ball. There was another which lasted for just over 4 overs before that was then changed. And the second changed ball, all of a sudden, you know, you're always thinking a ball change might just change the way that things are out in the middle. As Actor bowls, poked away towards backward point and fielded by Dom Goodman there, so no run. Nearly all the time, does absolutely nothing, but this was one of those rare occasions when straight away the ball Actor was bowling, the ball swung away at pace, carried through so much better to James Bracey, immediately extra slip in place, and it only took a matter of a few deliveries in fact it was just 3 for Rehan Ahmed to be dismissed. Travaskis drives out through the covers. That's a pleasant looking shot going out towards the boundary. It'll go over the boundary for 4. Dent can't catch up with it. Just a bit of width. Travaskis lent into the shot nicely. It wasn't a forcing drive, just timed it away and to that extra cover boundary for 4. 313 for 8. Travaskis has 26 at the end of that over. 2 more overs left before a second new ball will be available, whoever's chosen it.
If someone's chosen it. I pray someone's chosen it.
But anyway, Rehan Ahmed had quite a significant glare a couple of times back to the umpires, because obviously he felt that the ball was not in the same condition as the ones that had come before. So
it's just an amazing
it's the
game
way that it
cricket,
goes. Yeah,
it? You could just, there's no other sport where you get something like that, is there? You're suddenly changing the game. Ajit Singh Dale into Scriven, just outside the off stump on a good length and left alone by Scriven.
Well, he had Deflategate in the NFL.
Right, I'm not a huge NFL watcher.
No, well, this was before a Super Bowl, probably about 6-7 years ago, something like that. Tom Brady, the great quarterback at the time, on his run for the New England Patriots, apparently, I can't remember exactly why, I guess because of the way that it sailed through the air, but they apparently deflated the balls.
Singdale into Scriven, who forward defends into the offside, no run.
And this was a massive controversy and a bit of a cloud over one of the Patriots' Super Bowl wins. But I'm trying to think, you know, there's been talk before various football World Cups, hasn't there, about what's the ball like this time, but it doesn't really change, I wouldn't think, between
we all play with the same ball throughout
yeah.
that tournament then, because I guess it's a level playing field as Singdale is into Scriven again, who forward defender this time, catches the outside half of his bat and runs down to third man just for 1 run to bring Travaskis back on strike. Score 314 for 8.
But yeah, I mean, particularly, I guess even just, you know, the different colours and the different manufacturers, there are so many variations, and of course this year we've been playing with 2 different manufacturers, even with the red ball.
That's what I wonder, if it is interesting to me how you can get one box of balls with so many different balls in that box, as Singdale's into Travaskis defends off the back foot into mid-wicket. Yeah, that you can you can have one with a flat seam that's wider, you can have quite a narrow, almost more egg-shaped with a pronounced seam. Some of you talk about the quarter seam, which is the smooth side of the ball where it's stitched together down the middle of that. Sometimes that, you look at the stitch, sometimes it's really nicely, you can almost see no quarter seam. Sometimes it looks like it's already coming apart, which is a concern. Singdale is into Travaskis round the wicket, turns into mid-wicket again, no run.
Now, this is a question I want to ask, because I heard somebody say this yesterday as well, and it's something that you hear a lot from cricket fans, and you know, I'm sure even up here we've thought it a few times as well. But basically, when you get a ball that's out of shape, some people say, well, being out of shape, does that not mean that it's going to do odd things off the surface? So do you not want to keep it?
Singdale round the wicket to Travaskis, back of a length, defended on the back foot into cover. which will end the over 314 for 8. Travaskis on 26, Scriven on 3. Yeah, it's a good point. Sometimes they do get so far out of shape. The odd time you will bowl a couple of balls with it, like you say, to see if it does behave strangely, but more often than not, it does it. You know, the one thing I guess you know, depending on the bowler, you know it's not going to swing, is the main thing, because it's out of shape, so the seam can't stay in a nice straight line as it goes down. But as you say, for that nip, there is some, I guess, method to the madness that an out of shape ball might nip, but I think generally also if it's going out of shape, it probably means it's soft, which is the main reason then you're looking to change it.
Actor starts a new over, 3 slips in place, and Scriven comes forward and keeps that one out as it's sent back to the bowler. So yeah, so I think that's, in terms of, you have a look and then the evidence is kind of in front of you that it's not doing anything.
Usually it's the lead up as well. If there's a big punch, you haven't taken a wicket in a while, the ball hasn't been doing anything, you're almost hoping for that moment where it does go out of shape for you to go, right, let's change this ball.
Actor in, Scriven flashes that one away past the slip cordon, and it goes down to the deep third boundary for 4. There's no gully in the 80th over, and they did have 3 in the cordon, one more than they have had at times, and it did flash very quickly through there. Scriven playing it late, and yes, it was in the air, but away from the fielders, and another boundary down to that region. I think the wagon wheel showed 64 runs were scored through that area yesterday. Actor into Scriven down the leg side, tries to flick it away and misses it as it goes through to the keeper. Did notice they had a deep third in for some of the bowling this morning, but not all of it. I think that it can't have been 60. What did I say? 64 anyway.
Yeah.
67 now, so it must have been 61 or something like that. Anyway, it was in the 60s. More runs scored through the covers, actually, with second highest scoring area as Scriven hops into a defence, plays that one back to the bowler. So I think the last time we chatted was at the end of, hate to rake that memory up for you, but the end of that Hampshire T20 at
brilliant
Southampton. Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
Well, at least Hampshire then turned up for the game that mattered from a Gloucestershire point of view after that as well. Actor in, bowls, Scriven turns it into the onside, bit of hesitation at the non-striker's end from Travaskis, but it's a comfortable single wide of mid-on, 319 for 8.
That also was one of those strange, I don't know, I didn't mind as much for a couple of one. I felt like I executed my over pretty well, and it was one of those, you need to reflect like that. If I'd have missed and you're getting hit, then you feel really annoyed with yourself, but actually I executed, and actually just a good friend, annoyingly, Benny Howe, also was executing perfectly in the day. And it's one of those, he'd had a bit of a tough time. I'd spoken to him before, and he was a bit low on confidence, tough tournament and things like that, and so actually that was huge for him to be able to do that, and obviously for us it was disappointing, but better that it was him.
Actor around the wicket, and Travaskis plays this one from the crease out into the covers. There's no run. That ends over number 80, so the second new ball is available. Leicestershire at 319 for 8. 50 minutes worth of play this morning. Not been such free-flowing in terms of run scoring, with 28 runs added for the loss of 1 wicket. Ben Green bowled off the inside edge onto the pad. Zolan Actor getting him for 10.
New ball has been taken straight away. It will be Ajit Sindale to carry on from the pavilion end.
But yeah, anyway, after that,
yeah, they
needed four separate parts to go Gloucestershire's way, 2 within their control and 2 not within their control, and one by one it all fell into place.
The dominoes fell in the right direction. Yeah, I remember very nervously watching that Hampshire game because they seemed in full control, didn't they? In the power play, they'd started brilliantly. It was kind of like, oh, they're going to breeze this, and then the young guns of Essex, Benkenstein and Allison, really kept us sweating for a long time there, didn't they?
Yeah. I think when Critchley was out and about 4 down early on, I uttered the immortal words, surely they can't win it from here.
Sindale, into Scriven. It leaps off a length and was into the thigh pad of Scriven, goes down to far leg. Bit of movement early on straight away for that new ball.
It's been signalled a run. I thought that just thudded straight into the thigh pad like you, but
must have tickled the glove maybe on the...
I just thought that, given the action off the pitch, that Scriven would have been wringing his hand out if that had caught some glove, but
well, it looked like it happened so quickly as well. He'd done well to get a glove on that with the movement. But so Singdale will come round the wicket to Travaskis. 2 slips in place. Square leg is just dropping to the boundary. As he comes in round the wicket, very full, driven nicely from Travaskis through extra cover. That will easily race over the boundary. And that one looked a little bit less venomous than the first delivery. I was going to ask you about the pitch actually, because it looked in the morning session it was going to be a bit of a slow, turgid one, but actually I don't know, watching this morning it looks a bit more pace and carry than...
I think so. I mean, I was wondering, I'm no expert at all, but I was wondering almost, has it got to the point where there's a bit less live grass on it now, so that it's possibly at its quickest at this point, and then it may just get slower from now?
Singdale is into Travaskis again. Nice, good length on off stump, forward defence from Travaskis into the covers, no run. Yeah, it's tough because I always thought at Bristol really the live grass helps the carry and pace, but I think the most important thing is what's underneath the grass, and is it soft, is it hard? And I think it looked a little bit soft to be in there, possibly wind and some good weather yesterday. This morning, has it just dried out the softness possibly? Is it a little bit harder on top now, giving it that slightly extra bounce and carry? Singdale into Travaskis again round the wicket on good length and off stump, defended onto the onside, no run.
Yeah, and from up here you turn up on a day like today with the sun out and you see the outfield, everything looks lighter green and it brings out the more sandy colours in the pitch, and it just looks so different from yesterday. But because you can't get out there, and even if we could, I wouldn't have a clue what I'm looking for anyway. But from a distance, you know, everything just looks so different depending on what the weather's like.
Singdale, big appeal, looking for an LBW. The umpire says no, that looked close. Did he get an inside edge on that?
I wondered if he might have just got outside the line first up.
Around the wicket, we'll get a second look at this.
Let's have a look. No, he's certainly not outside the line. And well, Travaskis has presented as batters do so surreptitiously present the bat to the umpire to suggest that he got some bat on that, and I think, like you say, that was probably the only thing that could have
I'm pretty sure it looked like that from up here. Even in real time it looked like an inside edge, which has saved him on that occasion. Singdale in again, full delivery and a nice forward defence from Travaskis on the offside, no run, which brings the end of the first over with the second new ball. 324 for 8 Leicestershire.
But yeah, were you watching it at home? Was there wasn't like a sort of a watch party or anything for the for the Hampshire Essex
No,
game?
I remember there was well, I think actually, because it was the end of the tournament, wasn't it? I think we'd finished our group games, so a few of the younger lads had actually gone on their travels to Spain, I think, for a weekend away to get away. So they were watching it, I believe, in a nightclub somewhere or something like that.
Watching it in a nightclub.
Well, you know,
sort of
all for the cause. I think there's a great video of them seeing the last ball, and they're in the middle of the dance floor, but they've got the phone out, making sure they're watching. No, unfortunately, I was very contrastly watching it at home with our little one, who was probably 3 or 4 months old at that point, in a sling in front of the TV.
Actor bowls his first over with this second new ball, and that is going to be signalled leg by, as Scriven can't get any bat on it. Goes back out of square on the leg side. 325 for 8.
Yeah, so I remember myself and Jack Taylor both had the slings on in our own homes, but messaging each other, stood in front of TVs trying to get the kids to sleep. But yeah, I remember, you know, you were messaging at the start, like, great start, you just felt very confident, and it was like, what's going on? No! No!
It's Actor in, and Travaskis lets that go outside the off stump. David Payne alongside myself, Ed Seaborn, will get Richard Ray back in a wee while. I'll just
do a short one if that's
right.
all right.
Yeah, no problem at all.
need to go and finish my training. Really, it was just to pop up and say hello to you and see.
Well, if you can pop up at any point in the
I think
next
I can,
couple of days
yeah, I think
as
I'm
well, but
back tomorrow,
yeah.
so I can pop up again tomorrow.
Actor bowls full and wide, and Travaskis can't dig that one out other than back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, no, it would be fantastic to have you back whenever you're able to. But yeah, I must have got through. I shudder to think how many paces I got through round the room watching that. It was not a pleasant experience. But like you say, with Vincent McDermott getting Hampshire off to that sort of a start, and when they do that, you feel Hampshire so often win, even though they weren't having a great season. Forward defence from Travaskis, foot to the ball and blocking it up to mid-off. But yeah,
I guess it made it more, made it more entertaining in one way, that it was a nail biter.
Well, you got all the experience that most fans get when they're watching you play, and what it would have been like for them watching that Middlesex game, for example, which was still tense enough.
And I hated it.
Here comes Actor. Bowls as is flicked away backward of square to the fielder at long leg, Singdale. And one more run, 3:26 for 8.
I guess the difference was not being able to affect it. That was you sat there watching, and normally as a player, you might be in the field watching something, and be like, right, I'm going to get the ball, and I'm going to try and affect this game and try and do something. But like you say, as a fan, simply watching, you feel helpless, and you're just screaming at the telly, telling them what to do.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it must almost be worse actually, because you you know even more what they should or shouldn't be doing. As Actor bowls a full delivery, that's a nice shot from Scriven. It's gone down to the long-on boundary for 4, and just a little roll of the wrists for an on drive, and that ball speeds to the boundary. So Scriven starting to get moving, 13 from 16 deliveries. In fact, he sort of rolled his wrists actually after he played it. It really was quite a straight on drive. And 330 for 8, the score. So you take the new ball, a couple of boundaries.
Yeah, I'm just watching Actor bowling for that. He just looks a little bit out of rhythm, which is surprising considering the week he had last week, I guess, where with the Lions he looked like he was bowling beautifully. It just like everything had come together at the right time. But maybe possibly, like you say, I can't really see the wind, so you can see that big tree is blowing a gale, to be fair. So possibly, you never know if the wind's wreaking havoc out there. Singdale round the wicket again to Travaskis. Good length, another defence into the covers, no run.
But I guess from a teammate point of view, Actor, Singdale, Ollie Price, seeing them all get a Lions call up, being able to go as a little group as well, I'm sure helps when I guess you probably haven't had time to build up so many of the connections with other players when you're that young as well. Must help.
Well, I just think it was a really proud moment for anyone associated with the club to have, I guess, a quarter of the team represented by this club. As Singdale is round the wicket, Jurassic worked into mid-wicket, pushes hard for 1, looking for 2, but there will be no 2 as Charlesworth comes in to field the ball. Yeah, I certainly just, I don't know, I felt probably as a long-serving member of this club that was just a really proud moment to see 3 guys that really deserve to be there to get those call-ups. Obviously, we know Ollie's been there a little bit already, so that was no surprise, but I know how chuffed both Zaman and Ajit were to receive those call-ups, and it seems like they all did themselves really proud. Obviously, Zaman had a great game. I think Ajit was unfortunately struggling with a bit of illness during the game, which is unfortunate, but I know he'll just be happy as he comes into Scriven, back of the length, worked in the covers, no run. He'll have just been really chuffed to, as he said in an interview, that he's got that call up and knows that he's on their radar and they're having a look at him. And I think as a player, just even that alone is a huge step for you, and huge boost, knowing that England are interested and keeping an eye on you. It looks like he's bowled beautifully this game at the moment, holding his length really well. Figures are pretty tidy at the moment. As he comes in to Scriven once more. Full on a big drive. Play and miss from Scriven, goes through to Bracey. Gloucestershire were really hoping to pick up these last 2 wickets as quick as they can now. Get on to the batting hand.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be hoping it's, once they can get there, with the sun coming out and staying out and maybe a bit of breeze making it tricky, they'll be hoping it's not a bad day to bat, but yeah, got to get there first.
Singdale in to Scriven again. Nice delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Scriven on a good length. We were talking about this yesterday, actually, how it's over the years gone by. We've always noticed that slowly going is the genuine tail enders of a batting order, where you had the bowlers that couldn't really hold a bat. It was almost like you got them 7 down and you knew the inevitable was coming, that the next 3 were pretty quick. But actually you look at Tom Scriven coming in at number 10.
Tom Scriven at 10. I mean, I know exactly what you mean, and you're absolutely right. This is a really extreme example when you've got Scriven down this low. I mean, as Richard Ray pointed out yesterday, he's currently top of the batting averages.
So it just feels, but it feels like that's the way the game's going, in terms of if you're a coach, as Singdale's into Scriven again, who forward defends down the middle, they're going to pinch a single as this rather stiff-looking Martian Delanga wanders round to pick up the ball. And that'll be the end of the over 332 for 8, Leicestershire. But yeah, so as a coach, I don't know, there's almost a feeling, I think, at the moment in the game that as a bowler, very rarely now is a bowler not allowed to have some sort of potential with their batting and be able to hold a bat and offer something down the order in all forms, really. Obviously, we know in white ball cricket the ideal is that they can slog a few sixes at the end, but I think even so now in red ball, going are the days where you 9, 10, 11 can't hold the bat. And you say, you've got Tom Scriven at 10, who averages 72 this year with the bat. It's a bit ridiculous.
Yes. Yeah, although, I mean, you did wonder about England's selection for this test match, with quite a, relatively speaking, given what we've been used to, with a bottom 5, Wokes, Atkinson, Potts, Wood and Bashir. Goodman returns from the Ashley Down Road end. That's nicely driven by Travaskis, but can't beat Dent at extra cover. Incidentally, update from that test match, England have just brought up their 302 for 6, so Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson going well this morning. I've put curses on people from other grounds these last couple of days, so I might not mention this detail. Goodman in, and Scriven tries to lay back and drive the ball through the covers, and it comes off the inner part of the bat out into the onside for no run, and Jamie Smith has reached his first England 100, first Test 100, which is a great moment for him, and he fully deserves it. He's a fantastic player to watch, and we saw probably a bit too much of him here a couple of years ago when Surrey came here. He made about 160 odd, I think. Goodman bowls, let go, and off the glove of Bracey, and then off Ollie Price at first slip, so they will get a bye, and the score up to Triple Nelson for 8.
Yeah, I think Jamie Smith was one of those. There's a very few it happens to, but guys that come along, young players in the game, and you straight away kind of pick them as a person you think this guy's going to do big things in the international arena. You can see the guys that are going to go on to that next level, and he, unsurprisingly, is also proving that he's suited at that next level. And as you say, great milestone for him to get that first 100 for England.
Yeah,
even in the T20 at the Oval, I don't know if you remember, we talked about it. He came in this year, March and Delanga bowling good pace, bowled him about chest-high delivery.
Goodman round the wicket to Travaskis, who pushed drives up to mid-off off the front foot, no run.
And he almost worked it off his, it's nearly only just full of a bouncer. He played it as if it was 70 mile an hour, worked it through mid-on for a 4. It was one of those shots you just look, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
He was having a fantastic T20, wasn't he? I mean, sorry, you would always predict that they ought to qualify for the quarterfinals of that competition. As Goodman bowls and run down to deep third, and there's nobody there. They've had a fielder there at varying stages, but we've seen quite a few of those sorts of shots where it's just looked very easy to open the face and run it down to that region, and it speeds away for 4. 300 and... Ooh. Got down as a single. The scoreboard operator clearly thinks there should be a field down there because they've only given it as a single. So I think the score should be 337 for 8. But another boundary to Travaskis.
Letting the captain know what they're thinking.
Yeah. 2 slips, quite a ring field, deep backward square and long leg as well. And Scriven now just works it into the gap created by that deep backward square, and 1 run to end the over. So 338 for 8 at the end of that over. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that Surrey would have actually made it into the quarterfinals were it not for the runs that Jamie Smith produced. He seemed to be scoring just game after game for them when they were missing so many of their stars as usual. But I mean, I didn't actually go back and watch the highlights which are available on the BBC iPlayer. Got to get those plugs in.
Yeah, well done.
But I didn't actually go back and watch it yesterday. But I would imagine that Brooks-Smith partnership, can't be too many better players to watch than that.
Oh, Singdale was round the wicket to Travaskis there. He was poking at a delivery on about 5th stump, good length, and looks like it's lifted. A little bit of movement. Nearly takes the outside edge through the bracy. Good pace from Singdale. Oh, just goes away from Travaskis a little bit. Just shows there's a little bit in this pitch if you hit that good area enough times. Almost I was thinking that the one that's gone down to deep third in the previous over, how it looked a little bit slow off the wicket. It just seems maybe there's a little bit too paced, which probably, like I say, is to do with the weather. So the odd one is zipping through. Singdale in again to Travaskis, and this one is off the outside half of the bat down to that deep third where Goodman is this time to make sure it doesn't go for 4. Will just be the 1. Must be into the 70s now, deep third, is it?
I think it must be, yes. Getting towards the 80s. 75 it is.
It's one of those ones that really frustrates you because maybe the only thing I could have thought from watching this period with Gloucester, it's easy to say from up here whether if you want the third but you want a third slip in as well, whether you lose your cover and just get your mid-off in tighter. But Singdale into Scriven, who's whipping that off middle stump, it looks like. Just a little bit straight. De Lange gives chase to the boundary and he will get there just in time. But Scriven has run very well and they will come back for 3. It's a stiff looking De Lange. He just looks a bit sore at the moment, the big man, as he chases that ball.
I thought, he'll just bend down straight forward, pick up there and then just had to tip it back in and then just lobbed a throw into the striker's end that most of us, I mean, never mind the fact that the shoulder would be feeling like it would fall off after trying to do that, but actually just lob it in still with that much pace on it.
This was the one thing we were a little bit worried about, having not really played much cricket the last month, March, and as Singdale's round the wicket, Travaskis who forward defends nicely, no run. Where was, I guess, there's a strength and conditioning department, just where his loadings were going to be at, because you'd say he's fresh and well rested, not playing much cricket in the last month, but that can, I guess, after a day like yesterday, then he might be a very stiff and sore man today, because that'd be a shock to the system going from not much bowling to however many overs it was, 15 to 20 overs yesterday. Singdale round the wicket to Travaskis again, another good length around that off stump, and Travaskis forward defends into the offside, no run.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point I will ask about your 100 this season, but I think you probably
go and do some training,
disappear before that. So we'll leave those that don't particularly like to hear about it. Your ears will not have to burn for the foreseeable future. But
we'll leave it till tomorrow.
I would like to hear about it. I'm sure there are a lot of people who would also like to hear about it. So we'll get to that another time. Oh. I did notice you got your career best with the bat in that competition, but sadly I didn't get to see that particularly. game.
Well, they got a bit giddy after that and moved me up to 8, and then it all went wrong. Singdale bowls in. The forward defence from Travascus again worked into the onside, and he'll take 1 run, and that will complete the over. Leicestershire 343 for 8, Travascus 39, Scriven 17, and I will say goodbye to everyone on Ed Seaborn and see you tomorrow.
Thanks very much for your time, as ever. Magnificent to have David Payne with us, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your gym session. Everyone's going to the gym apart from us. Looking over at James Healy next to me. No, nice brisk walk up the hill after the day's play will do me, as Richard Ray is back with me. Did you enjoy your gym session this morning?
Absolutely, yes. Hammering the treadmill. I tend to use it for cardio rather than strength work. Well, the Gloucester bowlers are having to be strong this morning. Leicestershire keeping them out there. Round the wicket comes Goodman. Solidly forward goes Travascus. Solid is how you describe him today, really. He's been patient, careful. Picked off 1 or 2. Played and missed at 1 or 2, as you'd expect. Against the new ball, remember. But as David said, there'll be 1 or 2 for all that Marchant yesterday said, it's good to get back to bowling 16 overs a day. Well, yeah, tell that to your body as well. You might be able to convince it, but
he did admit he was feeling a bit stiff yesterday.
A little bit, and then the next morning, in particular, in goes Goodman and bowls. Travascus is forward, pushing it firmly out towards Dent in the covers, and there's no run. A lot more people in today. Noticed sat outside for a while when you were talking to David, and noticeably more have come into the ground, seated in front of the flats on the far side, on the Ashley Down Road side of the ground. They're getting a bit impatient as in goes Goodman, and bowled, pulled by Travascus on the bounce to mid-wicket, where Price makes the stop, and Travascus holds the pose and looks, how did I miss out there, he says. All it needed to be was a yard either side of him, and that would have crunched into the advertising hoardings for 4. He remains on 39. 3 for 3 for 8. Yeah, Scriven at 10 is a joke, really. He, from what I've seen of the young man, as Goodman is round the wicket and bowls, and Travascus is forward, blocking it out to Dent in the covers, off stump, and there's no run. He's perfectly capable of batting 6. And there was some debate about whether he or Holland might be promoted to open amongst us, maybe not among the coaching staff. Perhaps Holland's record as an opener in the One Day Cup made him a sort of shoe-in for the role once they decided to leave Budinger out. Goodman is in. Travascus back foot defensive shot to the straight ball, drops it down the pitch on the onside on this occasion. But amongst the supporters and fans of Leicestershire, when they're not talking about the new membership prices, which is occupying many people's attention at the moment, and the batting order also. Scriven 72, you mentioned in terms of his average, is obviously boosted by a series of not outs. As Goodman is in and bowls short, pulled in the air, but no, bounces down actually from Travascus. It was an odd sort of little pull hook, a gesture rather than anything from Travascus. He looks quizzically at his bat, managed to pull it down. It bounced up high to Price, and it's the end of the over. A maiden over, curious one from Goodman. 4 overs of his 21 have been maidens, 1 for 73 from him. He's charging in with great goodwill and gusto, but not getting too much from the new ball. But interesting to hear David talking about the pitch as well, and possible two-pace nature might develop a bit. We may be clutching at straws to a certain extent. Ed nods beside me. Experienced many a Bristol pitch that has not fulfilled its promise
over the years. No, Here comes Singdale bowling to Scriven, who plays a quiet little punch out to the cover fielder Chris Dent, and there's no run. No, I mean, I particularly in white ball cricket, and I know that it's not just my inability to read pitches as well. You just, particularly in white ball cricket, you do not know what a good score is going to be on any given Bristol surface, because particularly when it comes to the international matches that are scheduled here, they tend to be pretty high scoring. Singdale tries a Yorker, but Scriven looking for runs as he clips it into the leg side, but Hammond is in the way at mid-wicket, so there's no run. But any given pitch, you just have to kind of see how it plays really here. I don't think even, and in some ways over the years that has often been a strength of Gloucestershire, in that they've had somebody at the top of the order that assesses pitches really well and assesses a good score, but it doesn't always work to your advantage. Singdale bowls, Scriven drives square on the offside, but this time it's backward point in play, and again there is no run. Speaking of those internationals, the fixtures announced for next year, and I'm sure the powers that be will be absolutely delighted to have not been allocated a September fixture for the men's international that will be staged here next year. It's actually going to be in June. You can play cricket in June. Here comes Singdale, bowls a bouncer. Scriven ducks underneath it. Bracey takes behind the stumps. So the second T20 international between England's men and West Indies will be a Sunday afternoon T20 on the 8th of June, 2:30 start for that one, and a T20 international second in the series between England's women and India is a 6:30 start on the 1st of July. So those are the two international fixtures on this ground for next year. Singdale bowls, loud grunt, but Scriven calmly runs it down to deep third, where that looks like Ed Middleton on the field, so somebody's nipped off briefly. Single added, 344 for 8, so approaching another batting bonus point. Leicestershire, that's a Tuesday evening, that women's game. And have we got a problem with the ball already?
How old is it?
6.5 overs. And yeah, it's got to be changed.
Goodness me.
I don't know if you were in the back of the box at that point, but we had quite a long discussion earlier with David Payne about choosing the balls and that sort of thing, and we were trying to work out who had chosen it from a Gloucestershire point of view, and perhaps this is more evidence that actually nobody chose it in the end, and they just ended up with whichever one the umpires picked, because if that is the case and somebody from Gloucestershire's picked a ball, then they haven't picked a great one. 6.5 overs.
As far as I'm aware, the bowling side does get to choose the new ball.
Yeah.
Because they should all be of theoretically uniform, so it shouldn't make any difference. They're all in the same condition. But the umpires obviously choose the ball if it has to be changed. So Jack Shantry seems to be the dominant, if that's the right word, of the two umpires when it comes to ball changes.
I'm sure he would have picked a few in his time.
Yeah, absolutely.
New ball bowler for Worcestershire.
So this is the 5th ball being used in the innings by Gloucestershire. So this should be in pretty good nick.
Yeah,
It's been changed just 7 7 overs old, essentially.
I don't know how you pick a ball that's only 6.5 overs.
Can't
I sort of think
carve
you
many
get a new
marks
ball
on
and
it, can
start
it?
banging it into the pitch or something.
Yeah, presumably each club has to have a certain number of balls of certain ages for the umpires to choose from. But we ought to find out what the rules and regulations, if there are any, if not just vague. Is it me?
Oh,
I think it might be you.
no,
the
it's
last
me,
ball of
isn't
the
it?
over.
Yes, sorry, because it got me because I was doing the other end when David Payne was on his switchback. Sorry. Anyway, there was no run. It was a straightforward forward defence from Travaskis to end the over, 344 for 8. No, I mean we had quite a long discussion about what you look for in terms of picking the balls, because when David Payne played, he was the ball selector for Gloucestershire, and
It's something the ECB could improve. Now, at matches, the match referees' duties, although hard to believe, include liaison with the media. So, if they took those duties as seriously as perhaps they should, then they ought to be available to come in for chats about things, relatively non-controversial things. They explain about the situation with the ball changes. How many balls does the host club have to have available, etc., etc., etc. But it's not something I've known any match referee be prepared to do, essentially. And if we were ever to be asked, I'm sure that's another thing we'd suggest to the ECB, that the match referee plays a more active role in terms of liaison with the media. So, with the new ball, or relatively new ball, we're going to get a couple of overs of spin. On comes Ollie Price from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls to Scriven, who leans forward and works it wristily through the vacant mid-on area down towards long gone and jogs 1, moves on to 19. He fancies another blob here, Tom Scriven. Of his 7 innings, 4 have been not outs, hence that average of 72.66. But he does have 2 50s to his name. It is not an entirely false average, and you've already seen probably enough to know why. So Price is going to go round the wicket to Travaskis, looking to turn it away from the left-hander. This could be interesting as the sun temporarily goes behind cloud. And that's a decent shout for a leg before, but sliding on down perhaps. It would have had to have straightened, and umpire Shantry just inclined his head to 1. Yeah, going down is, from looking behind, from the wicketkeeper with his back to us, in goes Price, and that is sliding down and helped through the leg side by Travaskis out towards deep square, where DeLanga underarms it back in. Travaskis jogs with that curiously sort of belligerent jog of his, slightly bandy-legged, down to the far end, and watches as Price is in to Scriven, who is forward. Bracey approves of that delivery, claps his gauntlets above his head. Leicestershire 3-4-6 now, that third batting bonus point within a blow. Price is in, gives it a little bit of air. Scriven waits for it, digs it out rather, ends up not quite yorking himself, but slightly over, reaching for the ball and clipping it out to mid-wicket. Not timing it. Price steps in and bowls. Forward goes Scriven on off stump. Back up the pitch goes the ball. End of a fairly respectable over from Ollie Price. Just conceded the 2 singles in it, but there was no obvious turn for him, and I'm not sure Gloucestershire would like to see too much at this early stage, bearing in mind Leicestershire have 2 frontline spinners and 1 part-time spinner in their ranks.
yeah, it would be a real surprise, to be honest.
An unwelcome
on this
one.
ground. Bristol is not somewhere that is nowadays well known for its turning pitches.
Might be different next week for Leicestershire when they're in Cardiff.
Yep.
Turns a bit there sometimes.
Might even be different next round for Gloucestershire if Zafar Gohar is ready to come back, which it certainly looked as if he was from his bowling performance yesterday. Singdale bowls and there's a wafting drive from Travaskis that he misses and it goes through to the keeper. But who knows what they have planned there, but I'm sure if you know one thing with Mark Lane as coach of your side, there will be a plan. So we'll find out what that is. But yeah, Zafar Gohar with a 6 for, I think it was in the end. We get the exact figures up. 6 for 77 yesterday as Gloucestershire's twos made it back-to-back wins in the second 11 championship as forward goes Travaskis and defends out into the covers. Of course, Chris Dent started that game off with a 178 in the first innings, and Joe Phillips with a ton that I'm sure will have given him a real confidence boost in the second innings of that game, and Tom Price with an 81 also in that innings, close to coming back. Wicket in that Essex chase as well. Singdale bowls, and Travaskis is on the front foot, getting a big stride in, not meeting it with the middle of the bat, but more than enough to keep it out. So yeah, it'll be curious to see what the side looks like next round, because of course there is the quarter-final to think about, and the side for that with, I'm assuming, no Bo Webster available for that game, coming back for just one game in early September when there's the Australian season approaching. Singdale bowls driving firmly Travaskis up to mid-off to Langer Fields. So there will be some potential selection conundrums, if I can get those words out of my mouth at this stage. For that, one may well have a bearing on another.
Sounds like the sort of word that should have an odd plural, doesn't it? Conundri or something.
Conundra. Yeah. Singdale charges past the umpire and bowls. Travaskis is struck on the pad. It's probably too high. Maybe angling down leg as well, but didn't quite look right. Singdale has got hands on hips, staring off into no man's land. Probably wasn't going down leg, but although there is the angle to think about, but I did think possibly a little high, and they've taken a leg by as well, down to deep third, so 347 for 8.
I like Price's appeals at second slip. Goes down on one knee with both arms outspread as if he's sort of declaiming a speech, a Shakespearean speech from the stage.
Infamy, infamy, they've all got it in for me. No, that's not Shakespeare.
worthy of Shakespeare.
Last ball of this over from Singdale. I think that's what he's thinking as he runs in and bowls, and Scriven taps it out into the covers. There is no run, and I do feel this has just been a pretty consistent theme for Singdale this season. He's had a catch dropped off his bowling. He had an incredibly close shout for leg before wicket yesterday that can only have been edge that kind of saved Rahane, it was at that stage. But he's ended up with 1 for 67, and that will be the end of his spell for now, as he's walking off sweater in hand, and can't help feeling that he's bowled rather better than 1 for 67. But there we go, them's the breaks. 347 for 8.
Price round the wicket to the left-handed Liam Travaskis with just the one slip now. Travaskis forces it away down towards third man. It's not going to go to the boundary, picked up around a couple of yards inside the ropes, and Travaskis adds to third man's score, picks up a couple. He ought to be better known, the scriptwriter for Carry On Cleo, for me, because, you know, even if that was the only line for which you were famous, infamy, infamy, they've all got it in for me. In goes Price, forward goes Travaskis. Then you've left something to the nation, haven't you? Apparently it was written by a chap called Talbot Rothwell.
Okay, yeah.
Of whom I have never heard.
Yeah, I I have heard of him.
Okay, in goes Price, bowls, worked out towards mid-on. He's quite deep, he's about halfway back there, Van Buren, and so Travaskis picks up one, and that is the 350 and the third batting bonus point. Steady rather than spectacular progress for Leicestershire this morning, but they've added 59 for the loss of just the one wicket. I'd be satisfied with that.
Sorry, I don't know if he wrote all of them, but I think he certainly wrote the sort of the golden age of them.
Price back over the wicket. Scriven goes back, works it just wide of mid-wicket, who likewise is similar to Van Buren, is a little deep back there, so one is taken. He deserves to be better known, I feel. Gerald Thomas gets all the credit for the carry-ons, and I suppose that's right. In goes Price and defended on the back foot by Travaskis out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
I'll take credit for it. It's disgusting, absolutely disgusting.
Well, it isn't though, is it? Travaskis loses patience and swings at one. Really, that was a sort of. Yeah, that was a bit of a release shot for Travaskis. He didn't time it at all, and it rolled quite slowly along the ground out towards Van Buren, but just a sense of the thread just stretching and almost snapping there as far as Travaskis is concerned. 351 for 8 at the end of the 90th over of the innings, so still 20 overs remain. They will have ambitions certainly for that fourth batting bonus point. Fifth is beginning to look a long way off.
Yeah, the football style scoreboard is reading Leicestershire 3, Gloucestershire 2, but they can get the equaliser with one more wicket. Proving hard to find, though. These two have been together now for just over 14 overs, and it's forced another spell out of Marchand de Lange, who's into his 21st over of the innings now, bowling to Scriven, who's driving neatly, but Chris Dent across to his right will cut it off at cover, and there is no run. So all but Zaman Akhtar now in the 20s in terms of overs delivered. Akhtar with 19. I wonder whether another little burst from Ben Charlesworth might be a possibility, but only Charlesworth will know that, as that's jabbed down to deep third, where there is protection in the form of Ed Middleton. And another single taken, 352 for 8. Charlesworth taking that wicket of Hanscom yesterday in just a 3 over spell. It might have been all that really he wanted to push himself for, but club managing to catch his delight in slow motion as he grabbed that wicket was quite a pleasing sight, I'm sure, for Gloucestershire supporters. As de Lange bowls, that's a lovely on drive from Travaskis. It's running out towards the longer straight boundary, and quite a stiff looking Van Buren chasing after that one, but just about cuts it off before it crosses the boundary rope, and 2 more to the total. 354 for 8. That would certainly have been 4 down to the Ashley Down Road end. And just leaning on the ball, enough pace with de Lange bowling, even if he's not at full pace. Nearly to send that to the boundary. De Lange bowls to Travaskis, who's forward, reaching for that defensive shot, plays it out to extra cover.
He was in position approximately 3.5 seconds before the ball arrived, though it seemed to be, but I exaggerate, of course, but he seemed to be there waiting for a good moment.
Yeah, they have looked as though they've had
looked a
time,
bit weary.
these two.
They've looked a bit heavy-legged. It's been a good, don't get me wrong, a good consistent attack from the Gloucestershire seamers, but a touch heavy-legged.
De Lange over the wicket bowls, rising delivery outside off, and Travaskis gets bat and gloves up and out of the way. Yeah, I think they've bowled on the whole better this morning than yesterday. It's probably been their most consistent session, but as yet they've only got the one wicket in just over an hour and a half, so they've not produced what they were hoping for, which was those 3 wickets early, and then he'd get batting even this morning. And with these two going the way they are, threatening even 400, De Lange bowls, and a poke and a miss from Travaskis, and De Lange lets out a roar of annoyance, toil away for that sort of a misjudgment from the batter, and then they don't nick it. A real dangle of the batter.
Slightly tired shot as well.
Yeah.
Delivery really, but he just needs to keep concentrating. Liam Travaskis, he could set a record or two here. He doesn't have a first-class century, surprisingly, for a batter of his capabilities. I think his high score is in the 80s.
It's odd for somebody of his sort of average.
He hasn't actually played that much,
but yeah, I guess that's probably it, isn't it?
For Durham, in his time. So, it's a rare opportunity for him. This is just his third first-class game for Leicestershire, his third of the season, obviously. Price then. Hammond had interestingly gone to leg slip, but he's been sent, whether that was a mistake or it was a suggestion on his part. Down the wicket goes Scriven, and lofting it straight and long, over, long, off, 4-4. It bounces over the ropes, and that was a brave, bold shot. Used his feet nicely, lifted it, wasn't afraid to go aerial, and got plenty of it, and brings up the 50 partnership. Scriven 25 of those runs, Travaskis 24. The remainder in extras, of course, but becoming more than annoying, I would suspect, from Gloucestershire's point of view. Price in again to Scriven, who is looking to paddle sweep, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, and there's a gesture of an appeal going through the motions, really. Price on that occasion trickles towards leg slip. Bracey reaches across and picks it up. Price bowls. Scriven goes back and might just have straightened a fraction on him. He ends up pushing it firmly back down the pitch towards Price. He looked as though he was getting in position to try and punch it away through the offside, and perhaps it came back. Not much if it did. In goes Price and bowls. Scriven's turning it into a gap in the onside towards square leg, and takes one as Charlesworth runs across. Yeah, just fishing out a few more details on Talbot Rothwell, because suddenly I want to know more about this man, and it is interesting. And the other great, in inverted commas, series that he was involved with, you may not be surprised to learn what it was, as round the wicket goes Price and bowls, and Travaskis is forward, back up the pitch goes the ball, was Up Pompeii on TV, so of a similar sort of style of humour. But he met a couple of the he sort of first got involved in carry-on films, believe it or not, in the milieu, I suppose, when he met a couple of actors. In goes Price and bowls, and forward again goes Travaskis, playing down the pitch on the onside. In German prisoner of war camps, and he met Peter Butterworth, and who were also interred during the war, and wrote a skit that was supposed to be, being acted out while an escape was going on. So, quite what the Germans made of a Talbot Rothwell carry-on script in one of the prisoner of war camps. One can only. Well, they don't mind a bit of lavatorial humour. From what I've seen on trips to Germany, so perhaps it went down well.
Gosh,
there you go. You know a bit more about Talbot Rothwell now.
I suppose I ought to have thought of that series as well, because, like you say, there's the
television
hallmark
version, isn't it? Yeah.
is there.
And with the common denominator of Frankie Howard, who appeared in a few carry-on films as well.
Yep.
3:59 for 8, by the way.
Yes, as De Lange is just doing up a lace at the moment, and Van Buren having a chat to his old mate, trying to coax him through another few overs and hope that at least they can just break this partnership and get one end open. There's no guarantee that it's going to be over quickly anyway, as soon as fields start getting set back and all that sort of thing. But Gloucestershire in real need of a wicket here. De Lange to Scriven, who push drives, decent timing, but straight to Dent at cover. Slip and gully now, as well as that deep third, which was one field that David Payne mentioned up here that he wondered if he might see. So I don't know whether he's gone down and had a bit of a word or not, or whether Van Buren's just thinking along the same lines. De Lange bowls, maybe a hint of away shape, but let go by Scriven through to the keeper. Mark Wood with a typically entertaining innings in the Test match, 22 off 13 balls with 3 4s and a 6. Matthew Potts 10 not out alongside Shoaib Bashir at the moment, so the lower order of England has done its job for sure. De Lange bowls on leg stump, flicked away aerially but perfectly safe towards deep backward square. There is no fielder at the moment at deep backward square, and 2 more runs taken as Goodman comes round the boundary. 361 for 8.
The sound of Adrian Thomas's voice out on the terrace somewhere, which is unmissable. Reminds me, perhaps we ought to be looking up record sort of 10th wicket or 9th wicket partnerships for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire.
De Lange bowls, driving Scriven, picking out mid-off.
I would imagine it needs to be a lot more yet, but you never know.
No,
The counties have been playing each other for a long old time, haven't they?
Yeah, could be a ground record. There's always that exciting possibility. And I'm sure if a record were reached that he would.
First class partnership records for Leicestershire against Gloucester. Oh, I've got to sign in.
I'm sure he'll inform us. De Lange bowls a short ball. Scriven pulls it away firmly through backward square and for 4. Got hold of that one, and understandably the bouncers being sent down by De Lange don't have the same venom as they might have another time. It didn't look, though, exactly a harmless one, but Scriven has slammed it away to the boundary and moves into the 30s.
Well,
365
actually,
for 8.
They're drawing in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what it is. At the moment, it's 85 for the 9th wicket, and it was a relatively recent record.
De Lange bowls, another short delivery. Scriven ducks. That was a sharper bouncer. Scriven had to get down underneath it. The partnership's worth, let me just tot it up, 60 at the moment.
A bit of work to do, but it was set in 2015 at Grace Road. Adil Ali and Ben Rain were the men responsible. Record for the 8th wicket was set at Cheltenham in 1967. Jack Birkinshaw, who is now, of course, the club's president, and Graham Anthony Richard Locke, Tony Locke, as he's more commonly known. In goes Price and bowls, and forward goes Travaskis, just working the ball back up to the off-spinner.
They were talking about Jack Birkinshaw on TMS the other day.
Were they?
Yeah, how he'd moved from Yorkshire to get away from Illingworth, and lo and behold,
Round the wicket goes Price and worked out towards mid-wicket, runs across the field, and there's no run, and he turned up.
Yes.
But bringing success with him. Price bowls, slightly flatter, quicker delivery, leans forward Travaskis, who after that little sort of rush of blood a couple of overs ago when he tried to wipe one over mid-on, seems to have settled back into his patient mode. He's faced exactly 100 balls now for his 45. Price bowls to him. He's going to pick up a 46th run there. It comes rather off his inside edge as he poked forward and carried on with the arm the ball. Took the inside part of the bat and ran out towards square leg. 366 for 8. Came together with a score 305. when Ben Green was bowled by Actor off the inside edge and pad, and just had enough momentum, the ball, to trickle onto the stumps, and the off bail fell off. Scriven has quietly, and yet quite quickly, gone on to 32 off just 47. Price is in to him. He goes back and works it away through backward point. De Lange trots, if that's the right word. You don't want to say lumbers, do you? Because he's still quite limber.
I don't want to say that
not
to his face.
Anyway, yeah, absolutely. But he's a big chap, and moving sideways doesn't look the most comfortable of motions for him, the big fella. Scriven picks up one. Travaskis on strike. Price is in. Bowls to the former Durham, who leans forward and just plays it calmly through the vacant mid-on area down towards long on, and they're just having no real issues at the moment, these two. 368 for 8. The partnership goes on then to 63. Travaskis 47. Scriven 33. 13 minutes till lunch.
23 minutes.
Oh, of course, the extra overs. Beg your pardon, 10 past 1 today,
Light was
folks.
at the end of the tunnel, but it's been extinguished.
10 past, of course, yes.
But yeah,
that's all right. 10 minutes.
Well, you know, it could be if Leicestershire choose to lose these 2 wickets in these 13 minutes, they could
take
an
early lunch, or slightly earlier.
So it's in Leicestershire's interest to
if
get
hungry.
out. I think we've decided that up here.
No.
BBC's Richard Ray says Leicestershire need to get out so that I can have my lunch at 1 o'clock. Breaking news. In comes De Lange. Bowls to Travaskis for defends out to point.
The 7th wicket record was set at a ground at which Gloucestershire haven't played for some little time. For Leicestershire against Gloucestershire. The Wagon Works ground in Gloucester. Do you know, have you been past that or seen?
No, I haven't actually. I should get to some of these.
Is it still extant?
Grounds. In goes De Lange. Bowls. This is angled down to deep third by Travaskis for a single. 48 to Travaskis. I think it is still, somebody will be on to correct me, I'm sure. I think it is still a green space, but I'm not certain if there's still cricket there.
We did go through all the grounds Leicestershire have played on to find out, you know, whether cricket was being played on them, and most of them it was still being played, but not all.
In comes De Lange and bowls, and pushed into the covers by Scriven for no run.
Well, the obvious thing is to simply Google it, isn't it? Wagon Works ground, Gloucester.
Yeah, so there's a park area there, but I'm not sure whether they actually play any cricket on it. And this picture was taken a couple of years back. No, it is still used for cricket today, it says, yeah. In comes De Lange. Bowls, full delivery. Scriven has to get down low to defend that one. De Lange's eyes raised to the heavens, thinking he might have just got underneath, but nope. Another unsuccessful turn back to the mark. It's no wonder, really, that fast bowlers end up grumpy, with the exception of David Payne, of course. But, you know, the number of times you give maximum effort and then just have to turn, trudge back to your mark and go again. De Lange bowls bouncer, and that does balloon somewhat through to the keeper. It's okay as far as height is concerned, but Scriven didn't have too much to worry about.
No. He knew, didn't he, straight away? Waste of effort. And it takes a lot sometimes to hammer it in like that. Coming to the end of his 23rd over in the innings, march on.
Here comes De Lange, and this is square driven out to backward point. And there's no run, so a tight over from De Lange with just the 1 run from it, but at the moment it's hard to see where this wicket's coming from for Gloucestershire, even with one of their main strike bowlers bowling. And I think yesterday at times they did miss that lesser pace control bowler just to offset some of their quicker men. It might have meant that the day didn't get away from them. And they also did miss having a Zaffa, for example, to throw the ball to for a bit of spin, keep the over 8 going, and say, well, okay, just bowl me some overs to control things. They knew that their spin options, Ollie Price, Graham van Buren, there was the chance that the batters just set upon them, and they didn't want to invite that.
Price continues round the wicket, driven by Travaskis, but straight out to mid-off, who's a few paces deep, so gets to him fairly quickly, no chance of a run. Bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. This is his 8th over. None for 29 at the moment. Bowls outside off stump, driven away by Travaskis to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes 1. Moves on to 49. Much amusement down below.
Those picnic tables,
Yes,
down there. Several canine friends in today. Hope they've paid their fees.
in goes Price, and trying to nurdle it. Scriven misses the ball outside off stump, taken by Bracey. Was there any turn? It's going to be quite difficult to tell. I think he was beaten on the outside. He just missed the attempted little poke. He waits with bat raised as Price is in. Forward he goes. Back goes the ball up the pitch to Price.
We just have another visitation from the lady with the wonderful emerald dyed hair as well. Matching sunglasses.
Price is in. Bit more air on that one, but it is just that fraction wide, and Scriven can go back and nurdle effectively this time. Just push it out towards the sweeper on the point side, who's De Lange. Scriven picks up one, moves on to 34. Travaskis on 49 then. This would be, if he gets the run he needs, the 9th half century of his first class career. Price is in, bowls to him. He just leans forward, the Cumbrian, and drops it out towards short leg, and there is no run. End of Price's over. Again, perfectly respectable, but also concerningly unthreatening from Gloucestershire's point of view, and in a way from Leicestershire's point of view that they'd, I think, possibly like to see a little bit more happening, because let's face it, this ball is still now only 16 overs old, well, about, because it was changed after 6.5, wasn't it? 371 for 8.
But yeah, I mean, you get a fresh attack out there. You just don't know. It could be that also Rehan Ahmed with his wrist spinners. I mean, Google is
well, Hamish,
weapon,
watching from afar, says he thinks it's one of those pitches that might start going up and down a bit days 3 and 4, maybe.
Yeah, I think the issue with Bristol is we've got a short extra cover in at the moment. De Lange to Scriven, who's reaching for that one and cutting down to deep third for a single. 372 for 8. The issue here is that you get down, but you don't necessarily get up. The up disappears, and so you might get some low bounce, but the problem is that you're already on the front foot, so you're not being caught on the crease and then having to reach down where the ball that does shoot low really becomes dangerous. But you just never know. It's a 4-day game. The narrative so often unfolds in a way that you don't expect. De Lange into Travaskis, who drives up to mid-off. Quick single taken here as Singh Dale, who's had quite a few overs in those legs, tried his best to lunge and prevent the single and make some sort of athletic attempt at shying at the stumps, but only could knock it down. And the single means Travaskis is there to his half century. Quite a cursory raise of the bat to the dressing room, really, like he just wanted to get on with batting again. At 50 from 108 balls with 6 fours, and he was becalmed at the start of the day as Gloucestershire were at least in control of the scoreboard early on as Scriven defends out into the covers and there's no run, and did produce eventually that wicket of Ben Green, the one to fall.
Yeah, just emphasising the point about Travaskis, this is just his 29th first-class game. Despite having been around for what seems like much longer.
De Lange to Scriven, drives, timed well enough, but the placement's a little harder now that they've put that short extra cover in position, and this time it's Van Buren at mid-off who stops it.
Just for comparison reasons, Scriven, who's obviously established in the Leicestershire County Championship side over the last 2 seasons, has already played 24.
De Lange runs in, bowls, Scriven leaves wide of off stump, though judging by the body language, not wide by a huge amount, but I don't think it was quite as close as the histrionics would lead you to believe it was.
Much on implying there, I don't think.
But double. This time looking at the floor, he's looked just about everywhere for some, well, not necessarily inspiration, but some sort of encouragement maybe. De Lange bowls, inside edge from Scriven, runs down towards fine leg. It doesn't go to the boundary as a sprawling save is made down there by Zaman Akhtar, but that will, well, he's laughing, but it's a laugh with no mirth to it whatsoever. Drive from Scriven catches the inside edge, misses leg stump, and he takes a single to end the over. 374 for 8. De Lange through 24 overs of work now.
Yeah, he's going to be a tired man. Well, his body will be tired, might not be mentally, but physically he's going to be feeling it now.
He's going to need Gloucestershire to bat long in their first innings.
Yes, he doesn't want to be coming out to bat today. I'm sure he'll make that clear to his teammates at whatever point Leicestershire are finally bowled out, or indeed declare. I'm going to start this over, but I might have to desert you sort of halfway through. Price is in, bowls to Scriven, who just turns his wrists on the defensive push so that the ball is returned to Price at a reasonable rate of knots. Bracey tells his long on just to go a few yards wider. He does, just takes a step or two to his right. Price in, bowls, back goes Scriven, trying to force it down towards long on, hits it down into the ground, so it bounces up fairly high and means that mid-wicket can hop across and cut it off before it heads off down to Ben Charlesworth, who is down there. Price bowls, Scriven goes back and pulls violently for 4. Quick hands, and it meant that it beat the sweeper on the leg side and ran across the ropes at wide mid-wicket for the boundary. So Scriven now on to 40 off 63 balls, 378 for 3. That 9th wicket partnership record getting quite close now. 73 they've got, 85 is the record. Price is in, Scriven sweeps, could go for 4, no, good work by Van Buren, skipping to his right at sort of backward square, sort of almost on the 45 really, and getting across to the 45 and cutting the ball off. So it is just 1 to Scriven, who moves on to 41. I'll go and do my update, if that's alright.
2 balls remain in this latest Ollie Price over. Travaskis is forward, and the ball seemed to sort of hang in mid-air somehow, as it must have squeezed off bat onto pad, but went straight back up the pitch. Before that boundary, Ollie Price was furiously waving at Dom Goodman to move round a bit squarer. So of course the ball got crashed away the other side of him. Price in, Travaskis plays a bit of a hack really there, trying to clear the bowler or mid-off or mid-on, somewhere straight anyway, but ends up drilling it along the floor to a deep-ish mid-on. There is no run. 5 runs off that over. 379 for 8. as we've reached 1 o'clock, but still 10 minutes remain in this morning session. 104 overs due to be bowled today, still 73 overs left in the day's play. Eventually 2 of those surely are going to be knocked off for a change of innings. Could still be a while though. DeLange into Scriven, who defends back to the bowler. Elsewhere in the county championship, as most of the games will be underway until 1:10, because I think pretty much everywhere there was some rain yesterday. There can't be many games, if any, where the session times won't be adjusted. DeLange bowls, bit of bounce there, but Scriven doesn't play a shot. 41, through it goes to the keeper. Merchant Taylor's School, Northamptonshire, bowled out for 207 by Middlesex. Bit of late resistance there, though it could have been fewer than that. They were 113 for 7. Ben Sanderson made 40. So at least saw Northamptonshire over 200. DeLange into Scriven, dropped down into the onside. There's nobody there, saving the single. Only mid-on, saving one on that onside. Scriven comes through for another single. 380 for 8. 5 for 49 for Toby Rowland-Jones. And in response, Middlesex off to a good start. 46 without loss. Robson and Stoneman at the top of the order. And second place, Middlesex, looking to stay there. They might have some pressure from immediately below them. As DeLange bowls to Travaskis, played down into the ground and no run. Yorkshire bowled Sussex out for 189 at Scarborough. 3 wickets each for Jordan Thompson and Matthew Revis, who bowled very nicely at Scarborough against Gloucestershire as well. Tom Alsop finished 86 not out for Sussex. There were 2 50s and only 2 other scores in double figures, a 16 and a 12. DeLange in, and Travaskis plays a careful defensive shot for no run. Yorkshire, in reply to that 189, are 99 for 2. James Wharton 40 not out, and Will Luxton has 22. Messrs Lythe and Bean, who did the damage against Gloucestershire, dismissed by Jaydev Unadkat, the Indian left-arm seamer. Having a stint again at the end of the season for Sussex, Lythe made 24 and Bean 3. DeLange to complete the over, bowls, and an exaggerated leave from Travaskis to end that over. 25 overs for DeLange, 2 for 80. It is lunch in the game at Derby, where Glamorgan were bowled out for 168 yesterday, but real recovery from 32 for 6 and 107 for 8, thanks to Tim van der Huchten. Derbyshire 247 for 5. In reply, 84 to Harry Kame and 70 to Wayne Madsen. So Derbyshire with a 79-run lead and still plenty of batting left to come. Glamorgan looking in trouble.
Price we could get 2 more overs before lunch, but he's directing traffic out there at the moment. We should get 2 more overs before lunch. That said, steps in and bowls to Scriven, who is forward. Didn't get to the pitch of that one, but didn't really turn, did it? And he just blocked it out into the offside. 380 for 8. Partnership now worth 75 then. I can't remember a chance in it either.
Nope.
As Price is in, bowls, Scriven is walking forward into the clip into the leg side, goes more or less straight to short-ish straight. Well, no, just not really too straight either, just short-ish mid-wicket. About 4 or 5 strips back. Price in, bowls, back goes Scriven, hands go to head as he pushes it away off from just outside off stump out towards DeLange. Down there on the backward point boundary, takes his single, moves on to 43. Price goes back round to Travaskis, who is looking to turn it into the leg side. Comes off a leading edge, comes off right off the edge of the bat, turned his wrist far too early on it and rolled out towards extra cover. Maybe just held a bit in the pitch. Price spins the ball in his hand before going in and bowling. Bit of air, but it's drifting on towards Midland leg. But Travaskis, perhaps conscious of the proximity of lunch, just turns it towards mid-wicket where Dent is the fielder. Long gone. Oh, deepish mid-on is sent back to long gone as Price is in to Travaskis, who is in the air and caught! Comes off the leading edge as it did 2 balls earlier. This time it flies much more quickly. The fielder took off high to his left and made a fine one-handed catch. Not the first in the innings, actually.
No, Cameron Bancroft again.
Exactly, yeah.
Short extra cover, this time with his left hand, launching himself away. I mean, again, sort of like the slip catch that he took. He had time to line it up, but still, great athleticism. And always the danger with those, especially when it's in the wrong hand of Bancroft. You always wonder, is it just going to pop out when the elbow hits the ground? But he protected that from happening. Excellent catch. And Ollie Price has at last broken this desperately, well, more than annoying partnership for Gloucestershire.
I was going to say, because it's the last wicket, it won't be lunch, will it now?
We could have lunch at 20 to 2.
We could have... Oh,
oh, fantastic. Who just got to embrace it and just embrace the absurdity of it.
I'm glad I had porridge this morning. Those oats need to kick in. Fine partnership.
Buy some rusks for tomorrow or something like that to sustain us through the morning session.
76, the partnership wasn't then quite the record. And to the crease comes Josh Hull, who in this team is a number 11, but he's a perfectly sort of competent lean forward and stop the ball batsman. But that's an interesting one, that twice in that over, Travaskis looking to turn the ball to the leg side, got the leading edge, and that one flew at I was going to say a nice height, difficult height nonetheless for Bancroft, but flung himself away to his left to take the catch.
DeLanger to continue. Scriven in his sights on 43. A pace off there from DeLanger, and Scriven adjusts and plays it out to point. There is no run.
Do they give Scriven one here and try and get Hull on strike?
Yeah, I think
just before lunch, or just keep... It's not a tactic I like to see particularly, but Scriven's proven himself a perfectly competent batsman. 43 not out. Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, it's sort of hedging their bets a bit, aren't they? I think at least they're not going completely on the defensive, but deep cover has gone back. DeLanger in. Scriven plays this one in defence with a little bit of a hop as he plays that ball on quite a full length. Still, DeLanger with enough pace to mean that you are hurried up from time to time. Still one slip, short extra cover being Ollie Price now. Deep backward square, fine leg and deep cover and a deep third. So 4 fielders out on the boundary. Short ball pulled up in the air and has been put down at fine leg. And the ball has stayed in the field of play. Zaman Akhtar is down there. He made up the ground and got 2 hands to it. It was a catch that wasn't an easy one, but as ever, when they get there and they get 2 hands on it, probably will feel that it could have been taken, and Scriven still may well make Gloucestershire rue that miss. They have come through for the single. Whether they would have done if Scriven hadn't thought that he was going to be out, I'm not sure, because it does at least expose, from a Gloucestershire point of view, Hull for 3 deliveries.
A little bit surprised they took it, but there you go.
So left-handed Hull, 2 slips in a gully as DeLange bowls to him, and he plays that one very competently with a roll of the wrists and sends it up to mid-on, a little twirl of the bat there, and quite happy even with that defensive shot. Just
He'll get in line, will Josh, no question about it. He's got 26 first-class runs to his name, with a highest score of 15. Averaging 3.25, but it's very early days.
now 3.25, that's a proper average. Here comes DeLange, bowls a short ball, it strikes Hull on the body. He's worn that one, I suspect. That will be noted and remembered for the second innings, but I'm sure Marchant will quite welcome the ability to have a go at a short ball.
He's slightly more capable of dealing with the short stuff. Or when I say dealing, I mean depositing it somewhere outside the ground than young Josh at this early stage of his career.
He wore it well. See whether he gets in line fully with this last one. Are we going to get the Yorker attempted now?
When I say 26 first-class runs, they were all scored last season. He's played 3 innings in this season and has yet to get off the mark. So, as I say, he gets in line.
Fielder sent back to deep backward square, in a bit off the rope. Last ball of this over. DeLange bowls. It is the Yorker, but it has been clipped beautifully over the top of mid-on, and that will go to the boundary for 4. Well.
Just over-pitched it, didn't he?
He did. It was just a low full toss. It was probably missing leg, actually, anyways. Didn't quite come out right from DeLange, and right onto the middle of Hull's bat, and I think there was a bit of genuine appreciation there from DeLange for Hull having sent that one away out of the middle. Okay, you got me. Hull on 4, 386 for 9, and another little blemish in the field. Yes, Actor did have ground to make up there, but he's a good fielder on the boundary. You'll find him on the boundary in white ball cricket when he's playing that, and again he did get there. So at least 3, maybe 4 chances have gone down in this innings from Gloucestershire.
Price will continue then, this time into Tom Scriven, who is down the wicket but then defending the ball back up the pitch. Be interesting to see whether Scriven's attitude changes at all, having seen that. And he knows that Josh works hard on his batting in the nets. That said, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and backward square, all out on the boundary on the leg side as Price is in to Scriven, who's driving thick outside edge, evades Hammond. It's going to run down to third man, and it's going to run down to the third man for 4. Hammond, sort of having dived to his right and not been able to stop the ball, looked up and suddenly realised there wasn't a third man and had to pick himself up, went charging after it but had no chance of chasing the ball down. So Scriven on to 48 now off 75 balls. Leicestershire 10 short of another batting bonus point. Of course, Gloucestershire now have their 3 bowling bonus points. Price is in. Scriven goes back and turns the ball to mid-wicket. There is a mid-wicket. A mid-wicket with a very adhesive left hand. We know that for sure. Cameron Bancroft. Whether in the slips or mid-wicket, catches flies with his left hand. As long as it's not going too fast. In goes Price, and down the wicket again goes Scriven. Price sees him coming and pulls his length back, and Scriven ends up just working it out towards Bancroft. Come in, he says now. Yeah. Price to his fielders. Everybody in. Marchant in from the deep point boundary. They're saying to Scriven, if you want one, you're going to have to work it into a gap. There is a gap at cover and sort of at mid-wicket. Men out, long on and mid-wicket. How many balls to go in the overs? There's 2 to go. Price in, bowls. Scriven goes back, makes a bit of room, carves it over the offside, and that is 4. And that is his 50. Tom Scriven, an unbeaten 50. It's come off 78 balls and includes 7 fours.
Really, until he lost Travaskis, there was basically no doubt that he would get there either. He just looked nailed on for it all the way through his innings.
Yeah. And it's his third 50 of the season in just 8 innings, in 5 of which, including this one at the moment, he's been not out. In goes Price down the wicket, and that was a bit agricultural. It's going out too deepish mid-wicket. Hull's going to have to hurry. He sort of did with huge, great strides, but it looked as though he was confident that the throw was going to be slightly wide. Bracey sort of half stopped it and tried to flick it onto the stumps. I think he did. It could have been his gloves that took off the bails. There was no appeal, though, which suggests it might have been gloves that took off the bails rather than the ball, which he didn't take cleanly. So Scriven did manage, by hook or by crook, to keep the strike. He moves on to 53. Hull has 4. Leicestershire need 5 for that 4th batting bonus point.
And we continue to play on into this extra half hour.
That drainage noise isn't the aircon, it's our tummies. The plumbing noises.
We had the sort of scything noises from the terrace yesterday. Could be like that by 20-2. Actor back into the attack, replacing DeLanger, so they've forced a bowling change. Scriven facing on 53. Actor bowls to him a short ball which doesn't get up a great deal. He's bottom edged it down towards fine leg. They'll be wanting 2 here, and they will get it, as Singdale rather tumbled to the turf there, trying to pick the ball up. It wasn't the most graceful dive to the ground, but he had to make sure that he kept the ball in play. So Scriven is back for the 2, makes it 397 for 9. Actor searching for a 4th wicket, bowls to Scriven, who drives and finds dent at backward point, and there is no run. The bat slightly turning in his hand there, Scriven, rather than him really trying to send it as square as it ended up. Sri Lanka batting again, by the way, were 1 for 2, now 7 for 2. Actor bowls a shorter ball and Scriven pulls it away, and that has gone for 4 runs backward of square, and that brings up the 400. Timed it really well again, Scriven. He's seeing these short balls early, and the fielder out at deep square, Miles Hammond, made about 3 steps to his right before that ball seemed to be past him already. So another batting point for Leicestershire, their 4th. Going to have to go some to get to 450, but with a number 11 in, you almost might as well chance your arm, I don't know. Or you might just get there anyway.
7.3 overs.
49 runs. Actor to Scriven. Another man goes back deep. It's a short ball pulled away in the air on the bounce to Hammond at deep backward square. That ball was quite high as well. Surely Scriven can't twice in the space of a matter of days get a short ball that's above his head and everybody goes, oh, how's that not out? Nearly happened again. 402 for 9. So 2 balls for Hull,
yeah, I remember that
to
now.
negotiate.
Stayed in bitter.
Round the wicket goes. Actor bowls, driving. Hull straight to dent at extra cover. Well, I think it was
I'd forgotten about
a certain fan base that does get rather riled up. And in fact, I saw Stephen Finn deliver his irritation on social media about the fact that that wasn't out. If you're stupid enough to hit it, it should be out. Is the sentiment there?
Right.
Well, that sort of idea. Actor bowls a short ball and Hull sways out of the way of it. So that's the end of the over. Scriven at the right end once again. 402 for 9. I do get that it should just be one regulation worldwide. The MCC laws state it should be a no ball, but everywhere else it's a wide, so why is it different here? There's no reason for it to be different. It's just be consistent. But actually, that is the law. The wide is the regulation.
Well, Gloucestershire may be going to try and buy this wicket, because Price is going to continue to Scriven with those 3 men out on the boundary, mid-wicket, long on and long off, and of course DeLanger out there on the backward point boundary, in fact backward square as well. So 5 men out on the boundary now as Price goes in. Down the wicket goes Scriven, swings it out towards long on, and he is duly caught. So it is lunch. Leicestershire are all out for 402. Gloucestershire will need 253 to avoid the follow-on, which shouldn't really be in the equation on what looks to have settled into a pretty flat track. But been a good effort this morning by the Fox's tail, as it so often is, to be quite honest. They bat a long way down, and Scriven picks up another first-class half-century. He goes for 60, though. Who was the catcher down there?
Ben
In
Charlesworth.
the end, it was Charlesworth. Didn't look like dropping it. He goes for 60. Price picks up his second wicket, though. 2 for 46 he's finished with. So
handy figures to come up with at the end there. Bought the wicket of Travaskis with that leading edge, and then there's always the possibility bowling at, even if it's not the number 11, bowling at somebody with the number 11 at the other end in mind. And that straight boundary a little too tempting, but really Scriven probably thinking, well, I might as well have a go at the 450, and if I lose my wicket, well, we got 400. That's what they would have set out to do at the start of the day. So very much Leicestershire's morning.
And you'd take 402 when you've been put in, wouldn't you, really?
Well,
and given the conditions yesterday. And just to confirm for Leicestershire fans who are highly amused, I did not say an abrasive left hand for Cameron Bancroft. It was an adhesive left hand. There was nothing in it, I'm sure.
Right. 402 all out then, Leicestershire, with runs significantly down the order. 60s for Rehan Ahmed and Tom Scriven from number 6 and number 10. And Liam Travaskis with a 50 from number 8. Ian Holland with 104. Rishi Patel with 47. Several contributions there. The bowling figures in brief. Singdale 1 for 67, Goodman 1 for 73, DeLanger 2 for 85. He got through 26 overs of work, the most of anybody. Actor 3 for 110. Ben Charlesworth 1 for 6 from 3 overs, didn't have a second spell today, and Price ending up with 2 for 46. We will take some lunch. Gloucestershire will start their reply to that 402 all out. After it, we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Welcome back. Good afternoon. It is time for the post-lunch session. Not really the afternoon session, where we basically had a whole chunk of afternoon in the morning session, but anyway, second session of play, Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire in the County Championship. And Gloucestershire at last seeing off some serious resistance from Leicestershire's lower order, getting them from 282 for 7 all the way up to 400 and just beyond 402. Gloucestershire begin their reply. Messrs Bancroft and Charlesworth out in the middle to open. Josh Hull to bowl the first ball of Gloucestershire's reply to that 402, and it's sturdily defended by Bancroft up to mid-off first ball, and there's no run. So doesn't exactly solve completely the conundrum as to where Chris Dent is going to bat, the fact that Bancroft and Charlesworth have opened, but we've eliminated 2 positions from the order, and I think we can probably safely eliminate positions 8 to 11. Josh Hull, left arm over, long run, tall action bowls to Bancroft, who tries to play a shot that we've seen rather a lot this season, that attempted hip flick, but this time he misses it, and it goes out to square leg, and there is no run. Med Seaborn and Richard Ray, your commentary team on the BBC Sport website and app. You can now ask BBC Sounds to play Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire Day 2, and most smart speakers will do that for you. It's another way to access the commentary. In goes Hull, bowls to Bancroft, who tucks that one into the onside, but stopped at short mid-wicket by Kimber, and there is no run. And of course on the Gloucestershire live stream as well.
Do you have a smart speaker? Have you tried it?
I don't have a smart speaker, no. They're a bit of a mystery to me, really. I've got enough trouble trying to organise my life on my own without having to organise a smart speaker to organise my life for me. It just
still wondering what to do with all my old digital radios, basically, which I thought would last forever.
Here's Hull, long strides up to the crease, bowls over pitches but gets away with it. Bancroft drives, he's got plenty of space out on that offside to find, but backward point is able to come across, and there is no run. Who is number 6?
Ben Green.
That's Ben Green. That must be his Somerset number that I've got down here.
Okay, it is. 6 was the number he used in his first spell with Leicester earlier this season.
I just copied it straight off the online system, which said 54. Hull runs into Bancroft, bowl squeezed away by Bancroft to backward point again, but the bat coming down at slightly askew there from Bancroft, but he will do that early in his innings.
He has a tendency to look hurried, doesn't he?
And he'll get himself in unusual positions on the crease as well. Sometimes he'll stay leg side, then he'll make a really exaggerated move to the offside, just trying to put a bowler off sometimes, or get his feet moving, whatever it is. But if he's on song, it all works out. Hull bowls and Bancroft nudges to wide mid-off. Again, there's plenty of space there, so he picks up a single. So we'll keep the strike at the end of the first over. Ben Charlesworth will continue to have a watch from the non-striker's end. And this opening partnership, which did break records, I think it was the highest for any county opening stand against Leicestershire, was it not? It was certainly up there Gloucestershire-wise. It was their highest away championship opening stand in the reverse fixture at Grace Road. I think we may have found out that it was the highest.
316.
Yeah, I think we may have found out it was the highest for any county against Leicestershire for the opening stand, but I have to double check that. But anyway, these two reunited.
It's going to be Ben Green who's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Ashdown road end of the ground, outside off stump. It's allowed to go through by Bancroft. No, it's not Ben.
It's Holland, isn't it?
It's Holland. It's Ian Holland. Yeah, they're not dissimilar in the way they run up to the crease. Slightly round-shouldered, but Green is obviously the taller of the two. Well, perhaps that is we were joking beforehand with the Leicestershire club photographer John Mallett. In goes Ian Holland and bowls. Thick and inside edge that runs down to long leg to Ben Green, who's down below us now. So Bancroft picks up a couple, and Charlesworth is going to be on strike. That it was written into Holland's deal with Leicestershire that he got to open the batting and bowling in all forms, whatever happened, because he's been opening the bowling and batting in the One Day Cup, and now he's doing it red ball as well.
Yeah, demanding lot, Hampshire, aren't they?
Yeah.
If we're going to send anybody out on loan, they must open the batting and the bowling, or at least one. Captain's best friend. Club cricketers moaning countrywide at somebody being able to do that.
And he comes in round the wicket to Charlesworth, who is waiting. Slightly tentative push at the delivery that squirts off the inside part of the bat out to Rahan Ahmed, who's just in front of square on the leg side. 3 slips. Rishi Patel back at first slip, with Peter Hanscom now taking the gloves again. Ajinkya Rahane is at second and Louis Kimber is at third. They're standing very close to each other as Holland is in and bowls. Charlesworth is leaning forward, no great stride for a tall man, just pushing the ball out towards sort of backward point where Green is the fielder.
You would certainly think with that cordon there's no danger of happening what happened in Gloucestershire's innings, where ball went straight between Bracey and Ben Charlesworth at first slip.
You'd be surprised, wouldn't you? But they could be reaching in front of each other, getting in each other's way, but it does seem very close together. Holland is in, bowls outside off stump, rather loops through to Hanscom, allowed to do so by Charlesworth. Scriven is at extra cover. Mid off, mid on, and square leg and long leg, the other fielders. Green is at sort of backward point position. Holland bustles in and bowls outside off stump, and Green is turning. It's going to be Scriven who gets there though, as he chases back from extra cover to deep-ish cover. Still on the square, very wide square here at Neville Road, and as a consequence Charlesworth can pick up a couple, and does. He's up and running as well, and Gloucestershire after 2 overs without alarm are 4 even without loss.
It is a wide square here, and I don't know, I'd be interested to know actually whether every strip on it has been used this year.
Can just confirm that opening partnership at Graceroad was the highest against Leicestershire by any county, 316.
I had a feeling that you'd looked that one up at the time, but I wasn't entirely certain. Hull goes in now and bowls to Bancroft on the back foot, steered away, and diving effort from Green at backward point is unsuccessful. The ball is running out towards the boundary, even though it barely seemed to have any pace on it when it passed backward point. And they will collect 2 as Travaskis, I assume that is, down at deep third, just from the walk, and the left arm throw did the mopping up, and 2 more to Gloucestershire's Australian import. Bancroft on to 4, 6 without loss. Bancroft signed for another year. He'll be back next year for Gloucestershire across all formats again. Hull in. Bancroft tries to guide this one out into the covers. Bit of a fiddly shot there from Bancroft, but he can't quite manipulate the ball into the gap that he was after this time, so there is no run.
Bancroft and Charlesworth not the only Gloucestershire batsmen to be holders of a record partnership against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire also the holders of the record for the 4th wicket partnership on a ground we were talking about earlier, the Wagon Works ground in 1937. Okay. Probably guess who one of the batters was.
37. Walter. Here comes Hull down the leg side. Good pace, but misdirected, and Bancroft doesn't really make much of an effort to try and get bat on it as it flies through to the keeper, Peter Hanscom, with the gloves. Wally Hammond and
W.L. Neal with
Billy.
an E on the end. So I'm guessing it might be Bill Neal.
Yeah, Billy Neal.
Billy Neal.
Well, I've always heard of him as Billy, but whether that's right or not sure. Here comes Hull to Bancroft, steered away to point. Used the pace of the ball well, but again found one of the two fielders, saving the single in front of square, well, just in front of square on the offside. Green is more of a point rather than a backward point. And then Hill, sorry. It was going to catch me out at some point. Hull and Hill. Hill up at mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off. And there is a deep third and two slips. That's the offside field. Mid-on, short mid-wicket, forward square and fine leg on the leg side. So allowing Hull to target the stumps. Hull bowls. Bancroft tries to on-drive, but will pick out Scriven this time at mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, they've taken Kimber out of third slip and put him on this sort of chip to mid-wicket, about 3 strips back. He's swinging it into the right-handers, of course, Josh Hull.
Yeah.
Or to the right-hander.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, it does also slightly show what Leicestershire feel about this surface as well. Hull bowls. Bancroft is forward, guiding this one into the covers. Probably ought to be a couple on offer here, and certainly there will be. The ball running away really nicely across this outfield, which has been dried through sun and wind, and 2 more added to the total in
4
terms
more.
of the bat,
Yeah,
but
sorry,
2 more
yeah.
on due to the no ball as well.
Has the occasional tendency to overstep, understandably enough, I suppose, for a young fast bowler trying to swing it.
Extras were certainly a bit of a problem at, well, I suppose the main problem was the runs off Gloucestershire's bats, but extras were certainly a bit of a problem in that first innings at Grace Road, as Hull bowls outside the off stump. Absolutely flies through to Hanscom behind the stumps, just like he's back in Australia. And end of the over, 4 runs off the bat and 2 for the no ball. Gloucestershire 10 for no wicket after 3 overs. I actually hadn't noticed until just now that Josh Hull got his first class innings best figures in the Lions game, as well as Zaman Akhtar. So definitely a successful outing for the young Lions bowlers.
Holland from the Ashdown Road end is in edge, just short of third slip. Well, there's no great stride, didn't go at it hard, played with soft hands, and there's no great reaction from Louis Kimber or the other Leicestershire close fielders. 1 or 2 hands on hips out there, but it was short. He probably couldn't really get that much closer, and really Kimber, well, he obviously could, but not have realistic hopes of clinging on if it flies at all. Clipped a full delivery out to wide-ish mid-on. Hill makes the stop on that occasion, but taken cleanly enough by Kimber on the bounce, but we saw it a few times when Leicestershire were batting.
Yeah, but even with that new ball, Holland himself might have had one of those edges that bounced a long way in front of the cordon.
And he comes and bowls. Charlesworth is turning the delivery off the straight. Rehan Ahmed has to go chasing back to the square leg boundary, puts in the slide, picks it up and throws. It is just a couple to Charlesworth, but Rishi Patel can be a bit misleading at first slip. I've missed this throughout most of this season. He hasn't been at first slip, but last season he was a permanent fixture there, and every ball was a shout of frustration. You would have thought every ball was going to be a wicket. In fact, Charlesworth played it perfectly competently as it swung in a little bit out through square leg. Holland is in, bowls to him again. He's driving expansively. Not entirely convincingly. Again, the shot is accompanied by a big ooh from first slip. Stopped by Scriven at extra cover.
That one certainly did warrant one. That was a shot from Charlesworth as though you were playing on a absolute belter of a pitch which the ball was coming on the same every time to maybe just stopped on him.
Holland is in, bowls outside off stump. You can see him roll his fingers across the seam there, and it did straighten, but from outside off stump it pitched quite wide and straightened a touch, and Charlesworth had nothing to do with it, and it did rather loop through to Hanscom. May be wrong, but it looks from this angle, and we're directly behind them, as though the Leicestershire slip cordon has already crept a little bit closer. Holland in, bowls, and finds the outside edge again. It runs wide of Kimber, and it might get all the way to third man. It is going to be dragged back just about a foot inside the ropes by Green. It doesn't look as though he's running particularly quickly, but he's got long legs and eats up the ground perfectly quickly. So Charlesworth picks up a couple slightly fortuitous runs. He moves on to 6, same score of Bancroft. Gloucestershire 14 without loss.
Just a few more signs of encouragement in that over for Leicestershire, and so often it takes a few overs for a ball to start doing what the bowlers want the Duke's ball. That is, lacquer coming off it, allowing it to move a bit. If Hull gets it to move, it'll be doing it at a considerable pace, and although it's not as long a straight boundary towards the pavilion end as it can be, he's very close to it when he starts this run. Still bowling to Bancroft inside edge as he reached for that one somewhat and tried to drive it out through the tempting gap in the covers, and the ball just fades back into him, catches, well, I say the inside edge, it was a bit more than just the inside edge because it went to square leg, but not in control of that shot, Bancroft, and again just a little bit more expansive than perhaps the situation or the delivery warranted, a bit like that shot from Charlesworth in the previous over. 14 without loss. Hull bowls back of a length. That's a good ball, and Bancroft, it's another one of those where it's exactly when did he withdraw the bat, because he ended up pulling it back in towards his body, but there was certainly an inclination towards it at one stage. Again, it's more, I think it's to Leicestershire's credit, they didn't do that much, but it's more the sort of thing that you expect to see after so much white ball cricket. Somebody just really wanting to feel that bat on ball, left armour angling it across. It's a ball that you didn't have to play at. Hull bowls, and Bancroft tucks this one into the ground, having stepped across his stumps, and Hull knocking it down in his follow through. Wind just seems actually to have got up a little bit more now, but all it's doing is making it, I suspect anyway, extremely pleasant watching conditions down there. Be a day for the sunblock though, with the sun out all afternoon, and the wind can sort of fool you into thinking you don't really need it, but certainly I would, but then I'd need sun cream in October. Here comes Hull, bowls, Bancroft drives, takes a hand off the bat, but has enough timing to beat the dive of Green at point, and that runs away to the boundary, the first boundary of Gloucestershire's reply. Bancroft into double figures, and 18 without loss. I mean, if you're Hull, you're still sort of thinking, well, it wasn't right where Bancroft wanted it. He had to take the hand off the bat almost to just lessen the impact of it, but it shows the hands that Bancroft has got, that he still hit it for 4 despite the fact that he had to take that hand off and it went squarer than he might have been initially looking. Hull turns, but Bancroft's got quite a bit of time before Hull actually reaches the crease. Just to line things up. Now the delivery's bowled and turned off the thigh to a forward square leg position, and there is no run. Bancroft with 160 in that innings at Grace Road, the only innings that Gloucestershire had in that game, and 130 not out in the previous innings that set up Gloucestershire's victory against Northamptonshire, and then in his last first class innings 184 in the second innings of that ridiculous match at Cheltenham against Glamorgan. Those his 3 championship hundreds. There's a full toss from Hull, and Bancroft does not take advantage of it, drives it straight up to Hill at mid-off, and Bancroft with a slight air of disappointment after that. He's not a man for revealing much emotion at the creases, Bancroft, but he did just a bit of a look at that bat in accusing fashion, feeling he should have cashed in. 5 overs gone. Gloucestershire 18 for no wicket in reply to Leicestershire's 402.
Hill. Staying with 3 slips for Holland, who has found the edge of Charlesworth's bat on a couple of occasions. Round the wicket goes Ian Holland. Charlesworth is carefully forward on off stump, playing it out to Scriven at extra cover. Gorgeous afternoon here in Bristol now. As Ed said, it's nigh on perfect watching conditions with that. It's not too hot, there's a slight breeze to take the edge off what heat there is, but it is not cold either. Pretty much perfect.
Deck chairs are out on the penthouse suites up there.
Holland is in bowls, swings in towards Charlesworth, on towards middle leg. He turns the bat face on it. Ahmed sort of can't resist doing something strange and pretends he's going to throw the ball sort of sideways out of the back of his hand to Hill. Ends up throwing it across to mid-off to Travaskis to do a spot of polishing. Most of the Leicestershire players, curiously, in long sleeve sweaters. Which surprised Ahmed, who prefers not to at the best times, in just his short sleeve shirt, as Holland is in and bowls, turned between Ahmed and Hill. At mid-on, it's Hill who gets there first, but Charlesworth picks up a very comfortable single. He moves on to 7-19 without loss.
There's only one of those apartments where they seem to have a few things out to dry. Great laundry day today.
Yep, everything will be dry very quickly. Now, I didn't see during the interval which roller went on. I'm assuming it was the
Oh
heavy.
no, I must admit I was
Should
too
be.
busy gulping the fresh air whilst
Yes.
we could get it.
Heavy.
Heavy.
It is confirmed. In goes Holland over the wicket. That bounces a bit on Bancroft, who's interested in the possibility of a single. He's sent back correctly by Charlesworth, but that wrapped him on the right hand, and it hurt a little bit. The extent to which it bounced, not sure.
Did see a few wraps on the glove in the first innings early on as well. Just when you think this is like every other Bristol surface and everything's played off the front foot, just the odd one maybe lifts a fraction.
Holland is in. Bancroft looking to work it through the offside. Picks out Ahmed, who again can't resist a spot of theatre. Stands with it, legs akimbo, ready to hurl the ball at the stumps. Ends up throwing it high across to Travaskis.
I think the ice cream van might be getting some of my business at tea.
Good shout as Holland is in. Bolts outside off stump, looking for the outswing. It did swing a bit, but from wide went wide, and Bancroft let it go through. 19 off 6 is the score.
It looks as though it's doing something of a trait over there. A couple of people have. Well, how many people do you need to form a queue 3? Is 3 enough for a cue?
I think so. Any waiting is...
Yeah, I don't know, is one person waiting is just one person waiting, isn't it? I guess you probably need...
But you're being served, presumably. Oh, do you mean sort of
there's
two
one
people?
person waiting behind, yeah. Suppose
okay.
you need 2 people, yeah. Yes, that's true, so somebody's being served at the moment. When is a
Could
queue,
be a long
not a
afternoon,
queue?
this,
Yes.
couldn't it?
3 slips, no gully. Josh Hull starting his 4th over, running into Charlesworth. He stands tall and prods it towards backward point. And again, there's a thought of a single, but this time very much a thought. So they have to get back. So no deep third for Hull. Fine leg is back. It's the first time he's bowled to Charlesworth. Certainly one of the first times he's actually had a go at the left hander. More of an orthodox field for the left arm over. Tom Scriven already doing a bit of loosening at mid-off. Hull bowls a short ball and Charlesworth has tried to clatter that one away over mid-wicket, but he'll be happy with the result because he's top-edged it for 6.
Extraordinary. Hull's pace making the difference there. But we can definitely confirm that Charlesworth was not in control.
I mean, he'd looked out towards mid-wicket to start with as well, thinking, oh, that's come out of the middle of the bat, and sailed away over a fine leg.
Yeah, almost long stop, almost directly behind, isn't it? So, not fair, the bowler's thinking, I'm sure. Goes down as a 6 against him, but as I say, Charlesworth far from being in control of the shot. Moves on to 13 there.
It's even less of a moral victory if it goes for 6. I mean, one thing if it ends up being squeezed out for a single, fortuitous single. 25 without loss. Hull to Charlesworth. A back of a length delivery rather than a real bumper, just one aimed for the midriff of Charlesworth. But he does have height to his advantage, albeit clearly he wasn't able completely to get on top of the previous delivery. A tall defensive shot played to this next one. The more secure shot from Charlesworth. I mean, the way his eyes lit up there, it looked like he was back in the T20. It was sort of a similar shot that he hit off Ben Green, actually, to win the game down at Taunton. Shorter ball, pulled away in the air, over the top of mid-wicket this time. It'll plop into the ground, bounce a couple of times and go for 4. But this time he clears the infield in the direction that he was intending, and as a consequence picks up 2 fewer runs than when he top-edged it. Bring out the top edge again. Works much better than middling it. Well, close to middling it. If he'd middled it, then it may well have gone the distance with the power that Charlesworth has got. But 4 more runs, 29 without loss. Certainly saw it in Gloucestershire's innings that bowling short with pace, certainly entertaining to watch. You might pick up wickets that way, but it'll also bring runs into the equation as well. Hull bowls a fuller ball. It's pleasantly driven by Charlesworth up to mid-off, and Scriven does the fielding there for no run. I wonder what Gloucestershire are thinking in terms of... I mean, at this early stage, you're not really thinking about the tempo of the innings at all. You're just trying to set things up, but having felt as though at the start of the day still a lot of time left in the game with the amount that the game had moved on that first day, even though it was shortened, as Hull bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward defending the ball up to mid-on. But now that Leicestershire have got to 400, it makes life that bit tougher for Gloucestershire, and they know they've got to get at least close to Leicestershire, if not past, to start being happy. And then is there enough time then for 20 wickets to fall in the rest of the game? That's certainly not in Gloucestershire's minds at the moment, but I guess on this ground a couple of times between these two sides of late we have seen the side batting third perhaps overpress a little bit and allow the opposition back in, so Yeah, there's still ways that the game can go from here.
Holland is in, bowls to Bancroft, high left elbow, plays slightly across his front pad as he pushes out to mid-on. Forgive me if you already mentioned this news, or it's old news, but Gloucestershire have become the first county to appoint a woman as one of their heads of talent pathways.
Oh no, I didn't mention that on air actually. I've talked about it with some supporters this morning. You forget what you've said on air and what you haven't. She might be listening.
Laura Charles Price.
She might well be listening. If she is, congratulations to you.
And good luck. In goes Holland and bowls. Bancroft looking to drive off the back foot straight through the offside. Holland half stops it in his follow through. There is no run.
We had Laura on, I'm forgetting which game it was now, that's bad, but it would have been the Middlesex game. Had Laura come up to have a bit of a chat about the evolution of Gloucestershire women's cricket as they take on Tier 2 status, as with Leicestershire.
Holland bowls. Bancroft again, long way across, and Rishi Patel hands in the air at first slip as he defends that one out on the offside. Looks like a sort of LBW candidate, potentially, but that is often the way with Cameron Bancroft. Surrey getting themselves in a very strong position against Lancashire, to nobody's great surprise, I suspect. Sussex could be in a spot of bother in Scarborough. In goes Holland and bowls again, playing across his front pad. You would be thinking as a bowler, going to get a chance to exercise my lungs sooner or later. Bancroft pushes that to mid-wicket, where Scriven, as Ed said, is continuing to warm up. Yep, Sussex all out 189, Yorkshire approaching that score with three, well, not approaching, they're still 60 short, but they've only got 3 wickets down, 128 for 3. Derbyshire continue to build a big first innings lead against Glamorgan. Holland is in, bowls, Bancroft, it comes back a bit, and we've seen one or two sort of sneak through in the Leicestershire innings off a combination of bat and pad, and for half a second there was a suggestion that that might be about to happen there as it dropped down at Bancroft's feet and he glanced backwards, but wasn't going anywhere near the stumps. Holland is in and bowls, fullish and straight, bit of shape to it on off stump. Bancroft leans forward and this time steers it out into the gap in the covers. Hill runs around from extra cover to field. Bancroft takes one, moves on to 11 from 30. Gloucestershire, without too many alarms, they won top-edged 6 perhaps aside, in as much as that was an alarm. I've moved on to 30 without loss.
It's the sort of thing that it's totally pointless nerdery, but it's the sort of thing that in a game which, well, who knows, there's still a long way to go, but there's one of those sorts of things to watch within the game. Cameron Bancroft's first class average, live average, is 39.96, so he needs to score 60 to then be able to get out an average 40 in his career. If you care about such things as a batter, the fact that it starts 40 rather than 39, I mean, at the end of your career, you look back and might make a bit of a difference if you average 40 in your career versus 39, and round down rather than rounding up. Can Bancroft get to 60? Going to have to deal with Tom Scriven now from the pavilion end, bowling full to Bancroft, who drives up to mid-off. A couple of hopeful steps down the pitch, but nothing more than that. Yeah, if you're mentioning Surrey, things are going rather well for Surrey, not just in terms of the fact that Rory Burns has got 100 for them and they now lead Lancashire, only losing 3 wickets, but things seem to be falling into place for them in the other games in Division 1 at the moment as well. Scriven into Bancroft, who gets a thick outside edge on that one, down into the ground, and then into the hands of Rahane at second slip, and there's no run. Somerset 107 for 5 in reply to Warwickshire's 337. Messrs Hannon, Dolby, Rushworth and Barnard have done some damage there. James Rue has 31, but batting now with Casey Aldridge, with Overton, Leach, Ball and Davey to come. So Somerset, Surrey's closest rivals, in a bit of trouble at Edgbaston, as Bancroft is forward, tucking this one into a gap to covers left and sprinting through for a single. 31 without loss, Bancroft to 12. So yeah, a bit of a recovery from 65 for 5 from Somerset, but they trail by 230 runs. Edgbaston, and then the fact that yesterday was completely washed out at Southampton also assisting Surrey, making it hard for Essex and Hampshire to force too much there, and Essex not batting particularly quickly, 101 for 1 after 42 overs. Dean Elgar and Tom Westley, I think it's sort of championship cricket for the purist, that particular combination, although Westley can play some attractive shots. Scriven tries a Yorker there. Charlesworth can't time up his drive, and Scriven ends up extending a right leg to stop the ball. Robin Dass was out for 5, the 1 wicket to fall there, but Elgar has 53 and Westley has 43. It's sort of flick off the hip of Westley, and his back foot drives are quite nice to watch, but yeah, here comes Scriven. Charlesworth is forward, tucking off the pads this time up to mid-on, and there is no run. Durham finally had enough on 531 for 7 at Chesley Street. A game which, well, if Worcestershire hammer home their advantage against Kent, both those sides are in danger of getting dragged down into the relegation scrap. Scriven round the wicket bowls, and Charlesworth works this one away to mid-wicket, and 1 run from the first Scriven over. 31 for no wicket, Gloucestershire after 9. Hamid 28 and McCann 44 in Nottinghamshire's reply of 73 for 1. Neil Wagner, on about his 12th different county, has taken the 1 wicket to fall for Durham.
Nice guy, Wagner.
Unless he's bowling at you.
Yeah, when he can get a bit worked up. I remember congratulating him on his engagement. He was playing at Derby. Can't remember who for.
I was going to say, that was my next question.
It was a wide choice, isn't there? Holland continues from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground again. He's reaching across his front pad and trying to work a straight ball into the leg side. Didn't get anything on it, but that one was going down leg. The appeal was not really from Holland, it was from behind the stumps. The leg by is signalled.
Speaking of New Zealanders, you'll be devastated to know that Fraser Sheet has yet to pick up a wicket.
We've decided, haven't we? The T probably isn't pronounced.
Shia.
Something like that.
Speaking of Shah, there's a cat down there, by the way. You see it?
I did. In goes Holland round the wicket to Charlesworth, who defends Ginger one with a collar.
Bruce.
Bruce,
Apparently
okay.
That's his name.
And he knows to come and sit, hopefully, near the cafe, doesn't he? Bless him.
Yes. It's the roaming of the streets around here, I think, but does come and certainly makes his desires known to the public down on the picnic tables. Meows and desperate reaches with paws up to food and drink.
Holland is in, outside off stump. Tries to straighten it, does, but from wide and doesn't persuade Charlesworth to play at it. He remains on 17, Bancroft 12, 32 without loss.
And like most cats, once those advances are rejected, then slinks off into a corner and pretends he wasn't interested anyway. So
like most men, basically. Round the wicket goes Holland. Bowls. Charlesworth leaves outside off stump. It does shape back in, but again from far too wide. Don't know whether it's a male cat or a female cat.
This one?
Yeah.
Male.
I said Bruce is a bit of giveaway, isn't it? I suppose.
Well,
but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, his partner Sheila. Male cat. Yeah.
Holland persevering in bowls. That one does swing in a bit, but Charlesworth is ready for it and blocks it out into the on side where Hill is the fielder. Rahana liked it at second slip. Rather pleasingly, all the Leicestershire players are wearing their caps. No sun hats out there, or green caps being worn. None particularly sort of faded as well. Oh, look, Scrivens is probably the lightest in colour. Round the wicket goes Holland. Bowls and clipped nicely to backward square for 4. No chance for Ahmed to cut that one off. Or indeed for Hull, who just jogs to the advertising hoardings to retrieve it. So Holland, decent probing over, but he got it wrong with the last ball, conceded 4 from it, and Charlesworth into the 20s now, on to 21-36, without loss. Gloucestershire replying, remember, to Leicestershire's first innings of 402.
He's been tidy, Holland, with the exception of that little stray, that last delivery. It's all it takes. 5 overs for 13, but they've still kept the board ticking along one way or another, these two. Bancroft 12 off 34, but the intention that he's had to score, even when he's not been scoring, has been there for definite. Scriven bowls on the pads, and that is one that Bancroft will feast off. Just a little over pitched and leg side-ish, and Scriven would have known where that one was going pretty much as soon as he let go of it. Bancroft so strong through that region, works it between mid-on and mid-wicket, firmly along the carpet, and 4 more runs. Gloucestershire 40 without loss. Bancroft on to 16, and for once he's had the majority of the strike. It's quite rare for him. Scriven bowls full ball, inviting the drive. Bancroft obliges, but doesn't put a great deal of force behind the shot, and there's no run up to mid-off. Rehearsed some more flowing drives as Bancroft is. He's another player that you wouldn't quite put in the sort of aesthetically pleasing category, but when he drives through the covers, he can be a very attractive player to watch. Scriven into Bancroft, it's that sort of crabby move, almost slightly pivots on that front leg, and then the back leg comes out sideways as he defends the ball up to mid-on. That doesn't always make his technique the most appealing on the eye, but it has certainly done Bancroft well over his career. 159 first-class matches. He passed 10,000 first-class runs. Scriven bowls, strikes him on the pad, but heading down the leg side. Just a fine glance to the pad, and the keeper, Hanscom, will come out to field. .745 runs for Bancroft this season. I can't remember exactly. I think it might have been in that, yes, in fact I'm pretty sure it was in that 130 at Northampton where he passed the 10,000. I'm sure I can do the maths, but that feels about right given the runs he scored since then. Scriven runs in and bowls and beats Bancroft outside the off stump. One of the real first absolute genuine beatings of the bat there, and he had Bancroft probing outside that off stump and dragged him across the crease, forced him to play at a ball that he didn't have to play at, and he showed that he probably ought to have left it alone after it. Well bowled by Scriven. Not able to find the edge that time though. Scriven past umpire Shanmugam bowls, and Bancroft drives through the gap in the covers. This outfield is getting ever quicker, but it will just stop in that last little bit that it has to run where it's not going across the square. And they've run hard though and taken 3 for it, so 7 off the over in the end. And Bancroft has the strike for the next over on 19. He's faced 40 deliveries to Charlesworth's 27, and anyone who watched any of, or kept up to date with any of Gloucestershire's white ball exploits would know that normally it was the other way around. The number of times that Bancroft have faced about 5 deliveries in the first 5 overs of a T20, and Hammond had faced 25 or whatever. He's just happy to turn the strike over normally, but today he's had the majority of it.
Holland into over number 6 from the Ashley Down Road end is in and bowls. That's a decent shout, you would have thought. He stepped across again. Bancroft tried to play it into the leg side. Don't think he got anything on it. May even have hit him outside the line of off stump, to be quite honest. Let's have he stepped so far across, high-ish. Wasn't a horrendous shout.
No, it looks like a decent shout from behind, but
Holland
just missed that last little passage of the ball as it hits the pad.
Yeah, he immediately said something to Jack Chantry, the umpire, who nodded, so he knew why it wasn't out. He bowls again to Bancroft, who is forward a little uncertainly, playing it along the ground off an angled bat out to Rahan Ahmed at point.
Now, I did hear that somebody had got hold of a sort of a league table for the umpires, and that statistically Jack Chantry was the umpire last year who gave the least LBWs, but I don't know whether that was in terms of proportion of appeals or just in terms of number.
Holland is in. Bancroft is timing that one very nicely off his legs through mid-wicket for 4. Kimber turns and lopes to the boundary, but that was a nice sweet piece of timing from the Australian. He moves on to 23. Yeah, you'd want it against appeals rather than simply LBW decisions given. But I presume the latter is readily compilable. Who gives the most leg befores?
I did hear on TMS the other day they mentioned that Joel Wilson had become the first umpire to have 100 decisions overturned against them.
Brutal.
Yes, isn't it?
Brutal. International umpire, obviously. As Holland is in. Bancroft again forward on off stump, this time squeezing the ball out just wide of Hill at extra cover, towards cover, and there's a barely comfortable single in it, and he takes it. Moves on to 24. Yeah.
I almost think now they allocate him Australia games just to wind them up, since Headingley 2019.
Again, it's got to be a sort of, you've got to use number of games umpired in, haven't you, as to make sure it's fair. In goes Holland, bowls outside off stump to the left-handed Charlesworth from over the wicket, not going round on that occasion. It goes straight on, and Charlesworth not interested in it. Green starting in a not too keen way to warm up. A couple of gentle kicks there as he walked away at backward point. Kimber's getting, if the sun was behind Kimber, his shadow wouldn't be far off falling on Charlesworth now. He's getting closer and closer, he keeps marking.
Be able to whisper in his ear.
He looks to his right there, much more of a sort of chevron now. In goes Holland and bowls. That's a nice delivery outside, just outside off stump, and moved away a touch off the seam, but not quite close enough to persuade Charlesworth to play. He let it go through. He played it well in that respect. 21 off 29 to him. And Gloucestershire approaching a half century for their opening partnership. They're 48 without loss.
Looks as though Roman Walker running on the field is going to ruin your all caps.
The aesthetic is completely, yes.
He's coming out with, I mean, that looks more like a bucket hat even than a sun hat. Is it a bucket hat?
I don't think
This isn't
quite.
Quite, yeah. Yeah, it's close to one,
It's
but
not
there's
the
a bit
official
more of a...
It's not the official sun hat, though. You're right.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a brim to it than a bucket hat, but still, it's gone down to deep third to field as Scriven bowls, and he'll have to do the fielding as Bancroft gets a thick outside edge on that one, and it squirts down in that area, and he takes a single, 49 without loss. Bancroft up to 25. Trying to think who it was. Well, I mean, Josh Shaw's got pretty close to a bucket hat when he comes out to field sometimes, but I'm sure there was someone who came out in what was genuinely a bucket hat at some point this season, and I'm going to have to rack my brains to try and think who that was. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Charlesworth on drives, he'll beat mid-on and will find a boundary. He does look so classy when he's playing the ball straight down the ground as Ben Charlesworth, and he's joined Bancroft on 25 and brings up another half-century opening stand between these two. They have formed a fairly potent opening combination for Gloucestershire this season. Mentioned it several times, and Ben Charlesworth's mentioned it as well, the influence of Bancroft on his batting. Scriven bowls, Charlesworth well forward, covering up and defending to extra cover this time. Obviously helps being right hand, left hand, but I think he just keeps you mentally fresh at the non-strikers end, Bancroft, because you always feel you've got to be ready for the quick single, because he does really like to manoeuvre the ball into gaps for singles, and then that just gets you moving as well as the non-striker. Scriven runs in, bowls, Charlesworth drives, won't find the gap this time as Rehan Ahmed cuts it off from cover point and then sort of signals to Lewis Hill that he should have been backing up in case he wanted to throw, despite Bancroft having basically been leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. Or at least that's what that gesture looked like, but maybe it wasn't.
I wonder if he's a future captain, Ahmed. I don't know, he might be just a bit too frenetic in the field. But
Scriven round the wicket, bowls, beats the inside edge of Charlesworth. Everything sort of looked as if it was under control there from Charlesworth, and then all of a sudden the ball was past his inside edge. I don't think it took the inside edge. It didn't seem to carry through to Hanscom, but maybe it did just catch something. No, I think it's just gone. It's come back a bit from Scriven. Got a bit of in-swing there and come back through the gate, but just not quite far enough to rattle the timber. Scriven bowls. This time Charlesworth is well forward down the pitch to negate that movement and meets it defensively. So still the odd thing happening for Leicestershire's bowlers here, but patience seems to be the order of the day. 53 without loss.
none of their bowlers in this game are in double figures in terms of wickets taken this season. Curry 27, Mike 25 and Salisbury 10 are the only three Leicestershire bowlers to be in double figures in that respect. Curry absent for reasons unspecified. Mike is injured, and at Salisbury ditto. So Scriven has 8, as does Ben Green, so that they are lacking a certain amount of firepower. If that's your criteria in terms, for firepower, wickets taken in the county championship this season.
I'd actually forgotten about Ben Mike. It's bad to say, but yeah.
Green is in and bowls to Bancroft, who is forward on off stump, steering the ball out to Ahmed at point.
Sort of partly still plays for Yorkshire in my mind, having returned, of course, now, but I'd thought of the players that weren't playing in this match but were playing in the fixture earlier in this season, and for some reason Mike had completely slipped my mind.
He got injured in the county championship at Hove against Sussex, of course. Forward goes Bancroft, ball in the air for a few feet as it again runs out towards Ahmed at point. Green again immediately attracting the attention of umpire Chantry, but I think he was just going out to remark the crease, sort of hitting it in a slightly different place, Ben Green. To Ian Holland. Chantry with his toe remarks the crease as Green is in, and bowls clipped very nicely out to square leg for 4 by Bancroft. Nice piece of timing. There is no square leg. Travaskis is at wide-ish long leg. Kimber is at mid-wicket. You get enough bat on it, you're going to get value, and Bancroft did. He moves on to 29. Charlesworth 25. Batting at a nice tempo, these two. As Ed said, you sort of feel as though Charlesworth taking his tempo from Bancroft to a certain extent, just being patient, picking off the bad balls, picking up their 1s and 2s as Green bowls, and that's a poor ball again from Green, much too leg side full, and Bancroft again plays it through mid-wicket for 4. Kimber sprawl to his right, giving Green hope he might get away with the bad ball. He couldn't get there, and 4 is taken. So consecutive boundaries to Bancroft, who's accelerating nicely. He's moved on to 33 now, 61 without loss. When did Leicester's first wicket fell? It was Rishi Patel.
66 was it?
66 for 1, correct. Patel for 47. Hill comes and has a word with Green. But beyond saying don't bowl leg stump half volleys that can be clipped away to the boundary, 2 of which you've bowled, Ben. If you're going to fill that gap, you're setting a field for a bad ball. Hull is being summoned from third man. He's trotting across to long leg. Travaskis is going to sweep on the leg side, it looks. Yeah. Kimber goes wider at... now Travaskis is being brought in to a conventional square leg alongside umpire Shanmugam. Kimber goes a little bit closer at mid-wicket. Green in again to Bancroft. Straightens his line up. Bowls middle and off. Bancroft blocks it out into the offside. Indicates with his right hand there was something there. Green turns, runs in and bowls, and he's driven for 4 over pitches just outside off stump, and Bancroft, without really any real effort in that over, has picked off 3 4s, all from poor deliveries. And Green takes his cap in disappointment. He gets a low 5 from Rishi Patel. Consolation rather than congratulation.
So I make that 48 runs conceded off the last 16 balls that Ben Green has sent down on this ground.
Right.
He got some fearful tap from Ollie Price and Ben Charlesworth in the local derby T20, which Gloucestershire pulled out thanks to those two from a position which it certainly looked as though they were dead and buried. Green went for 24 off his last full over that he bowled, and then 6 and a 4 in the 4 balls that were required in his last over. Scriven bowls to Charlesworth, who's forward and blocking this out to extra cover, and there's no run. Despite that fact, though, I'm sure that there are Somerset supporters who would take serious glee in Ben Green taking 4 or 5 wickets here today against Gloucestershire. Give them some bragging rights. It's actually been odd, the local derby, because now every year since 2019 one side has done the double over the other. Scriven bowls, Charlesworth is forward defending into the covers. Somerset for 3 consecutive years doing the double over Gloucestershire until Gloucestershire got revenge this year, and then back in 2020 it was Gloucestershire who did that. Odd how these things work. The local derby next year, maybe around the same time as the international fixture here, which would lead to an intriguing possibility. In comes Scriven and Bowles, and Charlesworth clips that one away fine down to long leg for a single, 66 without loss. Has happened before where they've had the local derby here with the gigantic temporary stand-in that fills the car park. Add a few more onto the capacity for that game and end up with a really big crowd. When you say gigantic,
are we talking sort of Old Trafford sized?
Well, actually, it might not be in terms of, because it'd be wider probably than the
flats,
party stand,
but
yeah, no, not that high. No.
Okay.
Scriven in to Bancroft, who's edging that one down to the deep third boundary. Terrific diving stop is made down there, and we'll keep it to 2. Travaskis back down there.
Yeah.
And Bancroft didn't really know where that one was going, but it flashed away. Certainly not catchable by any means. It somehow ended up going along the ground pretty much, but it wasn't one of those which was really a particularly controlled shot in that region. But it's 2 more runs. Bancroft up to 39, 68 without loss. Scriven bowls. Bancroft comes across his stumps and defends the ball away, and the footballing skills there from Scriven, his first touch seriously let him down as the ball scoops out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, just following up that thought about Ahmed as a potential captain going forward. Although it would be fun in the way that sort of it was fun watching Shane Warne captaining Hampshire. I used to love that.
Scriven, last ball of the over, bowls edge and has been caught at second slip. Sharp catch from Rahane because he's in close, and that is a huge wicket to break this opening partnership. A similar point at which Leicestershire's opening partnership was broken. Bancroft departs for 39, and that has changed the tenor of things somewhat at 68 for 1.
Yeah, surprising would be my first reaction. He went at it hard hands, didn't it? It wasn't there. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, and Scriven has been the pick in that. He usually is, to be honest. He does swing it at an occasionally lively pace, but he's not trying to bowl at all quickly. He's just trying to swing it basically in a controlled way. And Bancroft, having taken 3-4s off green the previous over, perhaps he just got a little bit carried away when drove at one that wasn't there to drive at. And as you say, it was a super catch from Rahane because it was thickish edge. It was flying. Was it about chest high, slightly to his left? Got 2 hands to it, took it very cleanly.
It's sort of one in close that you're expecting the ball to be sort of played softly off the edge and that you might be able to take it low down, and then all of a sudden you get one that flashes through to you that bit higher. And to start with, actually, I'd seen it disappear, so I assumed he'd caught it, but then just part of me thought, has that just gone directly behind him? Because it went that quickly that it could easily have been dropped, but nope. And getting rid of Bancroft, you always feel, I'm sure, he's one of those that as an opposition it sort of stands out. Get rid of Bancroft, get rid of that linchpin that can hold Gloucestershire innings together. And the 2 younger members of Gloucestershire's top order are reunited, Messrs Price and Charlesworth, with Ben Green bowling, but with a different coloured ball.
He's going to come around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, that having been the last ball of the over. Bowls, fullish, driven by Charlesworth, but doesn't quite time it. Goes straight out to mid-off. Important now for Green to sort of follow up that breakthrough. Walker still out there. He's got a cap on now. He's taken off his bucket hat. Perhaps he heard the The criticism has been passed on, perhaps. Green is in and bowls. Forward is Charlesworth on off stump. Or perhaps he just felt out of place. Suddenly realised, looked around him and thought, I'm the only one. North Walian. This is the squad that injuries, hopefully not being a factor, Leicestershire will continue with to Cardiff. Walker's former club, Glamorgan, of course. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump and left by Charlesworth. But I think they would be looking to again play all the spinners.
Yeah,
there.
Especially with Crane now pretty much a permanent fixture in that Glamorgan side. I noticed Kellaway's been doing quite a lot of bowling at Derby, even taking 3 wickets, so it'd be in their interest to have a pitch that turned.
Indeed. Green is in and bowls on, driven very nicely by Charlesworth. So Green continuing to absorb punishment at the hands of Ben Charlesworth. 4 more. Punched away very nicely. Was there. No chance for Hill to get across from mid-on to cut it off. Charlesworth on to 30 now from just 41 balls. 72 for 1. Not sure about the Gloucestershire training kit, as in goes Green and bowls, and Charlesworth on the back foot, thickish outside edge along the ground. Hull comes in from wide third man to field, not quite as certain a shot. It's a little bit that yellow is a bit yellow, isn't it? Daffodil yellow.
It does announce its presence.
Yep, you can't miss it, that's for sure. You're safe crossing the road, probably.
Yes, although at night it would lend a rather strange visual, sort of a floating bust across the road, the only part that you could see.
Is it usually that sort of... Is yellow usually involved in the training kit? It's Green over the wicket, but Price wasn't ready. Green actually almost got to the crease when he stepped back.
You've got me thinking about the training kit last year. The training kit was mostly black last year, but there was a bit of yellow on it, wasn't there? Yeah, there's usually yellow down the arms. Yeah, there's usually a bit of yellow involved. Black and yellow are
can't resist it.
Colours nowadays.
Gloucester types like the flag. There's all colours of the rainbow involved there. In goes Green and bowls. Price is leaning forward on off stump. He too a relatively tall young man and no great stride, but played it very competently in defence out into the off side. So Green completes his second over. It wasn't quite as bad in terms of runs conceded as his first, although there was one lovely on-driven 4 from Charlesworth.
Yeah, I mean you mind that a bit less if you're Green than getting whipped through mid-wicket off balls that are on or outside leg stump. Bring a few more risks to it, playing any sort of an on-drive, albeit sure you feel great about it as a batter if you can do that. Price still just the one delivery faced, so Charlesworth will face Scriven. Wicket with the last ball of his previous over, and first delivery this over. Charlesworth across his stumps and turning a ball which probably was on about off stump out to mid-wicket. There is no run. You can't just be a photographer nowadays with just a camera, can you? You've got Robbie, the club photographer down there. He's got his laptop set up down there and
instant send.
Zoom lens, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Getting to the point where presumably the cameras themselves will have some sort of send function.
Scriven bowls round the wicket on the hip of Charlesworth. He flicks it round the corner and jogs through for a comfortable single. 74 for 1. Charlesworth onto 32. Ground staff don't seem to be in their usual spots, positioned on top of the rollers and soppers down there. Usually provide comfortable seating for the ground staff, but obviously having done their work and not expecting any.
They were working on the engine of the sopper during the lunch interval.
Oh gosh.
There was about 5 of them with their heads sort of in it when I walked round.
Oh no.
Sounded alright.
Well, okay, that's alright then, because last year at Derby the blotter did break down.
Ah, okay.
Don't want anything like that again. Here comes Scriven, bowls, Price leaves, a tempting little away swinger from Scriven. Just watches it through behind the stumps. Yes, it broke rather dramatically with a explosion of black smoke coming out the back of it. So
right.
apparently it wasn't the first time though, and then the great sight of a tractor coming onto the field to try and tow the supper off.
Yeah.
You can imagine the tractor then breaking down and someone having to drive a car onto the field or something.
Well, you don't want it to have seized, do you? You ain't going to get it shifted at all.
Scriven runs in and bowls, and Price squeezes this one away to backward point. There's no run, pitching it up again. Scriven giving it maximum opportunity to do some work through the air. And the first game of last year was the broken down hover cover at Cardiff, which held up play for about 45 minutes longer than the rain would have done. Got stuck sort of a couple of pitches away from the one that they were using, and the ground staff had to unroll this bit of matting over the strip desperately in the scything rain. Scriven bowls to Price, turned away into the onside to Rehan Ahmed at mid-wicket. I thought he was going to fall over there. Juggled the ball, motioning at the striker's end, then did a slightly ungainly pirouette and looked at the non-striker's end, and unsurprisingly, nobody had gone anywhere.
Yeah, the problem with putting forward someone like Ahmed as a potential captain in the future, how much of him would Leicestershire see? You know,
that's true as well.
Potentially be away a fair bit during the summer.
Scriven completes this over, bowls full to Price, who has to come forward to meet that one in defence. So Price still yet to get off the mark. 74 for one, and that horrid glare off one of the windows of the flats continues to make life a little tougher in terms of peering out to the far end. But you know, this is just what happens, isn't it? The sun's not out and you complain, and then the sun comes out and there's always something to complain about. It wouldn't be county cricket if there weren't something to complain about. 74 for one, 17 overs gone.
Yeah, it'll only be hopefully for a few minutes as the sun makes its way around behind us here in the Bristol Pavilion. Ben Green looking into it as he is about to start his third over. Charlesworth with a sort of containing field. Two slips still. Patel and Rahane as Green bowls outside off stump, but Charlesworth almost remarking his guard before the ball is in the gloves of Peter Hanscom.
I did wonder what sort of deliveries Green would send down, whether he'd, because I've never seen him bowl in red ball cricket before, at least not that I can remember anyway, whether he'd continue to bowl some cutters and that sort of thing and try and buy some wickets that way. On this surface it might work.
And he goes, bowls outside off stump. Very, very similar delivery to that was left by Charlesworth previously. Receives exactly the same response, to wit, it is left.
You know, saw the short ball tried a lot by Gloucestershire, and Green, with his variations in pace and how it might come off the surface, still it's an option for him. Certainly gets a lot of wickets in white ball cricket with the short ball.
Green is in and bowls. It's a fraction closer to the off stump, but not sufficiently so to persuade Charlesworth to play. He doesn't.
Trouble with that glare is you keep having shielded your eyes from it, to keep having to check whether it's still there or not, so you end up still with those horrid bits of green in front of your eyes.
It's moved across to one of the bigger windows slightly next to it now, and it really is. Green is in and bowls. Ooh, almost sneaks one through onto the pads of Charlesworth there, thick outside part of the bat. Sees him defended out to Kimber. Just kind of wonder whether the, not turning point necessarily, but Leicestershire's hope of sort of making real inroads will come when they turn to the spinners, which presumably will be an over before tea. It's not quite in the regulations. Green is in, bowls outside off stump, taken to his right by Hanscom, left by Charlesworth safely enough.
Yeah, I mean, Scriven, 5 overs. I mean, he may well have another couple. He's got a good spell going now from this end, but they'll need somebody to come on for a bit of a spell before tea, whether they go back to one of their other seamers.
Green is in, bowls, Charlesworth for the 5th time out of 6 deliveries. Lets it go through outside off stump. So a maiden from Green, but you would not describe it as a threatening maiden. Charlesworth only having to play at 1 delivery.
Yeah, a bit of a holding pattern. But maybe Leicestershire feel if they've got Scriven with the squeeze on from this end, providing wicket-taking threat, they can starve Messrs Charlesworth and Price into an error. And both of them in red ball cricket, contrary to what I was mentioning in the T20, but in red ball cricket, both of them quite happy to bed themselves in and play defensively. As Scriven bowls and Price gets a get me off the mark delivery there, flicks it down to fine leg for a single, and that's not the way that Scriven ideally would have wished to start that over. 75 for 1, did only concede a single. It just allows Price to get up the other end, and it's that sort of strike rotation that, now that Bancroft has gone, we'll see whether these two can do similar. Leicestershire might feel if they don't stray themselves, these two might be a bit less likely to try and create those sorts of opportunities for themselves. Scriven into Charlesworth and beats him. That ball seemed to come back again from round the wicket. A couple of times Scriven has had Charlesworth in trouble from around there. I think that one still beat him on the outside, unlike the previous one that was on the...
I think he curtain railed his bat back inside the line, I think.
Yep.
In fairness to Ben Charlesworth.
Scriven runs in, bowls, let go by Charlesworth and fumbled by Hanscom behind the stumps. Not that it particularly matters, but I think you'd struggle to tell Scriven that he has to come off unless Scriven is particularly feeling, after his batting exploits earlier, that he doesn't have another over left in him. And then do you go spin from this end? Price bowled from the Ashley Down Road end, but turning it the other way. Scriven bowls. Ooh, that's lifted a bit. Hanscom had to ride the bounce of that one, as Charlesworth didn't play a shot to it, but all of a sudden one of those very rare deliveries that just bounces more than expected.
A couple have gone from that side of the pitch. There's a little bit, there's a sort of strip of green down that side. The middle of the pitch is sort of much lighter, but on either side of the pitch it looks to be a little bit of green, and I think it lifted out of that.
Scriven in now, bowls, and Charlesworth is hoping to find a gap on the offside, but Rehan Ahmed closes that very quickly from point. It may be that that area is just too wide to do anything out of. Whether it probably wasn't quite full enough to have hit a foot mark, whether it hit one of those and took off. Sometimes you see a bit of misbehaving even from the seamers out of there. Maybe it was in the frontmost foot mark. Scriven bowls, and again Charlesworth no shot, so he's leaving where he can.
Beginning to feel as though it's almost a deliberate thing though, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
From the Leicestershire bowlers. Right, we'll try a bit of containment and see if impatience becomes a weapon. Impatience obviously on the part of the batters, who are having a mid-pitch conversation. Charlesworth is learning from Bancroft. He's calling for a drink at the moment. He will continue to be patient. Price just checks his guard from umpire's Chantry. Hull's doing a lot of sort of limbering up now as Green is in and bowls to Price. Ooh, bit of bounce and into the, just below the midriff, slightly to the left, so not too painful, but a little rap that will remind Ollie Price as a little bit there occasionally. Rehan Ahmed and Rishi Patel indulging in a little byplay as Green is in, shuffling across, edged off the pad. He was outside the line of off stump for me. It was taken at first slip by Patel, so I thought for a second it was going to be a catch. It was neither a catch nor leg before wicket. For me, that was outside in the line. He'd gone right across.
Yeah,
it was outside the line.
You can tell even from the reverse angle.
Decent shout from Ben Green, and a sort of legitimate shout because he did beat the bat, but Price just looking at a touch awkward at the moment. In goes Green, bowls to him. He looks to on drive, thick inside part of the bat. Again, it's not completely convincing. The ball runs out to wideish mid-on. No run as Travaskis fields.
I'm sure he would like a score here. Price,
pardon?
obviously all batters want to score every time they go out to bat, but they just come off that Lions game as well, set up the rest of the red ball season.
Green is in on off stump. Price is solidly forward, out into the offside it goes. It's actually Holland at mid-on, apologies. Travaskis is at square leg, or just in front of square. Just sniffing that Price is not entirely comfortable out there at the moment. How many balls has he faced for his single 10? As Green is in, bowls to him outside off stump. He leaves safely enough. It slides past a couple of inches outside into the gloves of Hanscom.
There's been a few times this season where Price has got into the 20s in terms of balls faced before he's got off the mark. In fact, I think one of them might have been even in that innings at Grace Road. He made 72 there, but I had a feeling he took a bit of time to get going.
Green is in, shuffling forward is Price, playing it back up the pitch to Ben Green, who's settled into a better line and length now. Made an over, in fact, and a legitimate one, so to speak, not just bowling outside off stump to Charlesworth. He pretty much made Price play at every delivery there. 4 overs, none for 17 for Green. And Scriven, they do have to be a little bit careful with his workload. He did have a hamstring injury, went through the One Day Cup fine, and in fact was one of the country's top wicket takers in it, but they could ill afford to lose him for any of these last 5 games, the young all-rounder. So he's coming off, and Josh Hull is coming back into the attack.
Yeah, we take him off now. There's a chance that he could open things up again straight after tea. A bit of an extended break with the tea interval. That's still a little way away. Yes, I think it is at 10 past 4. No, 4 o'clock. I think 4 o'clock.
I'll check with the scorers.
I should know this. This is dreadful. I thought I had this down. 104 over days, the session times. It's 3 sessions of 2 hours 10. So 4 o'clock. It should be 4 o'clock. Anyway, Josh Hull for a second spell, 4 overs for 21 in his opening spell. Can't quite tell the full story when 6 of them came off the top edge, but he's running in now to Charlesworth, who jabs that one away. Nice looking shot, running out towards the deep third boundary, and Green can't stop it. Tried to slide awkwardly to his right, and the ball had quite a lot of pace on it, and really his only hope of saving the 4 was to do a full length dive, and that was not affected. So Charlesworth picks up 4 with almost a checked cut shot for ball that was around about shoulder height. But again, he is tall, Charlesworth. He's under 36, 79 for 1. Hull in and bowls, back of a length, run through the offside. That's a nice piece of timing from Charlesworth. It won't make it all the way to the cover boundary. Rehan Ahmed with a spectacular pickup, pivot and throw. And 2 more runs are added. Yeah, 4 o'clock is 3 sessions of 2 hours and 10 minutes. So 35 minutes to go until that interval.
Are you eyeing the ice cream van, hoping it doesn't disappear?
Well,
It won't do before.
no,
that,
I mean,
will it? It tends to leave about 6.
having said that, always the tricky thing with the ice cream van is you've got basically about 12 minutes to get there, as this is turned off the hip by Charlesworth to forward square for no run. To get there, bring it back, eat it, and then be back ready to start talking again. And inevitably somebody is going to waylay you down there.
You've got to march purposefully.
You do.
That's the key.
Yeah, they take a leaf out of Ian Randall's book. He always walks around with a marching, purposeful gait, so everybody knows he's on a mission. 81 for 1. Hull into Charlesworth, who leans forward and blocks this out into the covers. Saw George Scott on the ground today, former Gloucestershire player, along with Dave Bartlett, the former head of medical here. Those two I should say, on site today having a bit of a watch.
Lovely day for it. Certainly a few more balconies occupied in the flats.
Running in Hull, bowls to Charlesworth, who is defending very confidently back to the bowler. Start of the extended bank holiday weekend. As I say, free after tea is still available, so plenty
bank
of
holiday this weekend?
free cricket. Yes.
When?
This weekend.
Yeah. What? Which day? Monday?
Well, it'll be bank holiday Monday, yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Not today.
No, extended weekend, isn't it? Hull in, turned off the pads of Charlesworth out to deep square for a single. And so he'll keep the strike at the end of that over. 82 for 1 after 21 overs. She'll be on duty every day of that. There's a Western Storm game at Taunton on the Monday.
Well, that'll be fun, getting on the motorway after that. On the bank holiday weekend as you get past Western, or not.
I think I might
as
take the
case may be.
train, actually. Can still get quite a lot of trains down there on the bank holiday Monday morning, so I can imagine the train back might be a bit interesting, but as long as you don't get one that goes via Western, but then if it's not that, you get the ones that have come all the way from Cornwall, so I'm not sure which is preferable.
Ben Green will continue round the wicket, bowls and driven hard down into the ground, rather stylishly, a bit of almost flamboyantly by Ben Charlesworth, but didn't quite time it, and the leaping Travaskis at that point made actually what was in the end a fairly comfortable stop. Charlesworth remains on 39. Run rate's come down a fraction, 3.9 now. It was well over 4s, and Bancroft was tucking in to Green, who bowls, squares up Charlesworth a little bit there. I think he was looking to drive that one a touch straighter, and came off the outside part of the bat, ran out to mid-off.
Was it 14 and 6.2 overs, this partnership, and 7 of those came in the last over.
Price still just a single to his name off 12. James Taylor Leicestershire's assistant head coach is watching as Green goes in, bowls outside off stump. Charlesworth leaves, and he pointedly applauds that delivery. Taylor, who's got a thick anorak on and shorts.
It's like a puffer jacket, isn't it?
He must be fairly cold-blooded in top half, perhaps.
I feel like that's standard attire for ground staff.
Puffer jackets, sort of.
Yeah, or just at least a hood, but
Right.
then shorts.
Green is in, bowls outside off stump, and Charlesworth leaves again, and this is now becoming such a frequent occurrence that it can, one feels, only be deliberate on the part of the Foxes, whose patience will crack first. Still got the two slips in, Rahana alongside Rishi Patel, alongside and in front of as Green bowls and looking to pull, not quite getting it cleanly, and scrambling across rather messily to his left. Leicestershire's captain Lewis Hill makes the stop. It gets him sufficiently quickly, or he gets to it sufficiently quickly to prevent the single, but again that's just a sign that Charlesworth does want to. He will try and get one away if he gets the opportunity.
And that's the sort of Green shorter delivery and the type of outcome that I wondered whether he might, just as a change-up every so often, stick one of those in.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and normal service in that respect is resumed. It's another maiden from Ben Green, and he can, after that over that he bowled to Bancroft, conceded 3 4s in it.
Yeah.
5 of his 3 even of his 5 overs have been maidens.
Yeah, just 5 runs off his last 4 overs total. Hull will have a go at Price, who's not had an enormous amount of the strikes since he's come to the middle, and only still has the 1 run to his name.
Yorkshire ahead against Sussex now, still with 7 wickets in hand, so Sussex up against it there. Yorkshire could drag themselves right into contention here.
Yep, very much bring Sussex a little bit closer to the pack as well. Hull bowls, squeezed away down to fine leg by Price. And that will pick him up a single, 83 for 1. Something about Scarborough, I think, as well. They've got Johnny Bairstow playing as well, who's a 57 not out, so that certainly helps. But I don't know, you've got the crowd on top of you, and I don't like to lose at Scarborough, the Yorkies. Certainly, especially in Championship cricket, used to winning in front of that crowd. Maybe a tougher test than a fairly empty Headingley. Hull runs into Charlesworth, bangs one in short, and Charlesworth ducks, bends the back leg and gets underneath it. Yeah, Will Luxton has a half century as well alongside Johnny Bairstow, so players at opposite ends of their careers, you would have to say. In fact, Johnny Bairstow's just got out.
I was going to say, don't tell that to Johnny, but
well, true, yep. Bairstow's just been pinned LBW by Carson for 57, but still 194 for 4. Yorkshire. Hull bowls back of a length and catches the shoulder of the bat of Charlesworth as he tried to turn it into the leg side, but got done by the bounce.
that extra bit of pace.
Could have just looped up somewhere, really anywhere, but as it is, went straight out in front of him. Hull finding a bit of joy out of the middle of this pitch. Runs in once more. Bowls now full on the pads of Charlesworth. He turns it away wide of mid-on. Hill sprinting after it. They will eventually come back for the second run, which they were a bit hesitant in setting off for, but make comfortably. Charlesworth into the 40s, 41 now, 85 for 1. Middlesex 110 for 1 in reply to Northamptonshire's 207, so again things looking good for those immediately chasing the current leaders. Sussex, half century for Sam Robson. Middlesex behind by just 97. Merchant Taylor's School, that'll be windswept today, who wouldn't want to be there. Hull bowls, leaning away from that one is Charlesworth, and it goes through to the keeper. Have you had the pleasure yet of Merchant Taylor's?
Yes, we had a championship game there a couple of years ago. Will Davis took a 5 for. I remember, I think it was Will. I think Abby Sikandi took a load of wickets there one year as well, I think. I wanted to call one of the ends the Karloff end. Boris Karloff having been a pupil at Merchant Taylor's.
Okay.
But they didn't seem to like the idea then. The Frankenstein end, you know.
Hull runs in, bowls, and Charlesworth is very correctly forward and playing a defensive stroke to mid-off. End of the over, 85 for 1. Still trailing by 317, so however the progress is made, still an awful lot more work for Gloucestershire to do at this point. Only takes a couple of deliveries and
Passion again. Indulging in a little jog. A bit more than that at first. I thought he was going to pound all the way to the boundary and
I
back.
think he was chasing after his hat or something.
Kicks up his heels. Can't be easy on the backs, can it?
Oh no, it's the knees got, even when I was doing it, the knees got me standing still all that time.
Green is in, shuffling down the pitches. Price again, he's not comfortable. It bounces a bit on him and comes off the pad and bounces out into the offside. And again, there's no run. Remember an old umpire in one of the leagues we were in, he used to have a shooting stick sort of thing. Unfolded and,
right.
and whichever, whether he was behind the stumps or at square leg,
Even when he was at the
position.
right.
Yeah, it's a sort of almost standing sitting position. It's very odd. In goes Green, bowls outside off stump. Price leaves, lets it go through.
Well, you see old footage, umpires getting down right level with the stumps at the far end. Try and get the best view of height. Not sure whether they'd have a great job of sitting back foot no balls, but then probably weren't too many of those bowled.
Green is in, squares up, Price a touch. He's just struggling for a little bit of form and fluid, just not happening from him at the moment, and he ends up rather shoveling it out towards mid-off. 2 from 16 deliveries now for Ollie Price, and he rehearses a few shots and marks his guard, looks around him. Is he of this sort of temperament which, you know, he won't get too worried about this?
Well, I think as much
it.
as any batsman would be, he is very patient, but you know, I don't think anybody really likes being 2 off 20 odd.
In goes Green, he looks to drive, gets a thick inside part of the bat to it. It runs out towards mid-on, accompanied by General Ooh from behind the stumps, led as ever by Rishi Patel. First slip.
He's not the type that you would imagine would be coming charging down the pitch and trying to crash it over the top. I mean, he may have enough at some point, have a flash at one outside off stump or something, but he probably won't itch.
Green bowls to him, he covers up, plays it back down the pitch again. There's oohs and applause from the Leicestershire fielders. They like this. They've got a little bit of control back. 85 for 1. Run rate has dropped to 3.6 now. It was sort of 4.5, wasn't it? And
yeah.
Bancroft and Charlesworth were going nicely in tandem.
And he also does have to think that Green's spell can't be lasting much longer.
Will this be his 4th consecutive maiden? If it is a maiden, then that is blocked by Price, so that is another maiden. So 6 overs, 4 maidens. none for 17.
Was the over that conceded 5 his second over?
I think so. I
Feels
think
like
he
it
went for
was,
12
yeah.
off his first, 5 off his second, and none since. 4 overs, 4 maidens for Green. So on that basis, he'll say, well, you just keep bowling, mate. Or Greener, as they call him. Not Greeny,
Well, Somerset
Greener.
like that though. Quarter final coming up. T20 Blast.
Yeah.
Not having
When are
you
they?
bowling more than 6 overs. Start of September. Somerset's maybe the 4th or the 5th. I can't remember which one they are. Gloucestershire's is the 6th, and that's the 4th one of them.
So whether they want him back next week to commence preparations for that, I'm not quite sure.
I think Surrey versus Durham is the first one. In comes Hull now to Charlesworth. He's forward, rock solid, no run. Try and find out, because it's one of those ridiculous things. So 3 of the 4 quarterfinals have a reserve day built in, but the first one, which is Surrey versus Durham, I'm pretty sure it's Surrey versus Durham, doesn't.
Okay, that seems a bit arbitrary.
Yes, so that one starts at 6, so they're starting it an hour earlier, and they've built in a bit more time to play with, but even so. Hull in and bowls, flicked away through square by Charlesworth, but there's protection out there on the boundary. And just a single, 86 for 1. Yeah, Surrey versus Durham on the Tuesday, the 3rd, then Sussex versus Lancashire on Wednesday, the 4th, and Northamptonshire versus Somerset on the 5th. And 3 different start times out of the 4. It always does make me laugh that when you've got these games all starting at different times. Exactly always the easiest to follow. Hull bowls, that's an inviting half volley outside the off stump, and Price has taken advantage. He's not timed it to perfection, but with the pace of Hull, just had to lean forward, find something close to the middle of the bat on it, and that might just settle Price a little bit. Getting that one away, moves on to 6. Gloucestershire up to 90 for 1. They've also got rid of the bowl out. Desperately disappointing. So I think the reserve day's coming in, and then I assume if both days are washed out, then it's just the side that finished higher in their group that goes through. Or if it's the final, then the trophy's shared. Hull bowls, that's another very full delivery, which Price tries to squeeze away, but doesn't get any bat on it, and it goes scudding through to Hanscom behind the stumps. Great shame. I thought I might get to do a bowl out actually in 2020 when it tipped down with rain. On the first day of finals day that year, it was about December the 10th or something, at Edgbaston with no crowd in the COVID year. And it was pouring with rain the next morning as well. Hull runs in, bowls a very short delivery, and too short, according to umpire Chantry, who has signalled to his colleague that's a no ball. And 2 more runs to the total. Certainly looked impressive in terms of speeding through to Hanscom, taking it above his head a considerable distance back, but just banged in too much. 92 for 1. But yeah, eventually they played in 2020. No need for a bowl out. Very disappointing. Hull in down the leg side as he strangled him. Leicestershire all going up, but umpire Shanmugam is unmoved. Hull turns on his heel and walks back to his mark, but Hanscom is absolutely insistent that that hit something. Impossible to tell from that whether it was bat, glove or thigh pad, shirt. Price is certainly giving off the impression that he didn't feel he hit it, but then perhaps he would. unless you're Kevin Peterson winding up Ricky Ponting in a test match at the MCG. It was one of my favourite moments, especially because it was KP just riling up Ponting after he was given not out. Something like a strangle down the leg side like that, and Ponting remonstrating with the umpire, then walked up to Peterson. Did you hit that? And of course Peterson said, yeah, I did. Hull bowls a short ball, he tries to pull it, he's top edged this one and he's gone, caught behind. Ollie Price goes, Hull gets the breakthrough, and Price, he got one boundary away off a full delivery, wondered if that might settle him, but he then finds himself with another short ball to deal with. It was outside the off stump, he tried to fetch it across to the leg side against the angle and gets a thin enough top edge that it doesn't fly over the top of the keeper. Hanscom takes it above his head, and Gloucestershire are now in a little bit of trouble. 92 for 2 with 400 on the board for Leicestershire.
Yeah, reward for Hull, that extra little bit of pace and bounce, but slightly unnecessary shot, obviously unnecessary when you're hooking, but it was a highish one, wasn't it? You'd have thought it'd just lean out of the way, but never settled. Ollie Price, 24 balls for his 6. Miles Hammond comes to the crease. Glove on fist from Hammond to Charlesworth.
So 2 left-handers now for Gloucestershire. Leicestershire can maybe settle in a bit more. Not that that was really a problem when Price and Charlesworth were together. He does play the pull shot well, does Price, but it was a slightly wild attempt at the pull shot with that much pace on the ball from Hull, apart from the fact that it was so far outside off stump, so it was very hard for him to fetch it across. He just didn't really have to go at it as hard as that. Just put the bat to it and let the ball do the work, but that's easy to say from up here. Gloucestershire now in a bit of a need of a partnership.
Well, Green's 4 maidens have brought his spell to an end. Holland's back on, bowling round the wicket to Charlesworth, who is carefully forward on off stump, defending out to mid-off.
Volume levels seem to have risen out there.
One or 2 Leicestershire supporters in the ground, I noticed, and made their way up. Another one before tea that feel it's been a pretty decent session in the end for them. Had to work hard. Holland is in and bowls. Stays on the back foot and tries to force it out into the offside. Charlesworth doesn't time it. A little bit of shape back into him, which is probably why he didn't quite time it. Kimber at extra cover made this stop. Travaskis is at point. Rahana and Patel, second and first slip respectively. Ahmed's been relegated down to long leg as Holland is in. Bowls again, shape into the left-handed Charlesworth, who defends patiently on the back foot out to Kimber. But since they settled into sort of containment, well, Hull isn't bowling really to contain. Well, I suppose you could say the bouncers, in a way, high bouncers are there to contain. But they've had an awful lot more joy.
He's the change-up off the others, isn't he? He comes on and maybe the eyes light up and think, well, there's opportunities to score here.
Holland is in, swings in a touch again. It's Fuller waiting for it. Charlesworth looks to turn it into the leg side, does, but not cleanly timed.
I think that was always the thing watching that first innings as well, because most of Gloucestershire's bowlers aren't really built for absolutely 6 balls, line and length, top of off at medium fast. They're a different sort of attack.
Holland Holland is in, work towards mid-wicket, picked up one-handed running to his right by Scriven. Charlesworth again has runs have dried up a little bit for him, 42 off 79. He won't mind, he'll continue to be patient. It's what, to a certain extent, Holland, who's bowling at him now, did very well in Leicestershire's innings. Struggled all the way up to 50, not struggled, but had to work so hard for his runs, and then played much more fluently for his second 50. Bustles in and bowls. Charlesworth bat and pad close together as he leans forward. Maiden over, I think. So Holland maintaining the green tradition from the Ashley Down Road end. We've had 5 consecutive maidens from the flats.
Yep, and I think Leicestershire were always going to have the potential to do this with the likes of Holland, Scriven, and now that Green's settled into his rhythm after his first couple of overs as well, and there may still be enough out there that just by staying patient and drying up the runs, Leicestershire can have more joy than Gloucestershire's bowling attack did. And I think that period of pressure from Green in particular, but Scriven as well, helped to buy that price wicket for Hull, who's coming in for his 8th over now, bowling down the leg side to Hammond, who cannot get a touch on it. Facing his first delivery, Miles Hammond, century in his last championship innings as well, one of 3 centurions in that second innings against Glamorgan at Cheltenham, and having a really fine season across all formats. Miles Hammond, 157 I think it was in the end at Trent Bridge in the One-Day Cup. Really solid T20 season at the top of the order. Hull into Hammond, beaten. Really nice delivery, pitched up that time from Hull, and just a bit of movement away from the left-handed Hammond. He doesn't have to just bang it in short to cause problems. Hull early on in the innings, Hammond on the walk a bit as he played that. Couldn't really cover for that movement as a consequence. He has found himself in some sticky situations as Hammond, particularly last year as well as at some points this year. Hull bowls, Hammond leaves a ball which was short and outside the off stump, just swaying away from it. He's been in more precarious positions than this, but if Gloucestershire were to lose another one, then it does start to look a little precarious, trailing by 300 or so and 3 wickets down. And whilst there is batting lower down the order, they don't bat as deep as Leicestershire do. Got Actor, who's shown plenty of ability with the bat, due in 8. As Hull bowls to Hammond, down leg side again, and once more Hammond can't get a touch as Hanscom tidies up behind the stumps. Marchant de Lange certainly know what he's capable of with the bat when he connects, but it's not going to come off every time the way that he plays. Singdale and Goodman down there also have runs this season, but it's not the same in terms of consistency as the likes of Travaskis and Scriven and Green might provide in those positions for Leicestershire. So top order runs still very much necessary here as Hull is into Hammond forward, running the ball up to mid-off, where Scriven fields. Might just about get through, well, he ought to get through 2 more overs before tea. Despite the length of Hull's run nearly at the end of this over, Holland shouldn't take too long through his over, so possibly a 38 over evening session. Hull bowls to Hammond, no ball, flicked away, back out of square for 4. That time just a bit closer to Hammond, and his work to leg finds plenty of bat, and he's off the mark with 4, so 6 runs on to the total, and 98 for 2.
Just what Hammond needed, just what Leicestershire didn't really. Difficult. I mean, Hull he's just turned 20 now. He's not a teenager anymore, but still very much learning his trade, and not, consistency is almost the last thing that comes, isn't it, when you're a young quick bowler swinging the ball.
Still growing.
Yeah, well, possibly.
Here comes Hull into Hammond. Shorter ball, that hurried Hammond up, and he ducked it, but it wasn't a comfortable duck at all.
No.
It was a self-defence, almost flinch from Hammond out of the way of it at the last moment, so he's probably thinking, I wish you hadn't spotted that no ball, Mr. Shanmugam, because I'd rather not have faced that one. 98 for 2, end of that over, so the no ball should still, with 5 minutes left before Team Mean Holland can get through this over, unless of course there's a wicket. And Hull could have one more.
Holland round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth, fullish, in swing again, clipped out into the onside. Scriven manages to get across from mid-wicket to cut it off. Saves Green, what would have been a long chase to the mid-wicket boundary. Probably honours about even in the session so far. Holland is in, bowls on driven, should be stopped by Green, moves across to his right and does stop it. Adds a theatrical tumble for the cameras, perhaps. No, he did have to, he was on the way down, he did have to roll. Rahana applauds Holland's line and length there. And he comes. Bowls, a little bit short and punched out into the offside by Charlesworth, but can't get it past Kimber, who, like Green, has to dive to his right to make the stop, and does so successfully, like Green.
One of the few scoring opportunities that Holland has presented, and there must be a part of you that still
I think we're on
regrets not hitting it away.
33 balls from that end, in he goes and bowls, make that 34 without a run being conceded, because that is attempted to be driven. It was a slightly fuller delivery, but again Charlesworth doesn't time it, and the fact that you are being tied down, it does affect your timing a little bit.
He tried to have a real go at that one. He had enough of trying to manoeuvre the ball through the field and then just tried to whack it, and neither's worked.
Holland in, outside off stump. Charlesworth steps forward, lets it swing through into the gloves of Hanscom. Travaskis sort of bowls a loosener. So does Kimber, actually. So we, coming up to the last over before tea. That's all I'm saying.
Well, is that a 4 over? No, it's not a 4 over spell from Hull, is it? But could legitimately say he needs a break.
Holland is in. Charlesworth is forward looking to drive again, doesn't time it. It bounces back up the wicket to Holland. So yet another maiden. 6 in a row from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground.
We're getting a spinner.
Who's it
Rehan
going
Ahmed,
to be?
I think.
Is it Rehan? Rishi Patel's donning the shin pads sort of things. I wonder what they just go above the knee, don't they? The short leg pads. And it is indeed going to be Rehan, the favoured of the 3 spinners. Which it turns square.
I think you probably would feel a bit miffed if you were Rehan Ahmed or Travaskis, and then skipper goes, yeah, 2 left-handers out there, let's throw the ball to the off spinner.
Yeah. And yeah. He's very much an occasional off spinner. He does have potential, Kimber, but
Yeah.
it's quite difficult to make that transition, isn't it, from occasional to front line if you're bowling only occasionally.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not as though there's likely to be too many sides. I mean, probably will get them, but too many sides where you're almost the only spin option.
Well, things will probably happen now, Ahmed. With that sort of green strip to aim into, might just get it to bounce and turn back into the left-handers.
Yeah, variation of pace might well be a real weapon, where the pitch maybe starting to become a bit too pace. So slip and a leg slip,
well,
there's no real variation with a full toss, although
No, it's got
Ken
to pitch, hasn't it?
Hammond's not exactly looked to biff that one away, as in another situation I'm sure he'd particularly like to do, and the fielder able to get round from deep point and keep it to 2, but 2 runs that bring up Gloucestershire's 100 for the loss of 2 wickets. Must make sure that nothing silly happens this over. I mean, Rehan Ahmed bowls, forward goes, Hammond defends up to mid-on. In some ways, might not be that much difference losing a wicket this over versus first over after tea, but somehow just going into the break knowing that you're 3 down has a bit of an effect. Rehan Ahmed in, bowls, Hammond drives, pleasantly enough, but right at Lewis Hill, up at mid-off. No run. Deep cover and a deep mid-wicket, so some protection out. Singles are available. Rehan Ahmed in, bowls. Nice looking delivery, but Hammond again able to meet it on the front foot in defence. And Patel manoeuvres himself into a silly mid-off. And Hammond drives it straight past him and times that one better, although again the fielder should just get round sweeping from the offside, and Kimber does, sliding across, but 2 more runs to Hammond. The deficit for Gloucestershire sits at exactly 300. And this will be the last ball before the tea break. Bowled now, and Hammond slightly turned round by that one, but defends it away with no real alarms. And the end of that session started to feel more like the kind of Bristol pace at the end of that session. Difficult to force the ball away for runs, but the bowlers having to work very hard for their wickets. However, because they have that 300 run lead, Leicestershire, I'm sure still the happier of the 2 sides walking off. They've got the wickets of Bancroft for 39, caught very sharply by Rahane at second slip off the bowling of Scriven, and Ollie Price trying to hook Josh Hull, dragging it across from outside the off stump, got a top edge through to Peter Hanscom. He was out for 6. Ben Charlesworth on 42, potentially holding the key to this innings for Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond has 8. Players make their way off for tea. We will have a break ourselves and be back with you in 20 minutes. Sound on the stream or online? Let me just check. We're going out online whilst you're...
I'll keep going for the time being while checks are made. Scriven is in. Bowls and square driven stylishly by Ben Charlesworth to bring up his 50. So having been a little bit becalmed pre-tee, he has been very positive post-tee. His 50 has come off 96 balls. He's hit 7 fours and 1 6. Back now, he says. So whether somebody somewhere didn't press a button, possibly him.
It might have been the person to our left, or it might not have been.
Scriven is in and bowls driven, but only as far as Hull at mid-off, who very correctly forms the long barrier. And with Josh Hull, it is a long barrier when he goes down on one knee. End of the over. Good one for Charlesworth, who's hit a couple of very, very nice shots post-tee. He's refreshed and ready to go.
He could be a third 7 bridge if he just stretched a bit further, Josh Hull. 2 bridges just not enough. Holland staring into the sun to survey his field and collect the ball. Already Ben Green's doing some Basil Fawlty style leg kicks up at mid-on. Get that foot up above the head. Swings of the arms. Now ready to field as Holland runs in and bowls to Hammond. And that's left, despite the ball being dangled just outside Hammond's off stump and threatening to come back. Hammond not interested in playing. They might try their best to bore Hammond out in the knowledge that at some point he is quite likely to try and get on top of the bowling as Holland bowls, and Hammond is pretty much exposing all 3 stumps after he's left that, and that is one thing that Hammond will try to do, even if he's not going for a wild swoosh. He will at least try and mess with the bowler in terms of, do I follow him? Do I just bowl the same ball? Do I try and spear one in on leg stump maybe? Let's put a few more options in the bowler's mind. Holland runs in, bowls to Hammond, beats him. That's a very good delivery. It's quite similar to the first delivery that he left, but just a little bit closer, meaning that Hammond felt he had to play at it. And actually, in the end, he didn't, but it's a little bit on the move again as he played that one, Hammond, and that's where that strategy can be your downfall. Short extra cover in place as well. Holland runs in now, bowls to Hammond, full delivery, looks to drive, doesn't time it. And it's fielded up at mid-off. So, although 4 dots, when you've got somebody like Hammond out there, there's always a bit of a sense of there being a more direct confrontation between bowler and batter, rather than Charlesworth, who will tend to go through the same sort of routines and keep the same sort of rhythm, allow the bowler to maintain that sort of rhythm. Hammond will try and do something different. And again, there he walks a long way across his stumps but still leaves. So even though we've had an over without any runs, there's been more going on simply because of the way that Hammond plays. But as yet, he's not tried to unveil anything in terms of an attacking shot to try and disturb this ploy. Holland bowls, a little bit squared up there, Hammond. Again, he's been dragged a long way across his crease, but he's sort of squirted it really in defence out to backward point. So another maiden over. It's now 3 for Holland, none for 24 from 10 overs. Really at Holland's pace, you can't afford to be anything other than as accurate as, for the most part, he has been. We saw in the previous over, just a little over-pitched and away it went. But if he can continue to bang away on that line and length, particularly on this sort of a surface, it will force the batters to do something quite different to actually score.
Scriven round the wicket, bowls, finds the thick outside edge of Ben Charlesworth's bat along the ground all the way, through gully down towards third man. One is taken, a couple of gulls wheel overhead.
I must quite like it on a day like this, the ability to just swoop along on the wind.
Presumably the thermals on which they rise are fairly warm, but by definition the name suggests they always are, doesn't it? But I imagine they're not always, just a little bit warmer than the cold air beneath, perhaps. In goes Scriven, bowls, and there's a decent shout for a leg before, but no, says umpire Shun Mugan. It did swing in a touch, did it hit him outside the line? We shall have a look. We've got a nice angle on this one. Yes, but not by much for me. It was a very, very close one, but they take some convincing, these umpires, don't
Yes,
they?
they have been pretty consistent in being not outers, both of them, despite some rather good-looking shouts at various times in this game.
That was a good one. Shouts-wise, just enough doubt in the umpire's mind as Scriven is in again, reaching out and driving. Hull moves smartly to his right, takes the ball and throws it in, so stays in his crease, Miles Hammond.
I certainly haven't subscribed to the theory of keep the game moving in terms of the LBW decisions.
And there are umpires who do.
Yep.
That is for sure. Some of the older umpires, he says, slandering the entire class, but one or two have a slight reputation for preference for, let's get this game on. Yeah, that'll do. Close enough. In goes Scriven, bowls outside off some, driven away. That was what Ed described off the bowling of Ian Holland as a floaty half volley, and was duly driven away by Miles Hammond. There's a loud Gloucestershire supporter beneath us, Matthew, who greets each boundary with a raucous shout of approval.
At least it's
quite what he's saying, I don't know.
4 more to the England.
Yeah, it's not a chant as such. Scriven is in. Hammond is thick outside edging it along the ground. He was pretty much in control. Runs out to a man at wide third, and one is taken.
Simply would not be a Gloucestershire game at Bristol without Matthew Lee.
Right.
Voicing his encouragement.
Matthew Lee. Famous Gloucestershire name. Was in this very room as Scriven is in and bowls and cut away stylishly by Charlesworth. And as I say, he's played some cracking shots post tee, and that was another of them. A little bit of width offered from Scriven, and Charlesworth on the back foot cracked it away in some style.
There he is. He's come in his championship shirt today. Is it I was going to say, I think it's an Ollie Price shirt.
But not as worn by Price, because he would have had to be hefty for Price to have got. Would have rather have dwarfed him, wouldn't it? But tented him, marqueed him. Yeah, no, Lee. I mean, I remember being in this box in the early days of this pavilion when Bob Hunt brought in Laurie Lee's, I think, cousin. He knew I'd been to Slad and seen the grave and been into the pub and what have you.
Holland runs in and bowls. Hammond drives, looking for what, to be honest, is a gap in a pretty congested offside field, but this time it's Ryan Ahmed at cover who stops it. There is no run.
Yeah, but an elderly Gloucestershire gentleman, and he regaled me with his memories of the great man. Fascinating stuff. Really enjoyed it.
Was that on air or?
No, it wasn't. One or two sort of little snippets, but no, essentially it was pre-play, I believe. Ball change potentially in the offing.
Oh, it had to
what
be about
on?
time.
33.1
overs. Yeah, it's had a good life, that.
Yeah, that's relatively long. Yep, and it is going to be changed. I should have recorded it, shouldn't I? The things that occur to you afterwards. Conversations you wish you'd had notes of and recordings of.
I was going to try and add up the number of balls we've had in this match, but I think it's about 6 now.
We had 5, didn't we, in the Leicestershire innings? 3 changes and 2 new.
Oh, of
new
course,
balls.
yes.
So this would make it 7,
yeah.
wouldn't it? Okay, it's expensive. What do they cost these days? 80 odd quid, aren't they? Something like that.
Yeah, probably.
So that's 500 quid's worth for a start.
Yeah, expensive county championship cricket. Probably better reduce the number of games, I would say, so that we reduce the number of balls being used. Well, having said that, the schedule for next year, I think the bare bones of it have been confirmed, and there are no changes next year to the number of championship matches, blast matches, one-day cup matches. It's the same for 2025.
And the sort of time at which they're played?
Roughly similar, yeah. I think the 100 is now very much in August rather than late July into August, meaning that there's a bit of shuffling about with the championship matches taking place in the summer. But haven't got exact dates at this point. Holland with this changed ball then, bowling to Hammond, forced off the back foot, diving stop, well made by Rehan Ahmed, who springs to his feet but has no chance at effecting a run out as Hammond was running with the shot. 124 for 2 with that single. But yeah, I think these rounds of championship cricket will be moved, but I couldn't say unfortunately where.
I was going to say where, but
I guess that the blast would then be able to run a bit, the group stages of the blast might be able to run a bit later. Holland bowls to Charlesworth, who covers up in defence. Whether it adds a third championship round into June, July, or whether, as you rather fear might happen, it just means the blast starts a bit later and you end up with about, 7-8 rounds of championship cricket played in April and May, so that the blast doesn't even start at the end of May, it starts in June. Holland in now, bowls a very wide delivery, getting wider. Charlesworth lets it go. But yeah, there's no T20 World Cup constraining things, and a 5-test series against India, which will form the highlight of the men's summer. Holland in now, bowls, and swaying out of the way of that one is Charlesworth. Not that he was in any danger from it, but just didn't want to play a shot to it. So I think just about everybody will be unhappy with that, as usual.
yes.
Players will certainly be, because 80% of them think that there's too much cricket and the schedule isn't fit for purpose. Holland bowls down the leg side, flicked on its way by Charlesworth, and that will go for 4. Hull no chance of getting there, it was just too fine, and runs have come at a decent rate since the break, and Charlesworth is now into the 60s, 61 from 103 deliveries, 128 for 2. Spectators will be unhappy because there's so much championship cricket still in September and in April when they don't want to go and watch it, and it's not particularly conducive to actually playing it. Who else will be unhappy? Well, who won't be?
Scriven round the wicket, bowls, it swings in, but punched nicely by Hammond, out towards wideish mid-off. Hull runs back, picks up, throws, and Hammond picks up a couple.
Shouty crow. Now, bird life is getting restless in this late afternoon.
Yeah, no, Scriven turns, runs in and bowls. Hammond again drives, and this time for 4. Han Ahmed turns, but he knew immediately that all he'd be doing was chasing the ball down, so runs continue to come at a very decent rate. Post T, 102 for 2 at T, now 134 for 2. So 32 runs added already. They went up to Sheepscombe as well, they see the cricket club, the Loreley cricket ground. That took some finding. Jeepers. That's up on the top of a hill.
A name like that.
It really did, and you don't sort of see it until you're absolutely there. In goes Scriven, bowls, and Hammond goes back on his stumps and blocks it out into the offside, but he bought it to preserve it, essentially. So that, I mean, I can't imagine it ever being built on where it was, up on the top of a hill, but in perpetuity it will be a cricket ground. Scriven, 88 on his back, turns, runs in and bowls. Hammond forward, rather elegantly stroking the ball out into the offside. Kimber is the fielder. The new middle-aged ball, however you want to describe it, doesn't appear to be doing anything outstandingly different to the old middle-aged ball.
Maybe time to get that changed again then.
But I guess if it isn't just the ploy, is it? I mean, if it's gone out of shape, it's gone. It doesn't go through the gauge. It doesn't. Scriven is in and bowls onto the legs, or the body really, of Hammond, who tries to help it around the corner. I don't think he got anything on it, came off the pad. Runs to square leg. Hanscom comes running out from behind the stumps. Green 2. It's quickly onto the ball from mid-wicket, but it is still a leg by, according to the Gloucestershire cause. I wonder if Loreley ever came to watch Gloucester. I don't think so. He was sort of gone, really, but relatively early age, wasn't he, to Spain and then London. Round the wicket goes Scriven and bowls. Charlesworth is solid in defence, pushing the ball out to Hull at mid-off. Gloucester was a long way. Sorry, Bristol was a heck of a long way from Slad in those days, wasn't it? Sort of pre-war. Getting there, it wouldn't have been that straightforward. What would it be? A bus into what would be the nearest town to Slad? Big town? Don't know. Stroud, somewhere like that.
Yeah. Possibly.
Don't worry.
We'd have to. Oh no. No. We'll leave it be. Always desperate for accuracy. Here comes Holland bowling and left by Hammond, swaying out of the way. Actually, one thing I've forgot to mention, which I always like to, is that Miles Hammond has kept up his record this season of scoring in double figures in every innings, which is becoming an ever more impressive feat given the length of time.
Yeah, because I mentioned that Rishi Patel had done it as well, didn't I? Except once this season.
Holland runs in, bowls, and trying to carve that one away off the back foot is Hammond. Doesn't time it, fielded out at cover point.
That said, I don't know what Rishi did in the 100, so I was just referring to his...
Oh, I was referring to just first class as well.
Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah. I'd have to imagine the T20 there would have been some...
In fact, the odd failure.
Yep. but again, still not a huge number, because he was very consistent in that competition. Gloucestershire's opening partnerships improvement, one of the reasons for their uptick in form in that competition this year, as Hammond comes across his stumps and blocks the ball up to mid-on, where Green fields.
Mentioned off-air that Northampton are bringing back their overseas signings for the just for the quarter-final. Ashton Agar of Australia, he's been playing some cricket in Canada over the winter, so he's coming from Canada, so in a way it's kind of en route.
Is that global T20 competition? Because I know Bo Webster was playing in that. Holland is in and bowls, and Hammond is once more defending and picked up at mid-on. Webster certainly went there, but I'd assume he's probably gone back to Australia after that has finished, because he moved on from Canada to the next most obvious cricketing location, the Cayman Islands, in terms of the limited overs thrash about. Sorry, I mean vitally important competitions. Here comes Holland, bowls wide, delivery drilled through the covers for 4 by Hammond. I say drilled, a bit of a modernism, but would lead you to believe it was a bit of a smash, but it certainly wasn't. It was stroked through the covers by Hammond, who is such an elegant player when he unfurls those shots in controlled fashion. He was reaching for that one a fair bit, Hammond, but he's played a couple of those sorts of shots already, suggesting that he, at least in his mind at this point, feels he's got the measure of things. 139 for 2 with another boundary. Last ball of this over from Holland, running in, bowls left by Hammond and just touches his bat back into his crease, in case Peter Hanscom was thinking of emulating another Australian wicketkeeper. Would have been very different from that, of course, but anyway, end of the over. 139 for 2, trailing by 263.
Well, I mean, you kind of assume it's a plan on Leicestershire's part. Ben Green is starting to warm up again, so I guess he'll be replacing Holland, but with Travaskis and Ahmed available, a little bit surprised they haven't had a bit of exposure so far, a bit more anyway. In goes Scriven and bowls, and a tempted booming drive from Charlesworth, by his standards a rather loose one, and he misses it, goes through outside off stump. He was reaching for it a bit, and he's a bit miffed with himself, understandably, telling himself off out there.
It's that sort of wider line again, where, I mean, it wasn't full enough anyway, but it's that wider line where the ball might just take off on you, so you'd be so cross if you get out to that.
Exactly, he's on 61 and going very nicely as in goes Scriven, bowls to him, square driven off the back foot most stylishly again. He does play that shot nicely, and that is the way to deal with the wide one. It was wide again, it was that little bit shorter though. Scriven walks back with his head down, and lovely shot from Charlesworth, and it brings up the 50 partnership. Hammond 25, Charlesworth 23. Whipped off the board before I saw the number of balls, but I think it wasn't many. I think it was about 63. 67 was it?
Okay. It will be, yeah.
So it's come in good time as well, and it sort of changed the feeling of the game. 143 for 2. 68 ball, 50 partnership, and Gloucestershire got back on top. Leicestershire had a bit of control before the tea interval. Well, they've lost it now, and symptomatic of that is the sight of Rishi Patel coming out of first slip. That said, he's going into short mid-wicket, so he is still very much in a close catching position. Scriven is in again to Charlesworth, who bowls on off stump, and Charlesworth just leans forward, blocks the ball out to Kimber at extra cover. Green continues to act out scenes from the Ministry of Silly Walks. He's a big chap, isn't he? And swinging his legs hither and thither.
Just needs the bandage on his
and the swivel as well.
But yeah.
In goes Scriven and bowls outside off stump. Charlesworth steps forward, lets it go through. Umpire Shinham again raises 2 fingers to his fellow umpire just to confirm not what you might think. Just they always do this after 4 balls, just to say 2 to come, just to make sure.
Well, I always think taking guard is a great... some people just use it as an excuse to swear at the umpire as well. 2 please, or
Yes.
1, you know. Signalled in that fashion. Sure, some people do it deliberately.
Scriven is in, outside off stump, a touch closer and taken with his eyes looking to the heavens in the end by Hanscom, because he was walking to his right. So the implication being that it was extremely close to off stump. I don't think it was that close, but food for thought for Ben Charlesworth. Rahane, the only remaining slip, is standing a little bit wide. We could get one through the gap. In goes Scriven and bowls, driven pleasantly. Hull turns and runs after it. He's not going to get there. He doesn't really have an extra gear, Josh Hull, but the ball was travelling quite quickly. And another really pleasant shot from Ben Charlesworth. He moves on to 69 off 110 balls, and Gloucestershire continue to thrive in the West Country Sun. They're 147 for 2.
Haven't really offered up any spurned chances. Gloucestershire, these two have been the odd false shot, but not too many in Charlesworth's 110 ball stay. I mean, it's quite rare that you're going to be out there for that number of deliveries and not have made some sort of a minor error of judgment at some point, but it's certainly been the sort of innings from Charlesworth that has allayed, at this point anyway, allayed nerves that might have been there for Gloucestershire, especially after the losses of Bancroft and Price in relatively quick succession. Still work to do, and a change of bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Back comes Ben Green, looking to continue his run of maidens. And there is no run there as Hammond guides to point. So it was 4 consecutive maidens from Green. I think it was the last ball of the 5 run over that was a single, but I'll have to go back and check that if he keeps this up. Green bowls and Hammond is forward down the pitch playing defensively. You'd have thought it less likely, now that he's bowling at Hammond, that those sorts of maidens would continue, but still, even against Holland, Hammond did play out a maiden from that end. None for 17 Green's figures. Not a long run as he approaches, bowls, and Hammond just blocks it again out into the extra cover area. Haven't really detected too much funky stuff from Green. He does seem just to be bowling seam up and looking to wobble the ball about a bit rather than really try and obviously take pace off. They've not thought about trying to bang it into the pitch, really. Green is in to bowl. Hammond covers up, defends to extra cover again. Look at how Sri Lanka are doing, because they've got close now to going into the lead, not quite, trailing by 1. Angelo Matthews 54 not out, along with Kamindu Mendis.
Still just 2?
14.
How many down? 2 down?
They are 4 down.
4 down. Oh.
Green bowls and forward comes Hammond and plays a pleasant looking defence, but again there is no run. Josh Hull loosening up at fine leg. Dinesh Chandimal also retired hurt, I gather from a blow to the finger, so that's not exactly encouraging. One of Sri Lanka's senior batters in that middle order. Maybe he'd heroically come back out if needed, but yeah. Green bowls across his stumps to work the ball through the leg side. There's going to be runs off Ben Green's bowling. What a difference a couple of months make. Turned through the onside by Hammond out towards the mid-wicket boundary, but not over it. 2 runs are added Gloucestershire 149 for 2. Matthew Potts got rid of Dhananjaya De Silva for 11. That was the 4th wicket. Mark Wood removed Dimut Karunaratne for 27. But a bit of a partnership between Matthews and Kamindu Mendis. Sri Lanka might still just set England something awkward, even if it's 150, something like that. If they could get up towards that sort of marker, at least ask the question.
Bristol Pavilion, 20, Josh Hart.
In fact, the change has been made already.
Yeah, confirmation that young Josh coming back on at the Bristol Pavilion end, and out from first slip again goes Rishi Patel to that short mid-wicket position. Both batters left-handers, of course, so Hull looking just to, hopefully, from his point of view, swing it away from the bats of Messrs Charlesworth and Hammond. In he goes, bowls, Foolish to Charlesworth, who drives pleasantly, but a good diving stop away to his left by Kimber, who's got an excellent pair of hands. That horrible drop here notwithstanding.
Oh gosh, yes, I'd forgotten about that.
There you go. See, took a couple of super catches at Taunton, but you know, that one is the one that one remembers, because it was just, you know, he's probably the best pair of hands in the Leicestershire side. Hull is in, bowls. Charlesworth is turning that one neatly off his legs down towards deep backward square, taking one.
Might have been more likely to remember if it had been costly.
Yes, 150 up for the Gloucesters. What's the current hashtag? Go Gloz, I think, isn't it?
No, it's hashtag Become Glorious now.
Become Glorious. Okay, I've seen hashtag Go Gloss in a few places.
Yeah, that's been, it was there for a few years.
Okay.
Decided to change it up this year.
Hull is in and bowls squares up. Miles Hammond a little bit, and he indicates to Charlesworth there was a bit of movement. He ended up pushing the ball to Patel at short mid-wicket. Become Glorious.
Were you part of the board meetings for that, James? Were you involved in the creation of little bit? Yeah. How many people put their heads together for it? Fair few, right? Yeah, I thought so.
It's a lot of letters, isn't it, to get on a shirt?
How do you spell glorious again?
Become Glorious. Okay. Hull is in and bowls wristily worked away off his legs by Miles Hammond out to Ian Holland on the square leg boundary, almost in the shade of one of the floodlight pylons now. The sun swings around to the west. We have still 28.2 overs left to be bowled today. At the top of the hour, we're at 5 o'clock. Leicestershire do not bowl their overs particularly quickly unless the spinners are on, so there's 2 hours of cricket there potentially. Hull is in and bowls again, slightly leg side line, and it's played defensively but past Patel out towards mid wicket. Holland has to run up from the square leg boundary, so it's a comfortable single for Ben Charlesworth. He's into the 70s now, onto 71 in fact.
Yeah, Leicestershire supporters might be starting to wonder what he's got against them if he continues on this way.
It's a long list of batters.
I'll give you the opportunity to say that.
Topped by Wayne Madsen.
Oh gosh, yeah, well he's done a number on Gloucestershire several times as well.
In goes Hull and bowls, looking to drive is Hammond. It's possibly a little straight, so he has to check the shot slightly and steers it in the end to Scriven at mid-off. End of the over, 152 for 2. Trailing then by exactly 250. And the innings is indeed hashtag Becoming Glorious.
Yeah, I seem to remember actually having said that about Madsen. He got a massive double 100 here in a game that I think ended up in a draw anyway. But of late, his numbers have started to come more towards his career average. So he's got that huge innings, but his average now down into the lowly 40s as Green continues and Charlesworth guides into the onside and defence. Yeah, 42, so actually that's pretty close to his, probably pretty close to his first class average now, but 500s against Gloucestershire, 500s against Leicestershire, and 13 50s, an average of 60.2. In goes Green, bowls, and that's whipped away towards mid-wicket. Had to be some work done there by Scriven, but it's completed and there's no run.
You got a list there, have you? Are you just on Madsen's?
Of Madsen's, yeah, first class numbers.
What site is that on?
That's Cricket Archive.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't like Durham. 28.7 average against them. Green bowls, Charlesworth lays back and plays a delicious square back foot drive down on one knee, and Ben Green gave him a little bit of a stare after that. You're not supposed to be able to do that easily off me, and it has fairly raced to the point boundary. Charlesworth to 75.
Just play that shot beautifully.
I think it's the one where he does get down low, almost down to one knee, and then almost he plays it like an extra cover drive from that position. That's the shot that has got himself in trouble a few times, but everything seems to be working square on the offside so far today. Green bowls to him, he drives towards mid-off, but won't get a run. Hill is in the way of that one, so 246 runs now, the deficit. Under 250. Depends how you're breaking it up in blocks of 50. Still 27 overs remaining this evening as Green bowls to Charlesworth, who plays another studied forward defence as the ball goes up to mid-off. He hasn't had too many periods this innings, Charlesworth, where he's been really bogged down. There was that spell when Green was wheeling away earlier, but got through that. Runs seem to have come at a rather greater rate since tea than I think I anticipated, really, especially against an older ball. Charlesworth whips this one through the leg side. That was in the air for a little bit of time, down in front of Scriven at mid-wicket. He hit it hard, but I think he was looking for much squarer than that to try and find the gap, and I mean, if he got out to that, timing it straight into the hands of mid-wicket, but it was a fair distance short anyway. 4 runs from the over, 156 for 2. I feel as though there haven't been very many overs since tea where there hasn't been one boundary. The majority of the overs seem to have contained one boundary, rarely more, but
Hull attempting to add to the handful of wickets that have fallen today. 5 of them, in fact, bowls. Back foot defensive push, nicely timed actually. Push was a little bit underselling that punch, really. Carefully controlled punch from Miles Hammond. He managed to steer it wide of Josh Hull, not Josh Hull, who's at mid-off at the moment. Is it looking down there?
Scriven?
Yeah, Scriven's usually at sort of extra cover, isn't he? But he's gone to that wide-ish mid. He's deepish, isn't he? Now, as well. Kimbrid is at extra cover as Hull is in. Bowls a bouncer. Down on one knee goes Charlesworth. That must have been close to a no ball on height, but it wasn't. Just 1 for the over, says the umpire.
He could bowl a ball that goes for 6 byes, Josh Hull. I don't think I've ever seen 6 byes, but it's a short enough boundary towards the flats. If Hanscom let one of those with a newer ball go, then it might go all the way.
I mean, the top edge from Charlesworth early in the innings wasn't that far from, didn't get much on it, did they? In goes Hull and bowls. That's a more conventional length, if you like, but a very solid defensive bat from Charlesworth. Pushes the ball back down the wicket on the onside. A sort of happy chatter down below us, and the Gloucestershire faithful happy with the situation, enjoying seeing their side build their innings. .245 behind now as Josh Hull turns, runs in, bowls, fullish, met comfortably on the forward defensive, pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. I've seen him change. He sort of runs in a little bit harder now. His sort of body shape has begun to change. He looks a touch quicker, as you would kind of expect from the sort of 18-year-old who's burst onto the scene. He's had some good coaching, both, well, obviously mainly with Leicestershire, but also now with the England Lions. Goes in and bowls. Good bouncer again, and Charlesworth just stands back from that one, but he has to jerk his head back, or jerk the chest back slightly. He's a quickish bouncer, and on quick wickets you anticipate he would trouble very good batsmen with his pace.
Has he been on sort of dreaded England fast bowling programmes sort of thing, or do those not happen quite so much as they used to be? Because it used to be that those had the unfortunate reputation of people going on them and coming back better, coming back worse, or breaking down.
Hull is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Charlesworth, pushing the ball off stump to Rehan Ahmed at point. Not as far as I'm aware, but whether his call up to the Lions will result in him spending a winter doing something other than training with Leicestershire remains to be seen, I guess. I don't know whether the Lions are going on tour this winter.
I should imagine they must be going somewhere. It might. I mean, the way that it works so often now, they go alongside the main team, so maybe they're visiting Pakistan as well quite soon. I have to check that.
I saw that no broadcast deal has been agreed for that England tour. No offers at all, no tenders at all for the offer from the Pakistan Cricket Board.
Right.
Might be a last minute thing, but
yes,
it was entertaining last time.
Nowadays. Green bowling to Hammond. That's a good looking drive, which I think that time I might level the word unnecessary at the dive from Lewis Hill up at mid-off. He seemed to be right there and then just decided to go into the tumble anyway. There is no run. There was that the India tour was it this time or last time where it seemed to be really last minute in terms of who was showing. It might have been the last tour there.
But there would have been, for India, you would have thought, a lot of interest.
Green bowls. Oh my word, how's that not out? It's out. LBW anyway. Eventually the finger goes up from Jack Chantry. I thought that was possibly going to bowl him, and it just missed off stump, off the pad, but eventually the finger was raised by Jack Chantry, and out goes Hammond. So the partnership has been broken pretty much out of nowhere, but a ball that maybe just nipped back a fraction from Green has pinned Hammond, who I don't think was absolutely enamoured of the decision, but he has to go. 157 for 3. Hammond out for 29.
I think just about fair enough. My only thought was it might just be a touch high, but because it's back to us, couldn't quite see how high it was. Here we go again. A bit hard to tell. His knee was slightly bent as well, wasn't it? So
did give a bit of a stare. I suppose.
Enough, really.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like a.
It wasn't a howler.
Decision.
That's
no,
for
yeah,
sure. That is for sure.
I guess maybe you're just thinking, well, when everything's been not out, why am I the one that you've picked on to actually raise the finger for? But in any case, it does look straight and doesn't obviously look as if it's too high. And Hammond has to depart for 29. He didn't look in any real trouble at all until that ball came along. So Gloucestershire 157 for 3 and just potentially pegging them back a bit as James Bracey comes out to the middle fresh off his, well, I suppose relatively fresh, at least in first class terms, off his career best score, unbeaten double ton to set up that crazy finish at Cheltenham. Became the first man in the history of first class cricket to score a double hundred and effect 10, is it 10 dismissals in the same match. Facing up now to Ben Green, who's in and bowls, and Bracey can just watch his first delivery go by behind the stumps. So also 300s in the championship for James Bracey. All of them coming at home, with 200s on this ground. Another one against Yorkshire after that was his previous career best innings. 100 in the second innings of that game and 144 against Derbyshire as he comes forward and plays defensively up to mid-off. That 144 broke a county record for the 6th wicket with Graham van Buren. Etched their names, at least for now, into the Gloucestershire record books against all counties and removed W.G. Grace from that particular record. I think it's fair to say he's still got a few of them that won't be broken. Green into Bracey, and that's cut away past backward point. There's no fielder at deep third to run round, but the ball doesn't have enough pace on it to get to the boundary, so Travaskis will keep it to 2 as Hanscom almost falls backwards over James Bracey. But Bracey's off the mark, 159 for 3.
Ground staff have just covered the nets. Now they're uncovering them again. Why are they doing it? Sometimes it's to do with watering and things, isn't it? There's sort of special water covers.
Green completes the over, on driven by Bracey. That's a pleasant shot, and a diving stop is made up at mid-on. My money was probably on the ball there.
Yeah, agreed.
But who is that who's made that stop? Kept it to a single anyway. Ian Holland, looks like.
Yeah, magnificent stuff, as you say. Money was on the ball all the way there. He had a long way to dive on a dry outfield. Full stretch. Saved 3. Timing it nicely though, Bracey. What will he make of Josh Holt? There's a little dance to get his feet moving. Looks around him, sees the 2 slips, and Hull approaching from the far distance. In he comes and bowls, slightly short of a good length. Bracey up on his toes, blocking the ball, defending it out to Louis Kimber at extra cover.
It's just seemed in this innings so far, every time Gloucestershire just really seemed to be settling in, and you feel, where's the wicket coming from? Bancroft was out at that point, maybe not so much Price, but Hammond as well. It just felt as if it might really start to get dangerous for Leicestershire. They've taking a wicket.
Hull is in, bowls onto the legs of Bracey, clipped around the corner for 4. Just losing his line a little bit, Josh Hull there. He is into his 11th over now, obviously in different spells, but as we were saying with Marchant, who was with the 100, didn't bowl very much at all. Hull with the 100 didn't bowl that much either.
Yeah, it's different for a young fast bowler as well, isn't it? De Lange has the benefit of years worth of
pain and
knowing his
suffering.
body. All right.
Yeah. Hull slightly lither is in and bowls on off stump. Bracey is forward. It's sort of his right arm is obviously the side that's facing the bowler when his batting has got quite a discoloured forearm guard on it, rather dark grey.
So it looks as if it's seen plenty of use over the years.
Yeah, you wouldn't imagine his teammates are quick to borrow it.
Just leave it out of the dressing room, please.
In goes Hull, bowls to him, a bouncer. He ducks underneath it, perhaps unnecessarily, but 1 for the over, says umpire Shanmugam.
Forearm guards to James Bracey, what hats were to Jack Russell.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Kept together by pegs in the end, wasn't it? Yeah. The Jack Russell family stand over there, underneath the flats. Have a walk around it in the corridor of fame. Some great names in there. In goes Hull and bowls onto the hip of Bracey, helped around the corner. Waiting to see if there's a signal. It takes its time to get down to Travaskis, but Bat at least partly involved. Some of the figures are extraordinary, really. Figures as in the numbers. Proctor. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Amount of runs and wickets.
And you take away all
glorious,
the ridiculous exploits like hundreds and hat-tricks twice in a first-class match. Number of hat-tricks of LBWs.
Hull is into Charlesworth. No, he calls as he's blocked it off the back foot out towards backward point, flinching slightly, and Ahmed closed sufficiently quickly on the ball to necessitate that call of no. End of the over. 165 for 3 after 43, so run rate's creeping back up towards, or it was creeping back up to 4, but the wicket will possibly slow things down momentarily. 24 remain to be bowled tonight.
They've done well for centurions and hat-tricks in the same match. Gloucestershire, they've got now, because of Tom Price's exploits last year, 3 Gloucestershire cricketers who've managed that feat. Green bowls, Bracey drives, good looking shot, but there's a fair wingspan on Kimber at short extra cover, and he's just dropped the catch offered to him by Hanscom, but was lobbing short of him. That notwithstanding, in terms of the actual fielding, Kimber's been very sharp in there, saved a couple of potential boundaries already. 165 for 3, green bowls, and that's just edged by Bracey, but wide of second slip. No fielder down at deep third, and Gloucestershire trying to claw back some of the vast volume of runs that Leicestershire scored themselves in that region. Bracey getting 4 of them there, 169 for 3.
Yeah, wouldn't have carried to a third slip. It bounced short of Rahano's reaching left hand, but a genuine enough edge.
I believe I'm right in saying that there's no side that appears on that list of people who've achieved that feat more than once, other than Gloucestershire. Short ball from Green outside the off stump, and a cut shot from Bracey without a great deal of conviction, and it bounces over the top of his flailing blade and through to the keeper. He played it
edged
late.
Yeah, I thought he'd edged it. Oof, that wasn't a great shot.
It's like a last-minute decision that he could, whether it was because he suddenly thought about that third man region the previous ball and thought, yeah, I can get that one down there as well, and played it a bit later, but got himself in trouble. Well, all right, he says, I'll show you how to play it. It's exactly what he was initially looking for off the previous ball, I think, and that time he watched it, played it with a late cut past the cordon and for 4.
It didn't get up like the other one, did it? And that extra little bit of width, and yeah, point made, perhaps.
Well, he's on to 16 from only 13 deliveries, 173 for 3. The other name, by the way, other than Proctor and Price, James Franklin, achieved that feat for Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. It was. Don't ask me the year. In goes Green, bowls to Bracey, outside off, coming back in, but again it's not quite come back as much as the action of Rishi Patel at first slip would suggest that it did, but it did just fade back in, rather like the delivery that Green got rid of Hammond with. All you just want is, especially at this stage, ball in its 44th over, is just a bit something to work with. Green bowls, full delivery. Bracey's missed out there. That was there to be driven through the covers, but mistimed his swing and ends up dribbling it to short extra. Still 8 runs off the over, so there's been, even in this early stage, no change of pace replacing Hammond with Bracey. If anything, it's accelerated slightly. 173 for 3, still 229 runs in arrears.
There's a serious sunscreen has been put up on one of the penthouse flats opposite. Looks like a sort of billowing sail almost. I'm assuming that that's what it is. Everybody else has got sort of heavy blinds down. Well, most of them have got heavy blinds down. Hull is going to continue into his 12th over now, 1 for 53 for him. So, as ever, just a tad expensive, but in he comes and bowls to Charlesworth, who plays it down into the ground, bounces nicely for Rehan Ahmed at point to make the stop.
He's faced one ball since Bracey came to the crease. I almost forgot he was still there, Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, just might disturb him, his fluency, because he'd been playing some super shots. Post tee, well, both Hanscom and Rehan are clapping their hands together as Hull runs in and bowls, short delivery, bends at the knees rather stylishly and leans backward as he does so, sort of almost limbos underneath the bouncing ball there, Charlesworth. Rehan is standing at second. No first slip, Patel at short mid-wicket instead. So far, the innings following a roughly similar pattern. In Holland, advised us to wait. You have to wait and see till both sides have batted on it, and of course bowled on it. In goes Hull and bowls, turned on the back foot off the straight by Charlesworth to Patel. But you have to say that the pitch hasn't changed character markedly in that time.
I would say it. I was thinking about that. You know, has the pace changed, anything like that? I wouldn't even say it's massively lost its pace since the first day. It just seems to be fairly similar to day one to me.
Hull, sort of a few little steps before he gets into his long stride and bowls. Good bouncer that's going to fly down to third man off the blade of the bat. Not in control there Charlesworth. It was again that good quick bouncer, and he managed to work it away, but not at all comfortably.
No, it was really had to fend that off, Charlesworth. We've got a top order player who's been out there for 120, well, 8 deliveries before that, and you can do that to them, then yeah, there's not too many bowlers about to be able to do that. It's unfortunate that it just looped safely.
Into Bracey, who he bowls, he leaves it slightly short of a length ball, doesn't quite get up as much, and Bracey looks quizzically back down the pitch at Hull, who is he has been, I would suggest, by a good few MPH, the quickest bowler that we've seen so far. At least certainly he's got his bouncer through more quickly than most. Just trying to think whether young Alex Green bowled. He was playing here, wasn't he?
Yes.
Another giant teenager that Leicestershire have found.
Very impressive.
Scarily huge. Hull in, bowls onto the hip of Bracey, rides it nicely, plays it down to square leg. Travaskis comes trotting in and picks up the ball and holds on to it because it's the end of the over. 175 for 3 after 45. 22 to go. On all 22, I think we are going to see weather is set fair. Very fair.
Lovely day today. We probably better make the most of it because...
Oh really? Is it not a great forecast tomorrow?
Really? Well, it's not looking quite as horrendous as...
Horrendous?
It might have been, but well, it overnight there is a lot of rain due and into the morning as well. It may be that it moves through a bit quicker again than forecast, but if we have a delayed start tomorrow, it certainly looks like it's going to take some clearing up. Green round the wicket into Bracey, who tucks this one to mid-wicket. There is no run. Yeah, I mean there's basically the threat of rain all day looking at the forecast, but heavy rain overnight and into the morning. Sunday, a little bit mixed as well, so today certainly looks as if it's likely to be the best day in terms of weather. Green in to Bracey, who touches that one out into the covers, and there is no run. Sri Lanka still 4 down, 146 for 4.
Yes, what's going on?
Lead of 24 in Division 2. Middlesex 187 for 4 now in reply to Northamptonshire's 207, so a deficit of only 20 there. 3 wickets for Ben Sanderson, 3 for 45. Green in and bowls. Bracey covers up, defends square on the offside for no run. So Middlesex in control at Merchant Taylor's. Yorkshire lost a few wickets but continue to build. Certainly going to be at least a handy lead. 280 for 7, leading Sussex by 91. Sussex having made 189, half centuries for Luxton and Bairstow, who made 57. Jack Carson has 4 for 51 for Sussex. Green bowls to Bracey, who's to be a bit careful with that delivery. It's similar to the ball that got Hammond out, but Bracey keeps it out. Derbyshire bowled out for 429 in the end by Glamorgan, so huge amounts of work for Glamorgan to do to save that game. Anuj Dal made 94 for Derbyshire, 3 wickets each for Crane and Kellaway, but the seamers not particularly penetrative for
First
Glamorgan.
win of the season, ahoy, for Derbyshire.
Well, their first win at Derby for goodness knows how long, I can't remember. Spent a while looking that up the other day just out of interest as Bracey drives that one and can't pierce the offside field, stopped at cover. Yeah, the seamers that Glamorgan have brought in not particularly performed for them. They don't lose very many games, Glamorgan, but they also don't win a huge number over the past couple of years. It's 6 draws out of 9 and the tie this year. maybe they can come up with a rally second time around. The pitch does tend to flatten out at Derby, but still a lot of batting to do to save that game. Green bowls a shorter ball. Bracey gets on top of it, pulls it away towards deep mid-wicket. Now the sweeping done by Scriven. Just a single, 176 for 3. Division 1 wise, Kent batting again at New Road, 45 for 1. Ben Compton was run out for naught at the start of their second innings. Poor old Kent does seem to have been a bit like that for them this season, trailing Worcestershire by 231. 97 for Brett D'Oliveira. Seems to be a few people out in the 90s at the moment. 50 for Ethan Brooks and Gareth Roderick. Adam Finch made 43 from number 10, piling on the runs. Somerset 232 for 9 at Edgbaston, with Casey Aldridge 80 not out, another member of that Lions squad. Trailing Warwickshire by 105.
Well, Hull is going to continue, so he's getting through some overs here, the young man.
Going to have a short leg by the looks of things.
Rishi Patel, who's been in at shortish mid-wicket, is going to go even closer for Bracey. He wasn't that far from the bat. How much closer is he going to go? Not that much closer, really. But a bit squarer, about 2 pitches back, as Hull is in and bowls. Bracey defends the good straight delivery. Patel hops carefully across the crease to pick up the ball.
Surrey 393 for 6 in response to Lancashire's 204. Rory Burns still going, 201 not out. So approaching the bonus points for the 400. Lead of 189 for the champions. Well, defending champions, but you know.
Hull races in and bowls onto the legs of Brace, who twitchily turns it around the corner down to long leg and takes 1.
Essex have accelerated. Wow, 304 for 2 now after 82 overs. Jordan Cox, 94 not out from just 89 balls, having been released back to Essex from the Test squad, has made his case. 10 fours, 2 sixes. Dean Elgar, 136 not out, and Hampshire's attack being put to the sword. Oh, John Turner, 11 overs for 70.
Ooch. Hull into Charlesworth again onto the body, again helped around the corner, and this time, oh, brilliant work by Travaskis, who doesn't know quite where the ball has gone. Had it crossed the ropes? It was an odd reaction. It did brilliantly at first, but yeah, brilliantly he's done. He managed to knock it back and well, save 3 runs there.
Yeah, he did so well because it wasn't travelling straight along the floor. He had to judge the bounce as well as how quickly that was moving. It was one that I thought he was going to struggle because of the pace of the ball to tap back in. Tom Scriven's doing some TikTok type moves up at mid-off. Dancing feet.
Hull is in and bowls defended on the back foot, this time by James Bracey. I've never been on TikTok, so
neither have I. Just the sort of thing that I imagine people do on there.
Right? Is it a
just a lot of
dancing?
Yeah, just a lot of dancing about. I seem to think it is basically, but maybe there's more to it than that. No, getting a no from my left. Dancing and mouthing along to things.
Okay. Popular music.
Yes, or
involved?
you know, clips from various TV shows or whatever, I think.
Okay, and then you dance along to it.
Yeah, something like that anyway.
Sounds like fun.
Bracey doing his usual twisting dance moves over to square leg that he likes to do whenever there's a, well, not whenever, but often when there's a change of angle or a change of bowler. Oh,
Yeah, better wait for the fielders to get into position. Josh Hill is still setting his field. It's a complicated one. It looks like he's getting, well, sweating in the sun is Josh Holt. He is working hard here, and he's got 2 short-ish mid-wickets and a leg gully now as he goes round the wicket and bowls a very high, wide-ish bouncer. For me, that's a no ball, and indeed. Umpire Shanmugam, having looked across to umpire Chantry, gets the nod and the signal, and signifies no ball. That wasn't quite what Leicestershire and Lewis Hill were looking for from their young fast bowler. So he's got through some work. It's his 13th over now. I suspect it might be his last for a while. Well, Kimber has gone to leg gully now, so the 2 mid-wickets was a short experiment. Hull is in and bowls onto off stump, slightly short of a length delivery, and Bracey just blocks it out down more or less at his feet on the offside. Patel runs round to field. Always usually a sign of a team in a bit of bother, isn't it, when they really try something completely new?
Yeah, or, you know, with these fast bowlers at the end of their spells, you kind of think you have 1 or 2 overs like that, but yeah, just give it a try for a little bit, but not for too long.
Can't remember seeing it work very often at all. Hull is in and bowls, good bouncer, no ball. He overstepped though on that occasion, so he's creating extra work for himself here. He's giving it everything, in fairness. He's really putting it in for his side, but he's losing a little bit of control in so doing. 1 for 61 from 12.5 overs. 7 balls bowled already in the over. In he comes, and bowls again. Gosh, very high, and that's got to be another no ball. He's getting a few ironic cheers now from the Gloucestershire faithful. You can sort of see what he's trying to do, but he's struggling to control the bouncer now because he's tired. And
yeah, you see somebody like a DeLange do this at the back end of his spell for a couple of overs, but I don't know. Did Leicestershire tell him that they were going to try this? Because then you save a little bit in the tank, don't you? You really empty the tank in the last over.
And he comes, ball 9 of the over, and that's a fullish delivery on off stump that is pushed on the front foot by Bracey out to Scriven at mid-off, and hopefully that's that.
Scott Boswell, you're safe.
Well, he's getting a pat on the back from Peter Hanscom, and his effort cannot be questioned in any way.
Nope.
And I guess he's learning again about husbanding his strength. Hanscom's talking to him, you know, get it into their ribs. Something looked to be something along those lines, but he didn't do that at any stage really in that over. And he looks a weary boy as he walks back towards where his mum and his bro are sitting. Still staying with seam. Scriven's going to have another go.
Yeah, I was thinking must be getting towards the time when they'd be wanting to bowl a spinner. They've pretty much gone through all their seam bowling options and are now resorting to either changing tactics or changing ends, which Scriven is doing, coming on from the Ashley Down Road end, but they do seem to be very reluctant to go to either Rehan Ahmed or Liam Travaskis. They've certainly both contributed plenty to this match for Leicestershire with the bat, but at some point surely they'll have plenty to do in the bowling department, but not yet. Slip in a gully for Scriven. Still fiddling about with this field. A shortish extra cover and a short mid-wicket, and Charlesworth, has he gone here? He's not been given by Jack Chantry. The court behind appeal has been turned down. It seemed to beat Charlesworth on the inside edge. I'm not entirely sure what else that could have hit if it weren't bat.
Absolute consternation among the Leicestershire players.
Well, he's not hit his pad because his bat is too far away from his pad to have done that, and there's really nothing else that could have been if there was a noise.
Absolutely.
They obviously heard something out
miles
there.
From his pads.
Well, perhaps might get the opportunity to ask Mr. Charlesworth at the end of the day, but
without Snicko.
Nope, we can't tell anything from up here. There's no obvious deviation or anything. Scriven bowls, wide delivery left by Charlesworth, who suspect if Leicestershire feel that he was out there, probably be sent a few choice words from
Scriven
around
is,
and behind.
Very calm and measured young man, looks livid. Steam coming out of his.
Gave Charlesworth certainly at least a good stare after that appeal. But would you walk? Scriven bowls to Charlesworth, who whips the ball along the floor up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's just not like it used to be. Very few people left who walk. I don't know. I mean, even sort of internationally, trying to think who's still got the reputation as a walker. I always think of Hashim Amla, for example, who he spent a long time playing at Surrey as well. As Scriven bowls, Charlesworth is down the pitch and coming across that one slightly as he defends it up to mid-off. I mean, he was somebody who'd always walked. I remember him doing so here in a championship match at the start of 2021 and not being surprised at all that he'd done that.
Gilchrist walked a couple. Did he walk a couple of times?
I think he did, yeah. He did.
I seem to have it in mind that Adam Gilchrist was a walker.
I can remember Ryan Higgins walking for an LBW at Chelmsford. Forward goes Charlesworth to this next ball. Again, Scriven does that sort of attempted kick flick in his follow through. He missed it and it goes up to mid-off. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever seen that before. Can't remember who it was who pinned him. I think it might have been Sam Cook, somebody like that, but didn't wait for the finger to go up. Never seen somebody walk off before the finger for an LBW before. Scriven working on a maiden over in his comeback over. He'll feel it should be a wicket maiden, and there's a swat and a miss outside the off stump from Charlesworth. The ball didn't get up a great deal, but again it's one of those where he thought about going down and trying to leather it away, but the ball was skidding underneath him really before he'd done that. So no runs from the over, 184 for 3. Might just have spiced up the encounter a bit out there.
It is fair to say they were convinced.
Still 19 overs remaining.
And we are now turning to spin in the form of Rehan Ahmed. He's going to have a second over, and I don't suppose it'll be his last now. From the Bristol Pavilion end, he's going to be bowling to James Bracey. Well, Scriven still registering unhappiness in every step. Marches off to sort of leg gully, sort of on the 45, a little bit further back. So perhaps for the top-edged sweep that doesn't quite work. Ahmed obviously, as a leg spinner, will be looking to turn it back in for the most part to Bracey. He's got Rahana at slip, he's got Rishi Patel at short leg. Otherwise a fairly conventional field. Green at mid-wicket, Hull at mid, on Hill at mid-off. Big gap in the covers. They're saying, yeah, you go ahead and try and drive it out to the sweeper out there. It'll be bouncing and turning in to you. He's got a sweeper on the leg side as well. Bounces in and bowls. Bracey with his bat well in front of his pad, just blocks it off middle and leg, really. Down the pitch on the onside, Patel picks it up. Ahmed jogs in and bowls. Back goes Bracey, little riskily, fiddles it out towards gully. Not entirely convincingly. Ahmed in. Bowles, nice loop to that one, but again backed well in front of pad from Bracey as he defends. Ahmed Bowles. Fuller this time. Bracey prepared to come forward, but doesn't try and hit it hard, just clips it out towards Hull at wideish mid-on. This will improve the over rate, no end. Actually, what is the over rate?
Doesn't seem to be on there.
Presumably level, perhaps, and in goes Ahmed. Bowles a half tracker and stays a bit low, actually, and Bracey, to the relief of Rishi Patel, who was taking evasive action, seeing the batsman go back, doesn't try and overhit it, just pulls it down. It did stay a little bit low.
Yeah, be very careful with that.
And, yep. Well, Patel didn't just take evasive action, he sort of did a parachutist roll as well on the floor as in goes Ahmed, and it's played down into the ground, this time by Bracey. I beg your pardon, by Charlesworth, of course, them having taken a single the previous delivery, and they had to take the single that Charlesworth took there quite quickly as it was wide of Patel, picked up by Scriven coming in from that sort of position on the 45, end of the over. Respectable one, but no great threat offered in it by Rehan Ahmed. 186 for 3. Gloucestershire. Scriven will continue. Convinced he should have had 2 for, rather than the 1 for 47 he has.
Yeah, they'll have to hope probably that the spin becomes a more consistently potent threat in the second innings, you'd feel, having watched what little spin we've seen on this surface so far, assuming that the weather allows us to get that far. Scriven bowls, a full delivery, Charlesworth drives it on a couple of bounces to extra cover, and there's no run.
Surrey putting Lancashire to the sword.
Well, they might even have outside thoughts of 450 there. They'd need 35 in 3.5 overs. Jordan Clark at the crease. Probably don't really need it, though. We just really need to win, especially as Somerset, I think, have now been bowled out by Warwickshire. Scriven bowls, and Charlesworth plays a forward defence back up the surface. Somerset 239 all out, so a 98-run lead for Warwickshire. Casey Aldridge made 84 in the end. Ed Barnard 5 for 54. Somebody has Ed Barnard in their fantasy cricket team. And the captain. Dear. Double points for the duck in the first innings, but still. Here comes Scriven bowls, and Charlesworth, careful defence again. There is no run. Didn't mention the score from Chesley Street, where Nottinghamshire are in heaps of trouble. 196 for 7 against Durham, who made 531 for 7 declared. Neil Wagner 4 for 68. He's kind of made for whatever they're calling it up there, cam ball, banging it in short and creating wickets that way. Scriven bowls, Charlesworth with a pick-up shot into the leg side, and 2 bounces for 4 over the mid-wicket fence. Search for that shot a few times in this innings, Charlesworth, without really striking it particularly cleanly. And it is just a swinging, not even pull shot from Charlesworth, because the bat comes down more vertically than that. But a T20 style pickup, which picks up 4. Charlesworth 82. 13 fours and a 6. Just to improve Tom Scriven's feelings towards him. 190 for 3. Scriven to Charlesworth. This is a forward defence, which trickles up towards mid-on. Not interested in a single. Isn't one available. Posed the question a while ago whether there'd ever been 6 byes according to the oracle of all things, a fast bowler called Charles Courtright
It rings a vague bell.
reportedly did this. Scriven bowls and Charlesworth tries to chop that one through the offside but picks out cover and there's no run. Gives a fast bowler for Essex.
Did he actually break the sight screen or something like that? I seem to.
I'd have to
There's
look that
some
one up.
story about it.
He's at the other end of my favourite W.G. Grace story,
Okay.
Charles Courtright, which I'll probably not have time for with Rahul Ahmed bowling, but we'll bore everybody with next over.
You're selling it well. I'm looking forward to it.
You know, under promise, over deliver.
As long as it's not, they've come to watch me bat, not you, but
No, it's not quite.
in goes Ahmed and bowls forward. Goes Bracey, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Leicestershire and England all-rounder, as he is entitled to be called. Jogs in and bowls. Fuller this time, driven by Bracey, stopped one-handed to his right. Almost overreached it there. Lewis Hill came off his hand, went behind him for a few feet, and Bracey, seeing that, called Charlesworth through for the single. Hull immediately retreats from mid-on to long on. Ahmed is in, bowls onto leg stump. No, says Charlesworth as he turns it around the corner towards Scriven. Ahmed is in, middle and off line, reaching forward. Charlesworth pushes it to Green at mid-wicket. Ahmed a little bit shorter on that occasion. Charlesworth can go back and push it just wide of Hill, who runs 10 yards or so to his right to field. Charlesworth takes one. He's into the 80s now, onto 82. Ahmed into Bracey, and so very nearly bowls him. He went back to one from outside off stump. It wasn't that short. It stayed a little bit low and it did spin back in, and I don't think it missed off stump. Oh, it didn't by that much at all. Hanscom can't believe it. Bracey playing with fire a little bit, but he's gotten away with it. 192 for 3, Bracey 21, Charlesworth 83.
Maybe just misbehaving slightly out of the footmarks already. It was wide outside off, but if that's going to continue to happen, he will feel like he could produce the magic moment. Rehan Ahmed. Scriven runs in now, bowls to Charlesworth, who carves that one out through the offside. There is a fielder at deep backward point, and a single is taken. 193 for 3. So Charles Courtright is meant to have, and I'm sure this has been completely exaggerated, but you know, for effect, meant to have run into W.G. Grace. First delivery, pins him on the pads, bang in front of middle. Not out, says the umpire. What umpire is going to give W.G. Grace out? LBW. Never umpire again. Scriven bowls to Bracey, who push drives back up the pitch. Half stopped by Scriven in his follow through. It goes up to mid off. Next delivery, Courtright runs in, thick edge, caught behind, big appeal, not out. Once again, Courtright spitting at this point, back to his mark, runs in, bowls a thunderbolt, often middle stumps, ripped out of the ground. WG looks up at the umpire hoping for a no ball as Bracey drives on the bounce to short extra cover, and there is no run. None comes though, and WG grudgingly has to turn and walk off, and on the way off Charles Courtright says, "Surely you're not going, Doctor. There's one stump still standing."
Fair enough.
I mean, whether
It's a good line.
I think actually there is more. I've actually just seen a bit more flesh on the bone for that story as Scriven is in and Bracey comes forward, defends out to wide mid-off, no run. So I think it probably did actually happen, but probably not entirely in that order. But anyway, adds to the tall tale. But see here, Grace claimed he had never been so insulted. And apparently they were reconciled a few days later when they almost batted their way to a draw in the Gentlemen versus Players match. This was in 1898. Scriven bowls and forward defence from Bracey out to extra cover.
Listeners from BBC Radio Leicester are going to be joining us after 6. Live into the sports show.
We should have saved our best stuff for there then.
I'm glad you got that Courtright story out of the way, to be honest. Might not have resonated in Leicestershire and Rutland. It might have. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it would have done. It's a good story.
Here goes Scriven. He bowls, and Bracey gets a bit tucked up by that one, but rolls with the punch, as it were, out to mid-wicket, and the over is complete. 193 for 3. Still 15 overs remaining. So, game could still be very much affected by the cricket remaining today.
I wonder whether worth Travaskis having a try, or indeed Kimber looking to turn it away from the outside edge of the two left-handers. I may be entirely wrong about this, but I think Charlesworth has been a little bit sheepish since that. Well, there was the hook, wasn't there? The pull to the boundary, but leaning on his bat nonchalantly, looking around.
I think he acted very guilty after he wasn't given out.
But you're entitled to wait for the umpire's decision. There are days when you will be given out when you aren't out, that is. So I suppose you're entitled to think that it's just the fates evening things up a little bit. A little bit of a delay while Hill and Rahan decide on the field. As he bounces in and bowls to Charlesworth, a little bit short, chopped away to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who is Louis Kimber. A few people in that stand over there, 1 or 2 in Gloucester yellow.
Somebody seems to have their yellow training hoodie up.
As Ahmed bowls full and drifting on towards middle and leg, leaning forward. Bracey just clips it firmly through mid-on out towards Josh Holt at long on.
At least if it's not the training hoodie, then it's something that's at least as bright as that, yellow-wise. It's getting cold out there.
It's been an absolutely glorious day, so hopefully not. 3 pigeons head across the ground. Ahmed is in, bowls, back goes Charlesworth, slightly risky, working the ball past Rishi Patel, juggled with by Ben Green at mid-wicket as he runs back. Always going to be just the single though. Charlesworth on to 86 now. It is a training top, I think. Identify, it looks to be. Oh, maybe another badges are on it, but
it looks as though we're trying to stay incognito there, pulling the hoodie over.
We're in a bright yellow hoodie.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad choice. In goes Ahmed and forward goes Bracey, playing the ball back up the pitch to Rahan Ahmed.
The old yellow hoodie play.
Ahmed bowls, slightly flatter delivery on towards middle leg, just pushed around past the short leg, but only as far as Green at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Ahmed has yet to add to the 6 wickets he's taken in the county championship this season. They've come at pretty much 58 apiece. He has bowled quite a lot of overs, 73 for those 6 wickets before this 4 over spell here, so he's getting his chance at the red ball, and I think Leicester would have been hoping that, towards the end of the season, and next week,
this is
I
your
think
time, isn't it?
This is where
towards to get to that time, pitchers get tireder and
come into their own, really, the spinners, but still not much joy for the young man.
Scriven resumes his tussle with Charlesworth and tries to york him, but Charlesworth digs it out with a minimum of fuss out into the covers.
Still just the 6 wickets that have fallen today. 7 yesterday.
Actually failed to note down exactly how many overs we had in the end. It was about 65 yesterday, wasn't it? But certainly
67.
67. Scriven bowls, and that's dabbed in defence out to extra cover and no run. Yeah, could be. Well, I mean, we'll see at the end of the day, but be intriguing to know what's made of this pitch now compared with yesterday.
And it'd be interesting to see what the team's attitude is. It may be that they're prepared to settle for decent bonus points return.
Scriven runs in, he bowls. Charlesworth has a bit of a flick at that. He ended up shouldering arms, but...
You reckon he played at it?
Well, I don't think he absolutely played at it, but it was quite an indecisive leave. He just left his bat dangling there.
Good call. Yeah, he did.
I mean, it was one of those where... I mean, you might get a touch through to the keeper, but it was also one of those where you might just end up accidentally hitting it through the slips. Scriven bowls, and this time Charlesworth is very much set in his decision to play and defends to extra cover. Oh, just getting a little bit of, it's not thick cloud, but the sun is just disappearing by the looks of things, maybe for, if not for good, certainly for a little bit of time. It's absolutely fine now in terms of light, but any time the sun goes in at 6:05 heading towards September, you do start to wonder. Scriven bowls, this time a more conventional leave from Charlesworth, sees the ball through to the wicketkeeper.
The little incident reminds me of an incident involving Ben Rain, now very much a Durham player, of course, but a couple of seasons after he moved back up there from Leicestershire. Leicestershire were convinced they had him out caught behind in much the same way as they were fairly convinced they had Charlesworth there.
Scriven completes the over, bowls to Charlesworth. Again, it's wide and no shot, maiden over from Scriven, 196 for 3.
I said to Rainey afterwards, did you hit it? He said, you're kidding. He said, if I had, I'd have been in the dressing room straight away going, I hit it. So to the Leicestershire dressing room. So, great big grin on his face. He would have he wouldn't have walked. He said, I would have been laughing my head off.
I can't see Charlesworth doing that with the
no,
Leicestershire dressing room.
I don't think it'd be no, not quite the same relationship, I suspect. But yeah, umpires came together for a little discussion there. They're both looking to the west, to the setting sun, and umpire Chantry is shooting it suspicious glances. I don't know whether some clouds heading our way or something.
Yeah, maybe just thinking about the floodlights.
Surely not. Well, it's still sunny at the moment. 13 overs remaining, and
they do like to be preemptive with them, don't they? Preemptive strike with the floodlights.
Indeed. Perhaps to take a bit of warming up. Ahmed is in and bowls to James Brace, who defends on the back foot, drops it down to Rishi Patel at short leg. Sol Budinger with the Roman Walker sort of floppy hat, bucket hat, comes in and takes a drink along the boundary as Ahmed bowls, and it's worked off the back foot by Bracey, a little unconvincingly. Again, it stayed low a touch and manages to get it out towards deep backward point and take 2. Onto the field goes Budinger with a drink for the grateful Scriven before running off. Ahmed is in, bowls forward goes Bracey and holds the pose. He's pleased with that forward defensive. Pushes the ball back up the pitch to Ahmed.
There is certainly something there out of the footmarks, and it will be more of an issue for the left-handers rather than the right-handers.
Ahmed in a little bit of loop to that one, and it's Fuller, jammed out rather by Bracey. Straight out to straight-ish mid-on. Scriven moves across to his right to field. No run.
Gloucestershire do have a lot of left-handers, especially with Dent coming back into the side now as well.
Ahmed bowls. Back goes Bracey. Again, doesn't get up quite as much, but it bounced fairly okay, and he manages to work it out towards point. There is no point.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I knew you were going to say something like that. And coming in from the boundary, the sweeper keeps it to 1.
It's not day 4 of
No.
Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire
Yeah,
with
there
Dave
are
Fletcher.
days when...
Oh gosh,
Yes.
we were...
Oh, really?
Goodness knows, yeah.
And Ahmed bowls, it stays really low, goes back, tries to pull it. Charlesworth gets a bottom edge, it misses the leg stump by not very much and runs down to the fine leg boundary. 4-4 brings up the Gloucestershire 200 as BBC Radio Leicester do join us. 200 for 3 Gloucestershire, replying to Leicestershire's first innings score. Well, 203 for 3 they are now, because they were on 199. Charlesworth just has played very nicely in going to 90, but he's just in recent overs leading a little bit of a charmed life. He had a huge appeal for a caught behind turned down. Leicester were convinced they had him off Scriven, and just there he could easily have pulled that one onto his stumps, but picks up 4, moves on to 90. James Bracey, often a thorn in Leicestershire's side. He's 25 not out. All of which means that they're trailing now by less than 200.
Past the halfway mark to Leicestershire's total. Scriven to Bracey from the Ashley Down Road end, and this is played in defence up to mid-on.
If this game finishes in a draw, the odds are that the teams will pick up 14 or 15 points apiece from the game. And it wouldn't put either of them out of the promotion race. But it would increase the pressure to pick up wins in the remaining 4 games.
It would be more of an issue for Gloucestershire than it would be for Leicestershire at this stage. Scriven runs in, bowls, Bracey forward defends on the bounce back to the bowler. It looks as though, rain could still play a factor in all of these games if it's coming across the country, but at the moment Yorkshire and Middlesex look very much favourites to win their games, and whilst leaders Sussex then would lose, Middlesex, Yorkshire, Sussex, they would be quite a distance ahead of these two. Leicestershire have got 12 points on Gloucestershire, so it would be less of a disaster for them, as Bracey's accidentally hit that ball twice. Played off the back foot in defence, down into the ground, and they bounced up and hit his bat again, but nobody's going to be appealing for that at this level. Nobody should be appealing for that at any level, but there we go. 203 for 3.
It does have to be deliberate, doesn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah. Leicestershire might be looking for some revenge in terms of bizarre dismissals for Louis Kimber's obstructing the field when he gloved the ball last year, but they won't find it there. Scriven bowls, Bracey drives, square on the offside, bit of hesitation there about whether they should come through for the single, as it was very nicely fielded by Travaskis at backward point, and they had to get back into their respective grounds.
I am scratching my head a bit as to why Travaskis, with 56 overs almost now bowled in the innings, hasn't actually turned his arm over yet.
Yeah, even just to see whether there's footmarks from the Ashley Down Road end as well as from the Pavilion end. Scriven bowls wide of off, and Bracey with a fairly comfortable leave. So if those two are to win, these two only draw, that does put Gloucestershire quite a way back. Yes, they've got a game left against Middlesex. Leicestershire would be, basically a full win away from those two.
Well, does that mean that Bracey and Gloucestershire might be prepared to sort of set a game up? Risk
I think
losing to
they
win?
would look at it that with Leicestershire batting third, they could make it Leicestershire's choice. Scriven bowls, Bracey drives towards cover, there is no run. I think we'd only see what Gloucestershire plan in that regard as Scriven completes another maiden over, 1 for 52 from 15 overs, 203 for 3 the score. But we'd only probably see what Gloucestershire's plans were if they have wickets in hand, which is a big if, given that they're still basically 200 runs behind, and then they got close, and then would they really put their foot down and try and accelerate off, and would have a choice about what to do from that point on. But they might just look at it in terms of, well, what do Leicestershire want to do? Might be slightly incumbent on them if it's a stalemate after one innings for Leicestershire to decide how much they want to win.
Ahmed is in and bowls a little bit short, stays a bit low, turned or attempted to be turned around the corner by Charlesworth, doesn't get anything on it taken by Peter Hanscom, who has kept very competently, as you would expect. In goes Ahmed, nicely bowled, nice flight, but no great turn. Again defended on the back foot by Charlesworth, just dropped out into the offside. Ahmed is in, drops very short and pulled for, I was going to say 4, but hiding behind the pillar. Travaskis emerges. I thought there must be a sweeper out there somewhere, and he gets away with that one, Rehan Ahmed. Yorkshire all out at Scarborough, but with a lead of 137. In goes Ahmed. That does turn a fraction, thick inside edge and pad, as Bracey stretches forward, and then having seen the turn, walks forward, does a spot of gardening, takes a bit of dirt from the pitch, suggesting that's what caused it. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Forward goes Bracey and defends. Getting to the pitch of that one, smothering any spin before it can happen. Could be quite a decent game, that one, in Scarborough. In goes Ahmed, forward goes Bracey. Slightly flatter delivery, but for the most part Ahmed is landing the ball nicely. There's just not much there for him. 204 for 3. Gloucestershire, 10 overs remain to be bowled tonight, and Ahmed's introduction has really speeded things up, most pleasingly.
I think
Double
we'll
spin?
be about to
Double
get
spin?
some Travaskis, yep. Replacing Scriven. I was thinking they were going to be due a change at the Ashley Down Road end, but wouldn't have been surprised if they'd have chucked the ball back to Ian Holland or some such move. But nope, we're going to get some slow left arm.
And it has gone a bit cloudy, actually.
Yeah,
Bit
the
of
floodlights
dark
are
cloud.
coming on. I thought I saw the umpires having a bit of a look.
Does it cost as much as at Sussex or at Leicestershire, where apparently it costs a small fortune to switch the floodlights on?
Probably imagine, although actually Sussex's floodlights are older than these, so they
Right.
might be rather less efficient. I was about to say these are bigger than Sussex's, but I think one of the reasons why Sussex's are particularly expensive is because they were one of the first ones to get them,
Okay.
and they've not been upgraded since. Here's Travaskis with a short leg and a slip. Oh, let's turn there. Big appeal for LBW. Not out, says Jack Chantry, who has that look down. Does it just turn too much, if anything? First ball, maybe outside the line.
Yeah, but did he play a shot?
I don't know. To be honest, it was a very much a
It was a very late gesture at it. He
yes,
missed
a
it by
half-hearted
miles.
one if it was.
That turned miles.
Travaskis bowls, use of the feet from Charlesworth, meets it on the full and whips it over the leg side, and it's gone all the way for 6. Splits the gap between deep mid-wicket and long on. And when it's your day, you might as well make the most of it. Charlesworth clears the boundary, moves on to 97. Not the follow-up delivery Travaskis would have wanted after seeing that turn first delivery, and has been dispatched. 97 for Ben Charlesworth. Long on remains back, deep mid-wicket back. Charlesworth looking for his second first-class century and his second against Leicestershire in the year 2024. Travaskis bowls. Charlesworth is forward, looking to turn the ball into the onside. Gets turned round, leading edge, but along the floor back to the bowler. Travaskis in gathering gloom. Bowls, reverse sweep from Charlesworth. Hanscom with a strangled appeal. Nobody joined him. No run. It's not a shot that Charlesworth plays very often, that reverse sweep. Yes, it's there for him, but potentially dangerous shot. Travaskis bowls. Charlesworth lifts this one down the ground. He's hit this one well enough for 6 over the advertising boards, and that is his 100. He's got there with his 3rd 6, and I'm pretty sure he brought up his maiden first-class ton with a 6 as well. Off Louis Kimber. Even the dog enjoys it.
Yeah. Well, Rishi Patel is clapping politely, but none of the other Leicestershire players are noticeably.
Arms folded, arms behind back clasped, arms in front of body clasped.
Yes, they were
almost exaggeratedly not applauding.
Absolutely convinced he was out on 77. But them's the breaks. And all you can do is look up at the umpire.
216 for 3. Travaskis gone for 2 6s in this over, but very nearly had Charlesworth out, and he's almost got him there as he goes back with a ball that turns a bit and stays down, but no run.
There was enough happening in that over. Yes, he got hit for 2 6s, but there was enough turn, albeit from off slightly wide, or the one keeping low, to think that, you know, this could yet get interesting, this pitch.
Yeah.
And Gloucestershire will be thinking, well, look, if we can get, you know, a lead of 100, something like that, that'll be, you know, if we can get up to 500, that'll be well worth having. Hanscom and Chantry, longish conversation. How many overs to go? 9. May or may not get them, but you'd think that with Ahmed and Travaskis both bowling, we should, but you never quite know. Ahmed then from the Bristol Pavilion end is in, rather pleasantly driven by James Bracey between the reaching Ian Holland at extra cover and wide of Lewis Hill at mid-off, between the two, threading the eye of the needle. It's quite a big needle, actually. It's quite a big eye, I should say. But he did have to thread it, and thread it he did. Picks up 4, moves on to 29, 220 for 3. Mr. Lee voices his approval in stentorian style down below us.
Bracey, a particular favourite.
Ahmed is in to James Bracey fully. He sort of walks forward and clips it out towards mid-wicket, where Ben Green is the fielder.
Something to do with the football team, perhaps.
Which football team?
Rovers.
Okay, in goes Ahmed. Bowls a quicker, flatter delivery. It bounces a bit, but not sufficiently so to discomfort Bracey, who blocks it out into the offside. So Mr. Bracey is a supporter of the gas, is he?
Yes, he is. Very much so. A diehard.
Rishi Patel crosses to very silly point, and that one drifts towards midland leg from Ahmed, and is clipped again to Green. 2 to go in the over, says umpire Shunmagan, glancing behind us over the Bristol Pavilion to the cloud that is beginning to build. In goes Ahmed, and he's swept for 4. Thinnish bottom edge on it, but it was a legitimate shot from Bracey, and he picks up 4 for it. Moves on to 33. Ed was telling us earlier that the forecast for tomorrow is questionable at best. So it may be that Bracey's sort of and of course Charlesworth are aware of the cloud building and want to crack on a little bit here before the close against tired bowlers. Ahmed is in. Bracey, was that the googly? Might just have strained on him a little bit. I find him difficult to read from 150. Well, difficult for
I was going to say, back to the struggling
yards,
from 22. I think we might be excused from this distance.
I think it was it sort of googly. It strained a fraction on him, but not sufficiently so, as I say, to beat the bat. End of the over, 224 for 3. 59 overs have been bowled now. 8 remain to be bowled today. Leicestershire 5 bonus points, Gloucestershire 3. Should be 4 by the end of the day. Their first batting bonus point is very much within sight.
Another long discussion between the umpires after the end of that over, but can't imagine really what there is to discuss. I mean, if you take the light meter reading and it's below yesterday's, then you're going off now, so I can't imagine that it would have been can they bowl seam, because they want to bowl seam. It's Travaskis and turned past short leg. Bracey thought about a single. Charlesworth not interested, and I think he was correct not to be. Green coming across from mid-wicket. So having got to his 100, will Charlesworth continue to take the aerial route against Travaskis, who bowls, not this time, for defence. Back to the bowler. I remember him saying when he reached that 100 at Grace Road, basically saying, well, I was nervous in the 90s, so there was only one way I was getting through them, by teeing off, and that's what he did. Travaskis bowls skipping down the pitch and slamming the ball along the ground. No elevation from Charlesworth. He certainly hit it hard, but only finds a single down to long on. 225 for 3. He did give him the charge there, did Charlesworth. It wasn't a particularly subtle move down the pitch. Bracey less likely to do that, more of a worker of the ball, and he can play the sweep and the reverse sweep. Field is there for the reverse sweep. Nobody fine on the offside other than a slip. Travaskis bowls. Bracey reaches forward and drives, but
is Bracey a Bristolian? Is he from that sort of side of the city?
Yes, well, he's north Bristol. Winterbourne is his.
So that is kind of.
It's South Gloss, I think, technically, but it's basically Bristol. Here comes Travaskis and bowls. He says, upsetting 2 loads of people in one go, no doubt. This is turned down to long on by Bracey for a single. 226 for 3. But yeah, Winterbourne Cricket Club is nursery, if you like.
Is that the Bristol divide between Rovers and City, sort of roughly north-south?
Yeah, I think, roughly speaking, yes. Travaskis bowls, Charlesworth whips that one away down to long on and takes a comfortable single, moves to 105, 227 for 3. There's the home of one half of the divide on the live stream, if that's where you're...
Now, Leicestershire have gone to Hull, which means that the umpires are going to come together and check the light, so it may be that Leicestershire have had enough now. There are, theoretically, 7 overs left to be bowled, but I think if they're going to go to Hull, I think Hull measuring out his run-up and practising it is going to be a waste of time, because I'm pretty sure that the umpires will take them off now, and indeed they do. The ploy, if ploy it was, has worked. That said, Hull looks a little bit nonplussed at that, but perhaps it wasn't a ploy. But if it wasn't very bright, was it? Because literally, it isn't very bright out there, and the players are having to leave the field, and I suspect that will be that. Crowd, such as it is, starts to rise. Charlesworth will be greeted with a loud round of applause. The 2 umpires take notes. They stay out there, but they are casting marked shadows from the floodlights. And Leicestershire, well, I'm going to have the problem with the interviews that you kind of had yesterday, really. It's been a little bit of a day in the dirt for the Leicestershire Seamers. They haven't had much reward. 3 wickets for them. 7 wickets in the day. 6 wickets, I beg your pardon, in the day. 3 Leicestershire tail. Batted very well this morning to extend their innings past 400. Just past 400 with half centuries for Travaskis and for Scriven. But the Gloucestershire batters have shown us that the pitch is essentially pretty docile. Just perhaps 1 or 2 little signs towards the end of play that perhaps it will deteriorate a little bit. All is not yet lost in terms of a positive result in the game, but at the moment it's nicely balanced. Gloucestershire trail by 175 with 7 wickets in hand, and will have ambitions of building a first innings lead and putting Leicestershire under pressure in their second innings. But ground staff, or the head groundsman, sartorially they struggle a bit, ground staff, don't they, sometimes, which is fair enough in long pair of baggy shorts and boots and top and faded cap, and the umpires are staring at the cloud that is building up behind us. Do we bring the covers out? Do we call it a day? Umpire Chantry is, I think he's indicating, yeah, you've got to bring the covers out, and if they do, that might be it. The bails are still on though, aren't they? They haven't taken the bails off, so...
How about one end, but not the other?
Ah, yes, they have, haven't they? So, yeah. Umpire Shunmagan hasn't taken his bails off. Should he have popped them in his pocket?
Well, I think
the
others just seem to have been left there.
So they've been left out there. So
they might still come out once more for a look, but at the moment there's really no break in the weather, so it does look as though that might be that for the day. And if that is the case, then that's 7 more overs lost in addition to the ones that we lost yesterday. And so much of what happens in terms of what's left in this game is dependent upon how much cricket we get over the next 2 days, and forecasts change so much, but at this stage I think it looks as though we'd be quite lucky to get through the next 2 days without some sort of interruption on one if not both of them, and any sort of break for an hour or something like that, it just feels like the game already can't really afford to lose an hour unless Leicestershire maybe get aggressive in their third innings if they lose wickets, or if they really want to try to set up a victory, and on a 4th day pitch, if it starts to misbehave, they are able to skittle Gloucestershire out. But there's still a lot of game to be chewed up by Gloucestershire getting close to Leicestershire. There's no way they will let Leicestershire have an advantage on first innings without Leicestershire taking the wickets, so even those runs are going to take a session and a half to score at least. So there does need to be something at some stage to move this game along, even if probably we don't lose any more overs. But we'll see. Hopefully the forecast rain, which is supposed to be particularly bad overnight but still lingering tomorrow, doesn't prove to be quite as bad as suggested. Certainly what was forecast for today in terms of wind strength, and I think rain overnight didn't really seem to be quite as bad.
What was it, Layla? Storm, something beginning with L. Probably something of a damp squib, or not, as the case may be. Well, the ground staff are poised, but they are not leaping into action. They're ready to go, but they're waiting for word from the pavilion. So we are not definitively done for the day as yet, but we are going to take a little break while we wait and see what's going to happen. And our suspicion is what we are done for the day, but if we do get a little bit more play, you will of course hear every ball, as you do on BBC Local Radio throughout the entirety of cricket's domestic season.